Chapter 300, and One Bomb and Wine. The day after the witches from Sleeping Island moved into their new home, Roland called City Hall Premier Minister Barov to his office. "I want you to issue another recruitment notice," Roland said, while he pushed the first draft of details in front of Barov. A week-long temporary job for about 10 people, preferably women. Barov picked up the paper, read it again before asking, "Your Highness, excuse me, what is starch? Do you know about wheat flour?" The Premier Minister hesitated. "Are you referring to coarse powder or fine powder?" Wheat grains, after grinding, can be baked into bread or wheat cake. And if instead of using it you go a step further and filter out the bran, you get a fine powder. The output of the latter is only 6/10 of the former, and bread baked with it is softer. But its price is also very high, so only powerful aristocratic families are able to afford it. The thing Roland liked the most about Barov was that he had a comprehensive understanding concerning goods from all categories. Food shortage, as a result of the lagging agriculture, could mean something completely different depending on the consumer's social class. For example, with the frequently seen wheat, civilians would often put the wheat grains directly into their pot and cook congee, this way making the most out of their limited food. However, sometimes wheat shells and sand would also land in the boiling pot, which results in crackling sounds and caused tooth pains whenever they ate. Small aristocrats paid particular attention to this and would order people to sieve the sand and stones out of the wheat grain. Then they would grind it into a coarse powder and bake it into bread or pancake before eating. And at the top of the hierarchy, the wealthy families and powerful aristocrats who didn't look at food as a mere way to fill their stomachs, but rather as something to be enjoyed. The wheat would be further sieved in the kitchen, removing the bran to get fine white powder. The resulting baked bread was of yellowish cream color, and when eaten not only tasted exquisite, but also had a much sweeter flavor. The basis of starch is a fine powder, which then goes through another purifying process, Roland explained. "After you hire the people, I'll send someone who will instruct them on what exactly we need them to do. Then, continue to process." Barov couldn't stop himself shouting out loud in shock. "How much wheat will they be needing for this?" "I do not need too much, only 300 or 400 kilograms. Roland paused before opening his mouth again. "Fill up a basket that is about the size of my table." Barov nodded and asked further, "Why do they need to be women?" "Because they will do things more carefully. Moreover, I want to see more women following the path of a worker, instead of being idle at home." Roland suddenly had an idea, so he asked, "At present, it seems that the education of border towns' women's classes are progressing more quickly, right? Although the head of the Ministry of Education is Lady Scroll, the situation is indeed like this. They can't do much more than taking care of the children and do housework, so they spend most of their time increasing their reading and writing skills. That being the case, I request that after the next round of examination, you will take the lead for the City Hall and recruit a batch of female apprentice, in that way gradually expanding the proportion of women posts," Roland commanded. "Your Highness, there is no precedent for it," Barov complained. "If they only have to be careful, my apprentice aren't worse than any woman." "If there is no precedent, we have to create one," Roland bluntly said. "This is also the easiest and quickest way to increase the labor force without expanding the total population. If all women can take on a small task in building border town, my available staff will double. The only thing I'm asking you to do is to lead people to change their view. As long as the pay is attractive, I think they should come over on their own one by one." After Barov retired, Roland heard Nightingale's laughter next to his ear, followed by her asking a question. "What kind of delicious thing are you planning to make this time?" "Starch. It's not something you can eat," Roland said, after taking a mouthful of tea, "even though you can indeed get some pretty good food from the leftover materials after processing. First soak fine wheat flour in water, then rub and scrub it until the water had entirely blanched, then move on to another water basin and continue. In the end, it will become a sticky mass known as gluten. The gluten can be used for deep fry or stir fry and has a texture which is both pliable and tough. When smeared with honey or sprinkled with flavoring after leaving the pot, all in all, it made for a very delicious meal. But Roland's focus was not on food. By sifting and afterward letting the milky white water stand still, it would form a precipitation, which was precisely the starch he was looking for, and was also a main ingredient used in manufacturing explosives. Since the experiments with nitroglycerin hadn't started yet, there was no possibility that he would have access to TNT. So Nitro Stark was his most immediate opportunity for making powerful explosives. It also shared the same manufacturing process as nitrocellulose. The finished product had a low sensitivity and couldn't be ignited by an open fire. Instead, one needed to use a fuse for it to detonate. Furthermore, it was more powerful than TNT and had thus been widely used as a substitute for it during the 2 world wars. With highly pure starch, the alchemic apprentices, who already knew the manufacturing process for nitrocellulose by heart, should also be able to quickly prepare a batch of Nitro Stark. After lunch, just as Roland was planning to go back to his room to take a nap, he suddenly heard someone knocking on his door. 9 out of 10 times, it was Anna who would come to find him at this hour. So when he heard the knocking sound, his heartbeat immediately began to dance. Can it be, after falling asleep last time because of her exhausted, she decided to come over at noon? Come in. However, the door creaked as it was pushed open, and Roland started when he saw Evelyn standing outside. This, now, isn't what I've been expecting at all. He coughed twice, then showed a reassuring smile as he asked, "What's the matter?" Hearing his question, Evelyn entered the room and walked over to the edge of the table and bowed down in salute. All in all, she seemed a bit nervous. "Your Highness, I would like to ask you a question." "Don't tell me it is going to be the same question again. Why are you so kind to us witches?" However, in accordance with treating them like comrades, it was important to be as warm as the spring wind, so he smiled and said, "What question do you want to ask?" "You. Why did you want me to come to Border Town?" For a moment, Roland was slightly surprised. Can it be that she doesn't like the taste of the wine? "My kind of ability isn't only inferior to Sylvie's, it is practically at the same level as Lotus and Honey's," she whispered. "It's just wine tasting. However, a monthly salary of 1 gold royals is already enough for you to hire a specialized wine brewer from King's City. What are your thoughts about those wines?" At first I thought they burned too much. Only by slowly drinking them was I able to accept them. As for those 3 wines mixed with ice cubes, fruit juice, and syrup, their taste is richer. But that is merely my personal opinion, Evelyn replied cautiously. My family's pub only sold cheaply priced wines and diluted ales, the aristocracy's tendencies. I do not know anything about that. As it turns out, she isn't questioning the wine. The prince breathed out in relief. He got up and opened the bookcase, then took out a jar of ale from the top and put it in front of Evelyn with the question, "Can you turn this jar of ale into the wine I brewed?" "I think that shouldn't be a problem." She stretched out her hand and held it above the jar. A moment later, the yellow ale began to change. In the wake of the rising bubbles, the ale became more and more clear, until it finally turned as crystal clear as plain boiled water. Yet Roland could already smell its strong alcoholic fragrance. Unable to stop himself, he dipped his finger in a little, then put it into his mouth. It tasted bitter and burning at the same time. This was the taste of highly purified alcohol. Roland couldn't help but begin to laugh, while saying, "That's the reason I picked you." Looking at the puzzled Evelyn, he patted her hand and explained, "I'm going to set up an alcohol factory. No, a brewery. Would you like to be the chief winemaker?" Chapter 302, The Bugle Horn of the Decisive Battle. At the palace in the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, Flames were raging within the fireplace, compared to Grey Castle with its 4 seasons. Here the summers were especially short, and the autumn was only like an advance notice for the impending arrival of a severe winter. There wasn't even enough time to change into shorter garments before the cold wind came back once again. Garcia Wimbledon sat on the throne with a fox fur coat draped over her shoulders, listening to the complaints and demands of the nobility. She didn't like the palace. The pillars, walls, and floors were all built out of snow-white stones, each piece polished until it was smooth and shining, just like ice in general. Despite the fact that she already had 2 additional layers of cushion on her seat, she could still feel the bitter chill of the cold iron chair. This damned castle is like an iceberg, absolutely frustrating. I'll wait for the situation to stabilize, and the first thing I'm going to do after that is to smash all of the walls and floors to bits, then relay it with dark brown granite slabs afterward. Your Majesty, I hope you can bring justice for me, a noble said, looking at her with a scowling expression. Prior to this, he had used a lot of words, where in fact, a few would have been sufficient, at the time when the church was occupying the kingdom of endless winter. Some nobles who had done many evil deeds had been put on a public trial, which had been presided over by Archbishop Heather. Most of the nobles had been sent to the gallows. However, this guy was among the lucky ones and had only been punished with the confiscation of his assets, which had then been equally divided among the victims. I can understand your request. Private property shouldn't be plundered. Garcia pondered for a moment and then slowly said, but the specific amount is hard to define. Well, if you can provide me with the testaments of the last 5 years of financial income and expenditure, I can evaluate an average value and give you a part of the seizures as compensation. But the mob has looted my house, and I'm afraid the records are. Then I can only follow the published announcement and compensate you according to your title. Garcia interrupted. Take a look around you. They are all nobles who have suffered from looting. If I give you more, some of them would end up getting less. That's right. Only God would know if the number you reported is the truth or not. Why are you so troublesome? Knight Halon, these gold royals aren't yours. You have it already quite good. Just take a look at your associates. They can only go to heaven and find God to demand compensation. Seeing all of the surrounding nobles glare at him, he was forced to shrink back, bow deep in salute, and say, in that case, please compensate me according to the standard. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Excellent, Garcia smiled and then ordered. Next. My regards to you, Your Majesty. A white-haired old man stepped out of the crowd and caressed the glittering silver heron family emblem on his chest reverently. Marquis Bodo, I remember that the church's thugs didn't attack your territory. Yes, that's right, he nodded. Not that they didn't want to, rather that they couldn't. The inundated snow ridge is difficult to attack, so my knights were able to block all of the invading bandits. However, my child wasn't as fortunate. On the day of the riots, he was on duty within the imperial palace, and for the purpose of protecting the queen, not only was he killed by the believers, but his body was also hung above the city gate. It was not until you arrived in the kingdom of eternal winter that he could be freed from his humiliation. That's truly a tragic story. Garcia assumed a grieving expression and sighed before asking, so, what is your request? The name of the man who killed him is the Butcher. Nowadays, he is the leader of the remaining rebels. That group of people are hiding within the impassable mountain range north of us. I want revenge for my child. The Marquis calmly declared. From the beginning, I didn't have that many troops under my control. They are already keeping the peace during the day. Patrol, guard the city wall as well as the granary. It would be quite difficult to split my men and dispatch the troop to the barren mountains and wild hills just to go find a group of 100 exiled thugs. She shook her head and said in regret, furthermore, when the winter comes, the heavy snowfall will also close off the mountains, thus making it impossible for them to get any supplies. so they will freeze to death sooner or later. There is no need for you to be so impatient. Your Majesty, I'll only be able to find peace if it's me wielding the sword that kills my child's murderer. I also don't need you to send any warriors to search for the thugs. There are many natural caves at the foot of the mountain. They surely will be hidden within one of them. But most of the cave's entrances are very narrow, and if they used stones to block the entrance, it would even be difficult for the knights to attack them. I hope you can provide me with the alchemical creation that had been able to blow up the city gates. I'll do the rest by myself. Does he want to get his hands on the snow powder? Garcia frowned. That stuff has a large power, and it's strong enough to be the trump card in a hopeless war and alter the outcome. It absolutely cannot be allowed to spread out. At the time she was about to declare her refusal, the other opened his mouth again. If you grant me this request, I am willing to return to court and serve you. The Silver Heron family will fully support your ruling over the kingdom of eternal winter. This sentence then made Garcia swallow her words. At the time, the church executed the queen. They also killed some chief ministers. Here, the Marquis of Bodo has a lot of prestige. If he were to serve as my prime minister, all the remaining nobles would follow along. To some degree, it can also make up for the deficient administration and also turn around this awkward situation. This request is not too much, she thought for a while. Then, after finally coming to a decision, she said, "But I cannot put the alchemy powder directly into your hands. When you require it, I will send a special alchemist who will provide you with assistance to blow open the hole." After the end of the court session, Garcia returned to the back room, where Ryan was already waiting for her with a cup of warmed fruit wine. "Thanks for your trouble, Your Majesty. As expected, those nobles were all taken over by you. In this way, even if we don't depend on the Wolf King, you can still swallow the entire kingdom of eternal winter slowly." "As long as there is no church," the queen said as she shrugged. The church, in their act of stripping the nobles of their rightful inheritance, had pushed them to her side. Now, with the support of those very people, coupled with the crippling of the church's former base of power, it had been very easy for her to gain a foothold in the capital. But if she wanted to control the kingdom of eternal winter, she still had a long way left to go. It was here where the people were influenced by the church the most. When she dispatched her black sail fleet to wipe out the church's bases in other major cities, they had continually suffered under the attack of the believers. Therefore, it was crucial to form a coalition with the Wolfshark kingdom. Not only so that they could resist the church together, but also to weaken the influence the church held over the population by accepting people from Wolfshark kingdom. As for those stubborn civilians, it will be all right if they are just cleanly killed off. "Oh, by the way, a messenger from the Wolfshark kingdom has arrived with a letter for you," Ryan informed her, as he took an envelope from his pocket. "Because you were dealing with government affairs, I didn't dare to bother you." Garcia opened the envelope, took out the letter, and began to read the letter carefully. "Is it bad news?" "The church has sent out troops once again," she said in a low voice. "They've taken the land route and are heading straight for Wolfshark City. They've already broken through several of the recently set-up defensive lines." "What?" Ryan started with big eyes at her in disbelief. Then he said, "The months of demons will be coming soon. Don't tell me they've set out while completely disregarding the new holy city." Showing a frowning expression, Garcia sat back in her desk. She knew that the church would never let them go, but she hadn't expected that the other side would move so fast. If they had just waited with the war until spring next year, her preparation would have been complete. However, the enemy apparently didn't want to give them any space to breathe. If she just sat idly while the Wolfshark kingdom asked for help, and the kingdom got destroyed as a result, it wouldn't be long before it would be her turn to disappear. But this also contained an opportunity. If she could make the church waste its forces on the city walls of the Wolfshark city, they would be facing a great disaster when the demonic beasts invaded Hermes at a large scale. They might have sent out the gods' punishment Amy, But by now, she also had formidable weapons like the snow powder, the hard-to-extinguish Black River water, the demonic fire powder, as well as Wolfshart City's towering city walls. With all this, she would surely be able to consume a large number of their vital forces. Thinking until here, Garcia commanded, "Pass along my orders. The Black Sail Fleet is to get ready for battle. This year, we will be spending the winter within Wolfshart City." Chapter 303, Preparation for the Air Raid. After going through a week of assembling and testing, Roland and Anna together completed the development of an impact detonator. Compared to the fuse of the artillery shells, it does not need to withstand high temperature and pressure, and there was also no high-G overload when it left the chamber, so the structure was very simple. However, due to the necessary precise constitution of the firing pin and the spring, the two had to test many variations before they finally succeeded. The main problem was that no one knew how much elasticity the spring needed to make sure that it wouldn't go off it accidental fell, while they also needed to guarantee that it would always trigger when it was launched normally. He and Anna only changed the thickness and hardness of the spring a little before testing it once again. Fortunately, Anna and Lucia had done a lot of the required work in advance. As a result, Roland had more and more high-quality materials available at hand. Ultimately, after a lot of testing, they'd chosen to use steel alloy No. 1365, which had a relatively high hardness, but a toughness that was on the lower side. Even if the bomb fell from 1 meter, it wouldn't be compressed to the end. After the selection of an appropriate spring, the rest was easy. Just like the saying, "Where water flows, a canal would form." Even though Roland had never seen the look of a real detonator before, he could still rely on his work's experience to come up with a design by himself. Compared to modern ones, it was certainly lacking, but for the current crude, big black bombs, this would be enough. The finished version of the impact detonator was in the form of a cylinder 12 centimeters long, about 5 centimeters in diameter, with a spiral pattern on the underside which could be screwed into the opening at the top of the bomb. The interior looked like a downwards convex groove, while the firing pin shared a similar appearance, so that it could also fit into the groove. In its normal state, the spring would lock the upper part within the indentation, while the striker would land right inside the indentation, only 1 finger apart from the primer. For the purpose of taking precautions, Roland had also made a hole in the head of the firing pin, so that a bolt could be fixed on top of the ammunition case. Thus, before the bombing, they first had to pull out the bolt. Only then could the strike move up and down. The simulation test was held on a sunny afternoon. Because this bomb, which filled with a padding of gravels instead of black gunpowder, had already reached 5 times Nightingale's weight, Roland decided not to board the hot air balloon, and instead watched the process with an observation mirror from 300 meters away from the impact location. Apart from himself, there was also the commander of the 5th Army Iron Axe and the Chief Knight Carter Lannies, who were here to watch this first test. "Are you planning to use a hot air balloon to throw the giant explosive packages into the heart of the Imperial Palace?" After listening to Roland's battle plan, Carter struggled to believe his ears. To attack from an altitude of 2 kilometers above the ground, while simultaneously completely disregarding the city walls and the forces of the garrison, ultimately overturned his former concept of what defined combat. And of course, living in Border Town during this last year, his view had already gone through changes many times before. As long as the controlling system is fully functioning, it really isn't impossible to achieve, Roland nodded. Right now, Timothy is pressing people into service once more to build up his new militia force. If we cannot stop him, the Western Territory will inevitably suffer another attack from his drugged forces. And even if we force him back again, it won't give us even 1 bit of benefit. The secret letter that Theo had sent had indicated that Timothy was currently still using the same old routine of trying to consume his strength. However, Roland didn't know if the team dispatched by Barov could overtake their counterparts and rope in the people, and make them come to border town. Supposing that you can really release heaven's fury thunder above Timothy's head, he absolutely will be frightened, not knowing what to do. Iron Axe said excitedly, "This is absolutely a heaven's punishment which no one can resist." "That's what I'm hoping for," Roland said with a smile. Although Theo had mentioned in the letter that Timothy had most likely figured out the method for making black gunpowder and opened a workshop in the inner city to try and mass-produce the dangerous product. After thinking it over repeatedly, Roland still decided that the roof of the Imperial Palace should be the target of the bombing. The reason was simple. The palace was the only place which was eye-catching enough. When looking from a height of 2,000 meters, even the most magnificent city of Greycastle was only the size of half a palm. Therefore, they also had to find a good target point to throw off the bomb in advance. And the palace was located at the midpoint of the inner city district and was surrounded by a red tile wall. Furthermore, pure white stones covered the roof of the palace, would be particularly eye-catching while they were aiming, which meant it would almost be impossible for them to miss their target. But the workshop was different. Roland didn't possess a layout plan of King's City, and the ground was also unmanned. And if he only relied on spoken words, it would be quite difficult to describe the position of the selected target. Plus, the workshop's area wasn't large. If the bomb were to fall on top of a civilian's house, the gains of their plan wouldn't make up for the losses they would face. Suddenly, a white shadow fell straight to the ground, causing a smoke pillar to rise from the test field, followed by the muffling sound of something smashing into the ground a moment later. "It seems as if the bomb has hit the ground." Roland put away the mirror. "Let's go and take a look at the result." After a week of training, Lightning had significantly improved her bombing technique. This time, the bomb had hit the ground 5 meters away from the center of the target. It had drilled its whole body into the earth, and the outer shell had been substantially deformed due to the force of the impact. After Cloud Gazer had landed, Anna used her black flame to cut open the bomb, so that everyone could see that the soil near the detonator has been charred black. This proved that the primer's temperature was high enough to ignite the gas sprinkled on top of the gravel, which was what they had used in place of black gunpowder, and this showed that the detonator itself was working fine. If they instead filled the interior of the bomb with nitrated starch, it could easily create a 4 to 6 meters deep hole and kill all of the people who hadn't taken shelter that were within the vicinity of 50 meters. Now, after having fully trained the airdrop, the next step was to organize their combat plan. Roland let his gaze wander over everyone surrounding him, then opened his mouth and slowly said, "We will execute the surprise raid on King's City next Monday. First, Iron Axe will lead a group of 50 firearms and escort the witches to the outskirts of Silver City. There is a mountain ridge in the area which can shelter you from detection, and it should be perfect if you want to set up camp or send off a balloon." "I hear and obey, Your Majesty," Iron Axe agreed. "Why can't we just fly directly from Border Town?" Wendy asked. "No, that would be too far," Roland shook his head. "From the Western Territory to King's City it took at least a week. When traveling with Cloud Gazer or flying directly there, it would still take them around 3 days. Together with the return trip, it would be 6 days. Furthermore, after installing the dropping mechanism, the basket would only have enough space to carry 2 people, which meant that Nightingale would be unable to follow them. With the exception of Anna, none of the other witches had any fighting ability, so making them spend 6 nights in the wild, it would be much too high a risk, which was something that would be impossible for him to feel at ease about. By starting from Silver City, you will be able to complete the bombing in just 1 day and return even before the sun goes down. Secondly, the witches assigned to the mission are Anna, Wendy, Lightning, Maggie, Nightingale, and Sylvie. The latter two are responsible for monitoring the surroundings of the camp, while the attack will be carried out by the first 4 people according to the training method, especially Lightning. He looked towards the little girl. Whether we succeed or not all depends on you. You can leave it to me. The latter patted her chest. In that case, the last thing I wanted to mention was that you should all pay attention to your safety, Roland said, while stressing each word. I will be waiting for your return here in Border Town. 4 days later, the first bomb, Easterly Wind No One, was loaded on top of a cart, and under the escort of the First Army, it boarded a cargo ship to Silver City. Chapter 304, an unexpected but pleasant surprise. May would never have thought that by the time she was about to set foot on the road back to Border Town, her heart would once again be filled with so much expectation. The woods along the Redwater River had already begun to turn yellow, and the breeze blowing directly in one's face brought along a trace of chill. The waves of the shimmering river were rolling under her feet, and from time to time she was able to see the fallen tree leaves floating past the side of the ship. Now, without all of the anxiety and restlessness she had felt on her last trip, the exuberant surrounding autumn landscape seemed like it was something which came out of a poem or painting. Miss May, a voice, full of respect, came from behind. Your play of the Witch Diary, is it true that His Highness wrote the play for you personally? When May turned around, she saw that a group of actresses had gathered behind her. The person standing in front looked at her with a tense expression. She recalled that this one's name was Swallow. Aha, sorry, Irene waved at her, then bowed and said with an apologizing smile. I wasn't able to answer this question, so without any better option, I had to let them come and ask you. This fool, May thought and gave her a supercilious look. If it had been her from the past, she would have only dumped them with a sneer. But now, after having spent so much time together with Irene, her patience had unexpectedly grown stronger day by day. And thus she dared to answer. No, His Highness didn't write it for me. Rather, it was the City Hall's Minister of Education, Lady Scroll, who had written the Witch Diary. Is that so? Swallow blinked in wonder. At the time you argued with Bella, we all thought it was the truth. His Highness wrote it personally, and His Highness wrote it personally for me. The meaning of those two wordings were poles apart. How could these people grasp the first half of the sentence, but totally dismiss the second half? Thinking of this, she then said to them, but His Highness endorsed both the script writing and the theatrical performance. Therefore, when Bella ridiculed the script, it was indeed equivalent to mocking His Highness. Regarding that point, I haven't fooled her. Have you ever seen His Royal Highness? I heard that he has the royal family's mark of long gray hairs and looks extraordinary handsome. Is that right? I also heard that he was born with the natural disposition of a romantic and has many lovers. Was it really like that? Looking at this group of lively little girls, May couldn't help but knit her brows. Curse it, I should never have responded to their curiosity. All right, that's enough. Don't you girls bother Miss May, Roja said, and began shooing the group of females away while showing an apologizing expression towards May. No harm, she shrugged, and then continued to enjoy the scenery along the coastal area. After all, I was the one who sought out trouble. I do not understand, Roja scratched her head. Why did you want to take them along when we left? Of the 35 people, only 2 people have stood on stage before, while 26 of them have not yet completed any of the courses for their drama classes. According to what you'd previously said, they cannot even be considered as baby chicks. They are still inside their eggshell, yet to hatch. Even if the Lord's requirements for the play are not so demanding, I'm afraid that even His Highness would find it difficult to accept them. In case you want to retaliate against Bella, you should have tried to court some more experienced supporting actors. I didn't intend to let all of them perform. The other side froze in place for a moment. They can read the scripts for a play, isn't that right? May asked laughingly. Although they still have a long way to go until they can enter the stage, all of them can at least read and write. Don't tell me you haven't discovered it yet. His Royal Highness is currently exactly in need of that exact skill. She paused for a moment. Do you truly think that His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon loves drama so much that he recruited us for a play? In case it was Lord Petrov, then the answer would be yes. Before he had taken over Longsong's stronghold, he had the habit of going to the theater once a week. However, His Highness Roland, apart from viewing the first play of a new theatrical work, he didn't appear in the town square for the rest of the time, so he never promoted the drama for his own enjoyment. Instead, he intends to spread his views to the masses through the drama. May paused before going on to say, compared to the first shows, which emphasized resisting oppression and the message that witches aren't evil, the new play, the dawn of a new era and new city, have moved towards recruiting people, and one becoming rich through one's own efforts as the message. I'm merely following along with his idea and using the small amount of power I currently have. So, it was originally like this. I never thought about that. Roja seemed to be speechless. To polish and refine the script for a play, in addition to putting yourself into the character you are playing, it is also important to try and understand the overall story as much as possible if you want to express its true meaning. This is also a quality that a good actor needs to possess. Yes, thank you for your guidance, she bowed. Be at ease, May said as she showed her a reassuring smile. Even in the case that you don't want to perform any longer, you should still be able to find a pretty good job inside border town. Maybe you can enter the city hall and become an administrative officer. After all, His Highness does not require you to have any sort of status, and he also doesn't look at your family background. This road would be much easier than going on stage. When the vessel arrived at the town, May saw Ferlin Eltek waiting to greet them at the pier. Naturally, he was here to see Irene. When she saw the girl dash forward and happily throw herself in his arms, she could only gently sigh. Isn't that man Morning Light? He hadn't been exiled by His Royal Highness. The first night of the Western Territory is magnificent, Swallow said. I thought he and the theater star would be. Who's talking such nonsense? May's cold voice made everyone suddenly close their mouths. Hurry up with your luggage and disembark. Ghent and Roja will take you to the city hall so that you can register your identity. Everything else will be arranged by them. Yes, came everyone's respectful reply. Walking down the pier, Ferlin, with his arm around his wife, came over to greet her and spoke to her. Miss May, Irene just told me about the clash in the theater. Thank you for the kindness you showed her. There is no need for you to thank me. May couldn't accept it, even though it looked like the other party was looking for trouble with her, but in fact, their target was me. Even so, I still want to thank you. The knight laughed brightly and continued to say, if it weren't for you stepping forward, she would have cried right on the spot. After the two had left, May curled her lips, and alone she began carrying her luggage toward the residential district, although she had already let go of her feelings, but seeing such a scene still had her feeling some regret. Furthermore, that familiar figure also did not appear, which was contrary to the vow in his letter that he would be waiting for her with a pleasant surprise. Well, the other side, after all, is an important man to His Highness. Unlike Morning Light, who can walk around as he wishes, right? Back home, May put away her luggage and was hit by a sense of relaxation that she hadn't felt for quite a long time. She took a long breath, took out the white wine from the cupboard, and was about to pour herself a drink when a knocking sound came from the door. When she opened the door, Carter Lanny's awe-inspiring figure appeared before her. I did not expect you to be half an hour early. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. The moment I heard that the boat from Longsong's stronghold has arrived, I immediately rushed over from the barracks. I don't know why, I definitely didn't catch sight of him at the pier, and he obviously didn't go to receive me, but the moment I see him, my mood immediately lifts up. Do you want to drink a cup? No, I still have to work this afternoon. Carter waved his hand. Well, she nodded, the matters of His Highness are more important. I came because I want to give you a present. The chief knight took a white wooden box from his pocket and handed it to her. Is this the latest product of the convenience market? May asked, full of curiosity, as she took the wooden box. When she opened the lid, she saw a yellow-orange ring quietly stand at the bottom of the box. Its top was inlaid with a bright and transparent stone. It reflected the autumn sunlight falling through the window with a colorful light. There is no doubt that this ring is worth a lot of money, which makes it unlikely for it to be a selling item for the convenience market. And when nobles give a ring, it means she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Miss May, are you willing to marry me? Carter asked her earnestly. Chapter 305, Chemical Breakthrough. 4 days had already passed since the witches, and the first army had set off. According to the plan, they should arrive at the outskirts of Silver City by tomorrow afternoon. Equipped with Honey's flying messengers, Roland received letters sent by the team every day. The letters were from Iron Axe, Anna, and Nightingale. Even though they weren't as fast as mobile phones, it was basically the same as a wireless telegraphing, in case there were several winged messengers on the same road. And if there existed birds who would always go to and from the same 2 places, it might have the same effect as text messaging. In the absence of Nightingale, the chief knight took over the responsibility of defending the castle. However, Roland couldn't understand why Carter always wore a happy expression these days. It seems like he's encountered something especially pleasing these past few days. Could it be that returning to his former task and acting as my personal guard is something that's worth being so happy about? He shook his head and focused his attention back on the report from his Minister of Construction, Karl van Bate. With the help of the witches from Sleeping Island, border towns' construction projects were progressing at an amazingly rapid pace these past few months. First, there was the steel bridge across the Redwater River, which had been successfully completed. Compared to the traditional stone bridges and wooden bridges, the structure of the steel bridge had been made in advance. Only afterwards had it been hoisted into place. The 2 floating islands Lotus had raised within the river course had further simplified the former difficult task, and also shortened the time needed to construct the main bridge to an amazing 1 month's time. Although, when one looked at it with eyes of a person in the future, the bridge did indeed seem short and narrow, and the architecture simple and crude, the theoretical capacity very low, turning it into a project which was purely a waste of material. But within this era, it could be regarded as a magnificent super bridge, its total length carrying on for more than 100 meters. The bridge's surface was smooth and offered enough space for 2 carriages to move side by side. Furthermore, even its lowest part still met the requirements to let an upriver sailboat pass through, something which a cumbersome stone bridge could never accomplish. Secondly, Lotus had also completed the construction of the new city wall. Those walls, made purely out of earth, had increased the town's area by more than 2 times. If they'd been placed in a modern area, the original town would be considered the veritable inner city. Roland, however, was more inclined towards the Turing system. Perhaps someday in the future, this place could expand into a giant city which even had 7 rings, and could then be formally crowned as the imperial capital. Lastly, regarding the construction of the Kingdom Avenue, Lotus had already leveled out some of the impassable mountain ranges extensions. So now the road could go straight through instead of going around, which had thus significantly reduced the overall length of the journey. Your Highness, what do you want Lotus to construct next? Carl asked after he reported on the progress. Roland was able to tell that he was brimming with admiration for her ability to transform the terrain, because not only had he proposed that she be integrated into the Ministry of Construction, he'd even put forth a request to appoint her as the vice minister. Well, Roland was also already thinking about this question, There were 3 major construction projects he wanted to implement next. The first was the Seaport Project, looking for small openings in the southern mountain ridge before caving in a path to the beach, was a task he would have to rely on Lotus to achieve. Once they completed the transformation, the Western Territory would gain access to a seaward harbor. The second project was the residential expansion. Although City Hall had invested a lot of the workforce and financial resources to step up the construction of residential quarters, with winter soon to approach, by now there were nearly 3,000 people who would be unable to live in a warm brick house. Nowadays, erecting wooden sheds and simple shelters simply couldn't meet the requirements to resist the cold. So they needed a group of cave rooms with thick walls and kangs if they wanted to solve this problem. The third point was to set up a dock. If he wanted to produce shallow water gunboats, he first had to arrange for a large dock, which at the same time would also affect the passage of the Redwater River. Roland intended to reduce the height of the riverbank on the western side of Border Town, to form a dry dock and install a lift gate at the side of the Redwater River, so that they can control the water intake and runoff. The scale of the necessary earthwork was immense, and he would also have to rely on Lotus' ability to complete it. After considering for a moment, he finally decided to place the residential expansion as the first priority. Since they had invited the refugees from the eastern region to Border Town, they were going to have to take responsibility and provide them with the basic necessities of life. If they were to freeze or starve to death, then not only would it be a loss for the Western Territory, but it would also reduce the people's attachment toward this place. So where is the place we should build the temporary residences? Carl asked. The best place would be at the place of the current surf shantytown. Roland glanced at the map. That place is far from the defense line of the city wall. They can also use the cover there to protect themselves from the wind coming from the impassable mountains. After the Minister of Construction left the room, Roland had just planned to take a short nap in his chair when Kyle Sitchai arrived at the door. Your Highness, the large-scale acid production method you have requested has been successfully developed. Hearing this sentence dispelled Roland's weariness immediately. He showed a smiling expression on receiving such a pleasant surprise. Roland stood up and said, "Really? Take me to see it." When their group came to the laboratory at the Redwater River, he saw a few gray jars and a kiln set up beside laboratory number 5. Each jar was the height of 2 people and had a pipeline connected to the top, which had a smooth shape, which had clearly been cut out by Anna. "I pay my respect to you, Your Highness," a very young-looking man said toward Roland and bowed. "I presume you're Chavez." Although he had already learned about the several alchemist apprentices and outstanding alchemist that Kyle had brought from Redwater City, today was still the first time that he saw the other's appearance. "You even remember my name," Chavez said, astonished. "Mr. Sitchai has mentioned you plenty of times before," Roland explained and patted his shoulder in encouragement. "Keep up the good work." Then, looking over to the chief alchemist, he asked, "How will this thing produce acid?" Kyle stroked his beard and said with a smile, "The successful manufacture is entirely according to a derivation of an equation of the elementary chemistry. You see those kilns? The purified sulfur will burn in the kiln, and through further heating, the gas produced will pass through the pipes and into a lead jar." "Are all those devices made of lead?" "That's right. Only lead can resist acid's corrosion." Kyle nodded. "The nitrosulfuric acid will unceasingly sprinkle down from the lead pipe at the top of the jar, and together with the hot sulfur dioxide below, the heated nitric acid will decompose into nitrogen oxide. Finally, the water and sulfur dioxide together will generate a sulfuric acid solution. This solution will flow out of a hole at the bottom. The smart thing about this reaction is that nitrogen oxide only acts as oxygen carriers, but by itself, it can't be consumed. Therefore, the amount of nitric acids used is small, and once the reaction has started up, it can carry on working continuously. How is the output? Roland asked, while agitatedly patting against a lead jar. Functioning large-scale acid production was the premise needed for mass production of smokeless gunpowder. As long as he could solve this problem, there was hope for the rise of a new generation of weapons and ammunition. This is the fourth device I've tested. The daily output may be as much as the weight of using the laboratory's dry distillation method for an entire week. The chief alchemist proudly said, "Because it is a testing device, the volume isn't large. However, the capacity could be further improved if you could build lead jars with a larger capacity." "That's good news," Roland said laughingly. "Wait until Miss Anna comes back, and you can set up a larger acid plant right away. If the lead isn't enough, you can use iron instead. Miss Soria's coating can make it resistant against the corrosion of the acid." Kyle nodded in agreement, but his next sentence made the bright smile on the prince's face turn stiff. "Now that I accomplished the large-scale acid production, and all the 5 laboratories are also filled with apprentices, Your Highness, can you reward me with the intermediate chemistry, like you've promised?" TN. Once again, Kang chapter 306, Inside the Garden. Scroll stood behind His Highness Roland, attentively watching as he wrote out the manuscript. Autumn sunshine was falling in through the window onto her back, which made it feel like her whole body was being bathed in warmth. In addition to electronic gains and losses, what further content? Online class, very urgent. From time to time, the prince would write something onto the paper, and then began to lean his forehead on his hands while he pondered, and said some difficult-to-understand nonsense. At first, Scroll was a little worried about the prince's health, but later on she discovered that this was His Highness' normal state when he was trying to recall his knowledge, merely that today's symptoms seemed to be much more severe than ever before. "Unfortunately, I cannot help him." Scroll lightly sighed. "If there was a witch who could help him in this regard, I am afraid there is only one, Anna." She had already noted down all the content of the previous books His Highness had written in her brain, but it was merely noted down, nothing more. The past knowledge about those math and natural principles was something much deeper. Just reading it is already enough to make people's head turn muddle-headed. No wonder His Royal Highness feels so embarrassed. How about ending it here for today? Scroll couldn't stand it any longer, and so she opened her mouth. Roland decided to give up and put down his pen, leaning his back against the chair, then said, "I really envy you for your highly retentive memory. If I could be like you, why would I ever need to worry about exams? I would have been admitted to a famous school and walked to the pinnacle of life." She automatically ignored the others' later half of words as nonsense. "Your Royal Highness, did they also demand you take those exams at the palace?" "Yes, or how to separate which prince is more outstanding than the others," he mumbled to himself. "In fact, sometimes it is not good to remember everything," Scroll said with a smile. "For example, bad experiences, or the times when you felt deeply hurt or sad, or when you are unable to forget when your life was still happy." At the time when she lived in the Seawind region, due to her identity of being poor, she had to suffer bullying and beatings countless times already. Until today, she could clearly remember the location of every hit, the faces of the perpetrators twisted in anger, and the pain of each kick. Only after finding shelter by the old captain with the broken leg did her life become slightly better. In fact, living in slums-like places, with each of them pillaging, fighting, and killing each other, was not much different from freezing or starving to death. For a long time, she had hated herself very much. Why were all her suffering still vivid in her mind? Because the memory of those scenes was still so clear. The nightmares she suffered during the nights were repetitions of her unbearable past. Later on, during her day of adulthood, when she awakened her branch ability, Magic Book, she finally understood that her extraordinary memory was actually something that came along with her identity as a witch. Probably Roland could guess what she wanted to say, so he revealed an apologizing smile and said, "You might be right." Scroll suddenly felt warmth flowing through her heart. There were only very few people who cared about a witch's thoughts, not to mention, this person was even an illustrious member of the royal family. "It doesn't matter, those times have already passed, Your Highness." Roland Wimbledon, compared with other nobles she had seen. No, he was very different compared to all of the people she had met. He possessed a lot of learned knowledge, but all day long, he only thought about how he could teach it to other people. His identity was that of a noble, however, he didn't reject people that were below his rank. He enjoyed the praise of the crowd, he could act recklessly. But this was not everything to him. Instead, he also took care of other people's feelings. A desolate and impoverished town had undergone earth-shaking changes within 1 year. The freedom and peace that witches had longed for was actually granted to them by His Highness Roland. If she hadn't personally experienced it, she would never have believed that there could exist such a ruler in the world. Nowadays, Scroll had discovered that her own way of thinking had undergone some changes. Before this, she hadn't approved of His Highness wanting to take a witch as his wife at all. But now she felt that regardless of who His Royal Highness married, he would take over the throne of Greycastle. He wasn't like the others who kept with the routine of favoring those power-hungry and corrupt nobles. Rather, he preferred to make a better life for his people. She faintly felt that this surge of strength seemed to be stronger than any previous force. "Ah, let it be," all of a sudden Roland said while rubbing his head. "This is the last page. Will you continue to record tomorrow?" "No, just give it to him like this. Together with the physics teaching material, it should be enough for him to study for a while." His Royal Highness took a new paper and quickly wrote down a few characters on it before he continued. "After all, it is a copy of a book from ancient times, so it should be normal to be missing most of it, right?" Scroll took the paper and saw the name of the book, Intermediate Chemistry, Remnant. After finishing her memorizing task, Scroll left the office and was preparing to go back to the city hall when the magnificent scenery of the back garden attracted her attention. After the completion of the castle wall expansion, the castle's backyard had almost reached the size of the town square. And now, less than a week after, it was already covered by all kinds of plants. There was no doubt that this must be a masterpiece of leaves. Scroll followed the paths formed by 2 rows of olive trees, step by step going towards the depths of the garden. After passing by a row of dense sugar cane, she saw leaves sitting on the shore of a pond. The other side hadn't bound her hair into the braided pigtails she usually wore during the daytime. Instead, today she had draped her head full of green long hair over one shoulder. Her spotless white feet were lightly splashing around within the water. She was holding some wheat grains in her hands, and from time to time, she would throw them towards the fishes swimming around her feet. Unable to stop herself from chuckling out loud whenever one of those fishes approached her and gently brushed against her toes. "Are your feet completely healed?" Scroll asked as she sat next to her. "Oh, it's you, Teacher Scroll." She blinked for a moment in confusion, then nodded happily and said, "Yes, Miss Nana has restored them to their original form. Like this, I finally don't need to endure the pain in my toes during winter." "Are all these plants you planted in the garden your improved versions?" "Well," Leaves said as she began to point happily towards each of them, "over there is the vine shed, here are the fruit trees, and there are the crops. I also asked His Royal Highness to bring me a batch of compost, just so that I could test the absorption quality of the new crops. In addition, there are dozens of birds' nests in the fruit trees, and the messengers honey raised are all sleeping on top of the trees." Scroll lovingly stroked her hair and said, "I thought you would be the first witch of the Witch Alliance to evolve. After all, when we were within the impassable mountain range, the ability you displayed wasn't below that of Kara." His Royal Highness said that the possibility to evolve one's ability comes along with the understanding of our ability. Plant cells do indeed make people feel they are unfathomable, is what I've thought long ago. but now I think that at the root of it they are all the same. You see, a bundle of tiny grass when fused together can change into flexible vines, but if they were different, how could something like that ever be possible? Scroll opened her mouth, but she didn't know whether she should comfort her or agree with her. So finally, she said, "Your ability, even without evolving, can already do so much for His Highness." "I feel that it is not far away from me," Leaves said, shaking her head, while her eyes were filled with bright light. "Animals are living, plants are living, and even several parts of them together are living as well. Birds need trees to build a nest, while their droppings once again bring nourishment to the trees. A forest can provide a living being with everything it needs, while at the same time the forest extends due to the provided moisture of all living things." She paused. "Look at this garden. I think I already found a way to move forward." "Tien, we are still searching for people who want to help with the release, that Witch Wiki, Chapter 307, Death from the Sky." The hot air balloon was flying 2,000 meters above ground, which was something lightning had measured by flying vertically up towards the sky. When she raised her head, it seemed as if the clouds she could see were almost within reach, looking like a loose cotton. However, if she really wanted to touch them, she would still have to fly a few hundred meters or so further up. The whole hot air balloon was painted with blue and white patches, which, from a distance, gave it the exactly same appearance as the sky. Furthermore, they themselves had also put on camouflage clothing. The same was even true for Easterly Wind One. According to His Highness' requirements, it was important that this surprise attack was sudden and came from undercover. Therefore, the First Army had even gotten off the boat before they reached Silver City's pier and walked to the back of the nearby mountain. Under Sylvie's surveillance, the team was able to avoid all eyes, not drawing anybody's attention from beginning to end. After they finished setting up camp, Cloud Gazer slowly took off. They would carry out the bombing mission on the next day. After spending 1 week on the street, today was the beginning of the first month of autumn. Due to the insufficient possibilities to observe from inside the basket, Maggie flew out in front of the balloon like a white shadow, taking over the responsibilities for directing and investigating their route. Even from such a high altitude, after changing into a white-tailed eagle, she was quickly able to identify the roads connecting the towns and the carriages that was traveling on them. At this point, the eagle's eyes were much better than an observation mirror. Fortunately, the other side cannot change the place at which the bomb will drop, Lightning thought. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have anything to do. "Are you tired?" Anna asked, leaning over the side of the basket. "Come in and take a rest. We won't come across any devil here anyway." The little girl shook her head. "At this speed, I can fly the whole day long." "Aren't you a little nervous?" Wendy asked, as she came and leaned over the side. "I'm not," she said, curling her lips. "I have practiced the course of event many times, and the palace is so big, it'll be impossible for me to miss." "Is that so?" Wendy smiled. "Anyway, do not try to be brave. His Highness said that the most important thing is our safety. Also, the incident at the Devil's Town during the investigation mission wasn't your fault." "What Wendy interrupted her in a gentle tone. "Anyone could see that you've been frustrated these last few days, but you weren't too cowardly to fight. Rather, you just haven't gained enough battle experience yet. If it had been me in your place, I definitely couldn't have done any better." Indeed, Nightingale possess reflexes and skills which most of us witches don't have, Anna added in comfort. "You might as well come in and have a rest. The amount of magic you will need to adjust the impact point of the bomb won't be a small amount." Hearing the comforting words coming from the two, Lightning sniffed gently, then bowed her head as she entered the basket. Even before she had landed, Wendy had already wrapped her into her bosom. "No one blames you, so you should also not blame yourself, understand?" "Okay." After flying for an entire morning, Maggie flapped her wings and returned to Cloud Gazer to report to the other three. "The king's city of Greycastle is in front of us. We are almost there. Goo, Lightning immediately flew out of the basket and lifted the lookout mirror, only to see that it was exactly as His Highness had said. King City's city wall was such a grand sight that it was still clearly visible, even from so high up in the sky. It arose from the earth, just like a blue-green colored crooked string as it described the scope of the city. Furthermore, the fingernail-sized white spots in the middle of the gray block seemed especially eye-catching. According to the first plan, they would first drop leaflets all over King's City before releasing Easterly Wind No One. But after going through several test runs, they finally had to accept that there was not any possible way for them to control the direction the papers would fall when releasing it from a height of 2,000 meters. Even if they were to add some extra weight, it still wouldn't work. Trying to reduce their altitude, however, meant they would then easily be discovered. After all, Cloud Gazer's size was just too big. If that was coupled with the stream leaflets dropping from the sky attracting the eyes of the crowd below, it would become very difficult for them to hide. Therefore, His Royal Highness had decided to cancel the leaflet part in the end. Instead, he had shifted the task to Theo so as to inform the public of the news, that they were the ones who had thrown a bomb at the palace. Wendy manipulated the airflow so that the basket came to a halt above King's City. "Everyone ready? Pull up the valve," Lighting said while nodding. Then, she could only hear a loud humming sound as the heavy bomb started moving away from the basket, falling straight down to the ground. As the weight suddenly reduced, the hot air balloon began to fly upwards. Regarding the following step, she had already knew them by heart for a long time. Under the airflow caused from it dropping down, the parachute at the end of Easterly Wind No. 1 opened, and so Lightning could easily catch up with the bomb. She then began correcting its trajectory a little at a time. The witches of the Witch Union weren't unfamiliar with King's City at all. When they'd moved westwards on their journey to the Holy Mountain, they had hidden themselves within the city's slums for several months. One of the reasons for this was to gather food, and another was to attract new blood, during which time Soria and Echo had come to join the Witch Cooperation Association. Although Lightning hadn't experienced it herself, but she had often listened to them speaking about this. Compared to other cities, King's City was very strict in implementing witch hunts. On top of the flight of steps at the outer city's public square, witches would be executed almost every month. As a result, they had stayed there for the shortest amount time, because with every day that passed, they would have to suffer the pain of seeing another sister pass away. Therefore, Lightning had no favorable impression of this bustling capital city. If she could end the rule of the person responsible for it by dropping a bomb on top of their head, she would be glad to do so. If Roland was the one ruling the Kingdom of Greycastle, all those tragedies would never have happened. Isn't that right? She now had the chance to correct this error. Under the whistling sound of the wind, the scene below continued to expand, and soon the details of the palace at the middle of the inner city started becoming clear to Lightning's eyes. Compared to the size of the living places of the commoners, the palace was many times larger. Its main buildings were made up of a dome, a banquet hall, and a tall castle tower. The rest were auxiliary buildings such as stables, barracks, warehouses, and so on. Taking into account the steep walls of the castle, the roof structure was very complex and not very usable for the impact detonator. Thus, His Highness had decided that the Imperial Palace's hall would be the target of the attack. As the height dropped sharply, the parachute quickly reached the point of detachment. Lightning pulled the release mechanism and let the parachute separate from the bomb, then picked it up and quickly began rising towards the sky. Before their departure, Prince Roland had repeatedly told her that she had to rise high enough and reach a safe position before the bomb hit. By no means should she ever turn around or go and take a look at the explosion. But the young girl was still tempted by her curiosity and was unable to restrain the impulse to lower her head, only to see a dazzling flash of light rise from the top of the hall and rapidly expand in all direction. The incandescent light quickly turned into a bright orange red, only to be followed by a rolling cloud of smoke and dust, which slowly faded out. This process lasted only 1 instant before suddenly, an ear-splitting sound of an explosion bombarded her ears, almost making her lose her balance. Lighting really wasn't inexperienced with the booming sound of artillery barrage on a battlefield, but compared to those terrible weapons, which could shoot iron balls, the sound of easterly wind no one's explosion would be 10 times louder. Smoke spurt out of the windows and between the pillars of the palace hall, engulfing the surrounding garden and gallery. Soon, several cracks appeared on the round dome which had been at the center of the impact. Lightning couldn't help but stop and hold her breath as she took in the last moments of the hall. Those countless black cracks wantonly flowed in all directions like ink and instantly covered the entire roof. Then, as the roof was no longer able to support itself, it came crashing down and raised an even stronger cloud of smoke. Under easterly wind no one's amazing might, the palace hall finally collapsed. Chapter 308 Fear. In recent days, Theo had kept in daily contact with Prince Roland. In spite of the many incredible things he had seen during the last year he had worked for His Royal Highness, this new order felt a bit inconceivable and had also left him feeling puzzled. Announced the attack on the Imperial Palace as Roland Wimbledon's punishment on Timothy Wimbledon. At the time the militia which had attacked the Western Territory returned to King's City, he had naturally also heard of the warning that they had brought along with them. However, Theo had merely thought that it was His Highness' bluff, or perhaps a plan to threaten the East and strike the West, getting Timothy to increase the defenses while he sent out troops to attack other cities, just like Garcia had done, going out to loot one of the enemy's cities before the approaching winter. But the following orders sent from Border Town gave him the impression that he'd been mistaken. In fact, it seemed that His Highness really did intend to attack King's City, and had thus asked him to be ready to spread some propaganda. This latest command had made it clear that the attack would be launched on the first day of autumn, at exactly the same time as announced in the warning message. Taking a look at this sentence, the attack on the Imperial Palace could be considered as punishment. In other words, His Highness would forcefully enter the King's City inner city. But how could that be possible? King's City possessed Greycastle's mightiest city walls, with a thickness that could accommodate 2 houses set side by side, which even for His Highness's artillery would be difficult to destroy. Furthermore, with the kingdom's best knights, personal guards, as well as the enlisted militia as defenders, it would be hard to set even one step into the city without already having an army that was more than 10,000 people strong. Even using witches to initiate surprise attacks would have a similar outcome. Within the Imperial Palace, there were as many God's stone of retaliation as there were hairs on an ox. In addition, in the palace's grand hall and in the other parts of the palace, all had giant God's stones of retaliation installed in them. So as soon as a witch set even 1 foot inside the room, she would immediately be stripped of all her powers. This was also the reason why Timothy could hunt and kill witches wantonly, while being fearless of any retaliation, wishing to ever assassinate a member of the royal family was simply an unattainable dream. Furthermore, even if there was a method, it still held some hidden dangers to it. If Timothy Wimbledon really was to die under a witch's hand, most likely the church would be the party to receive the greatest benefit. With only a little bit of guidance, they could start to claim that the 4th prince, a pawn of the devil's minions, would sit on the throne, which would result in all of the other nobles unifying against him. But Theo believed that a person like His Royal Highness already possessed enough intelligence to see hidden dangers such as that. So, in the end, how will His Highness get into and attack the inner city? Sir, what kind of instruction do you have for me to come over? Opening the half-closed door, Hill Fox walked into the living room. "We are waiting for a new order," Theo said, and spread out his hands. "So go and take a seat first." "Yes." Theo could only smile helplessly when he saw the flabbergasted expression on the former member of the acrobatic group. Usually, he would only inform these people when he had received precise orders. But this time, it would be inconvenient for him to inform them of His Highness' mission ahead of time. In case they were unable to launch the attack on the imperial palace, this seemingly absurd instruction could easily reduce the other party's level of trust. But on the contrary, if His Royal Highness was able to be true to his claim, it would become an unprecedented shock to them, which could also greatly enhance the confidence of these people. Especially if they could see with their own eyes that His Highness was able to shake Timothy's throne even from 1,000 miles away, and thus cause a real threat to the throne. Compared to spreading propaganda from mouth to mouth, this kind of action would be several times more effective. So, Theo chose to go with a compromise and called Hill over to the house in the inner city before waiting for His Highness to fulfill his warning. If they were successful, it would naturally be to everyone's delight, but if they failed, he just had to lie and say that the messenger had been delayed during the journey. "Have some tea," Theo offered laughingly. "Don't always show your doubt all over your face. As an intelligence officer, the most important thing is to mask yourself, sir." He took the cup in response. "Oh, by the way, recently there have been much more patrols visible on the streets. Even the guards defending the city wall have been doubled." "Don't tell me. Do these maneuvers have something to do with His Highness' order?" Indeed, Timothy, just half of Theo's words had left his mouth, as a sudden clap of thunder from above rolled over the mansion, a sound that was so loud and clear that the glass in the windows began to tremble. At the same time, the ground also began to faintly shake with distinct tremors for a short duration. As he was caught off guard, Hill's hands began to shake, the teacup fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces. "I'm sorry, sir, but," Hill stuttered, stupefied, "this is what just happened." "Come with me," Theo ordered, wearing an earnest expression. The moment they ran out of the residence and entered the garden, their gazes was immediately attracted to a pillar of black smoke that was rising from the palace. Apparently, that was where the thunder had come from. Theo had experienced when cannons and firearms released their might. He naturally knew that only the alchemist's fine powder could give rise to this sound of heaven's anger. What's more, such a violent tremor was unlike anything that an artillery bombardment could have caused. Instead, it was more like those explosive packages they had originally used to deal with the heavy armored demonic beasts. Hill stood beside him, his mouth opened wide and unable to believe what his eyes were telling him. Could it be that His Highness' declared warning was real? "That's right." Theo was finally able to control his racing heart. He turned, pretending to be profound as he stated, "This is the new order His Highness wants me to give you." Timothy could only look on with an ashen face as the chandelier fell in front of his eyes, and was struck speechless for a long time. "Your Majesty, Keek, are you all right, sire?" The Imperial Prime Minister said coughingly from somewhere from within the dust that had flew up and was filling the whole sky. "What the hell just happened outside?" Timothy didn't answer. He merely felt a terrible pain in his throat. The chandelier just now had fallen on top of a silver-armored knight. At that time, the man had still been in the process of giving a report of the refugees that were enlisting, yet his neck had been broken by the chandelier. If I had gone one step further, I am afraid I would. Thinking until here, all the hair on his back stood up straight. "Is this an earthquake?" the finance minister said, still locked in a panic state. "We have to get out of the castle and reach an open place." "That's right, Your Majesty, it isn't safe here." "Everyone shut up," Timothy shouted. The moment he opened his mouth, however, he discovered that his voice had turned hoarse, becoming difficult to understand, as if he was speaking while pinching his own throat. "Sir Weimar, take me to the basement immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Although he looked a bit nervous, but compared to the performance of several other ministers, he could still be regarded as very calm. He immediately walked over and helped Timothy up. Then they walked together the stairs leading further down. Along the way, the new king saw that the aisle was covered with pieces of shattered glass, and also that the blue dome of heaven behind the damaged windows had ceased to exist. In the midst of the still soaring smoke and dust, only a few pillars from this former magnificent building could still be seen. This wasn't caused by an earthquake, but by an explosion caused by a large amount of snow powder. If I leave the castle now, I would undoubtedly step on my own path of doom. Only God knows where Roland has buried snow powder. I'm only safe behind the thick walls of the basement. Damn it, Timothy thought hateful. How on earth can my brother be in possession of such an alchemic weapon? Could it be, before her departure of clear water, Garcia had given him the formula, so that he could use the snow powder to make both sides suffer? But even then, how was he able to bring the snow powder inside of the palace? Even with the ability of an extraordinary witch, it still wouldn't have been possible. Take some nights along with you and thoroughly search the whole palace, especially the sewers, gardens, and warehouses, anywhere that it would be easy to hide snow powder. Timothy immediately ordered toward Knight Steelheart after reaching the basement. If you find any suspicious character, noble or commoner, immediately arrest them. All attendants and servants who enter or leave the palace should be thoroughly searched. None of them can be spared. As you bid, Your Majesty. After Sir Weimar had left, the new king discovered that his back was now covered in cold sweat. Roland has actually done it, regardless of how he had done it. Since he could hide the snow powder inside the palace this time, does that mean that he can reach the castle as easily as turning his hand the next time he comes? Your position is not as safe as you think. Everyone will see that your throne is already crumbling. Recalling the words of the warning, Timothy could not help but shudder. As his anger gradually subsided, he felt fear come rising from the soles of his feet. Bit by bit it was taking hold of his heart. Chapter 309, The Exploration of Knowledge. On the second day of autumn, Roland finally received a letter from King's City. Since the letter sent came via a flying messenger, it was most likely written by his personal guard Theo. Freeing the paper from the bird's claw, Roland stepped over to the window, using the radiant and enchanting sunshine to carefully read through it. Because the palace was quickly blocked and no one was allowed to enter or leave, I wasn't able to scout out the damage caused by the explosion. But within the evening, almost all of King's City's inhabitants knew of the attack on the palace, whether it be in the pub, the inn, or the city squares. Wherever people gathered, there was only one topic of discussion. Even the death of the former king hadn't caused such a sensational impact. In addition, since you've given a warning beforehand, there are now many people who believe that Timothy has already died from this attack, and they believe you will soon start ruling over King's City from there, becoming the new king of the kingdom of Greycastle. This paragraph allowed Roland to feel thoroughly relieved. There could be no better news for him than to hear that the bombing mission had been successfully carried out, and that the witches would be safely returning soon. He made himself a cup of tea before returning to the side of the mahogany table and continuing to read the letter. However, according to the collected information, at present, there isn't any sign of activity from the several big nobles outside King's City. Furthermore, the royal palace has also responded very quickly, so I speculate that Timothy Wimbledon is still likely to be alive. In addition, there are some people who swear that this attack had come from the sky. In the end, there seems to be some residents who have witnessed an unremarkable colored object drop from the sky, falling with utmost speed unto the imperial palace. Therefore, I have already come up with an initial plan regarding the task you've handed me. If I could actually embellish this matter into heaven's punishment against the fake king, I think that many of the people will believe it to be the truth. Regarding this, the hands under my control are full of enthusiasm. During daytime, they've collected information concerning all of Timothy's tyrannical practices. If this was to be mixed in with the story, it would surely become even more effective. I believe that it won't even be a month before the street rats spread this news to the ears of all of the citizens. In addition, I will continue to closely monitor the movements of the Eastern barracks. But looking at the current situation, Timothy still doesn't seem to have come up with any countermeasures to resist the attack, so it seems that he doesn't have any time to care about anyone else. The letter was again not signed at the end. After reaching its end, Roland folded the letter and put it into the drawer before releasing a deep and long breath. In case easterly wind no one really has stopped Timothy from dispatching troops, the result would already be very good. After all, the large number of drugged people consumed during a fight was indeed too wasteful. The later the other side launched its battle of attrition, the more opportunities Roland could get to win over the population. Roland raised the cup and drank a mouthful of fragrant black tea. For now, the next thing he needed to do was to rest and wait for the witches to return. It was already several days since he had last seen Anna, and there was also nobody who stole any of the dried fish out of the drawer. All in all, this made him feel a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, Carter opened the door to the office. "Your Royal Highness, 2 fleets have arrived at the pier. Has Margaret's Chamber of Commerce finally arrived? Taking into account the time she had spent on the road, she must have missed a good show." "Hold on," Roland stopped for a moment, feeling slightly surprised. "You said there were 2 fleets." "Yes," Carter said laughingly. "You remember the messenger group you had sent to the Southern Territory to recruit staff. A batch of troops has already come back. The number of refugees that they brought along with them is already enough to crowd the pier to its bursting point. Currently, the City Hall is carrying out your plan, and Miss Lily is executing the quarantine operation." "Ah, right, you're talking about the program to eliminate the existence of plagues or similar threats." The chief knight coughed twice. "This group of people number about 400 or 500 people in size." "Do they?" Roland couldn't prevent the corner of his mouth from rising. "It seems as if it was just moments ago when we spoke about the possibility of this matter. But now, it's already started to show results. It seems as if the number of temporary houses Lotus needs to prepare has increased yet again. Let's go and take a look." Kyle Sitchai put down the extremely thin remaining section of the intermediate chemistry while repeatedly muttering, "So that is what it is." "Mentor?" Chavez asked anxiously. Since the time he had received the intermediate chemistry, Kyle had been unable to find any sleep within the last 2 days, almost reading through the whole ancient book overnight. Chavez himself had also taken a few glances at it, but the book's content was too abstruse and much too difficult to understand. "I'm fine." The chief alchemist's voice didn't contain any trace of weariness. Instead, it appeared as if his spirit was trembling with excitement. Even though the corner of his eyes may have contained some dirt, his 2 eyes were still bright and full of fire, and looked nothing like a person who had just gone through a sleepless night. The times when the mentor delved into alchemy, they mustn't be easily disturbed. This was a rule which each disciple need to abide by. So, having waited until now, Chavez finally dared to open his mouth and speak. "This book, this disciple doesn't understand what is an atom and what is an electron. You are already a qualified alchemist, so you mustn't call yourself a disciple. According to His Highness, we are colleagues now." Kyle paused. "As for your question, I do not know how to answer it. In fact, when His Royal Highness Roland gave me the intermediate chemistry, this book was also attached to it." Chavez looked at another book on the table. On the cover was written, "Theoretical Foundations of Natural Science." Sitchai. Mentor, he wasn't accustomed to using such a familiar form of address yet. It looks as if it closely follows alchemy. No, it completely lacks any relation with chemistry. "I also thought the same," Kyle said, while stroking his beard. He sighed, then continued to speak. "However, after reading through a few pages, I discovered that I have actually been totally ignorant of this world. What? Chavez was stunned. Alchemy is the study of the composition of substance, the essence of elements. If they could be considered as knowing nothing about it, then what difference was there between other people and monkeys? I mean the concept behind it. The chief alchemist's voice was full of excitement. And also satisfaction. We think that alchemy is just alchemy, that it is the research of scholarly knowledge. We say to ourselves that the sun rising and falling, and the flowers blooming and fading are things which have no relation to us. Isn't that right? Those who are good at observing the sun and the stars become astrologers. As for the plants, Chavez was slightly disgusted. Only farmers and herbalists would study them. That's why we know nothing at all, Kyle shook his head. From the beginning, this book tried to connect everything together. Whether it be stones, flowers, thunder, or fire, all are made up of the same thing, all follow the same set of rules. Not only does chemistry react according to these rules, even the sun rises and falls, and the flowers bloom and fade according to it. This rule is so precise that as long as the conditions are the same, the result will also always be exactly the same. Chemistry is only a small part of this. How can this be? I also find it hard to imagine. He unfolded the periodic table of elements. In intermediate chemistry, it describes the form of these elements, one big ball surrounded by numerous smaller balls. The big ball decides which kind of element it is, and the number of balls in the outer ring determines the characteristics of the element. And this very list is arranged according to this law. They're as neatly lined up as a parade of soldiers. Now, I also fully understand the meaning of His Highness. Why we can, without ever having seen or come into contact with this element, are still able to deduce its properties and reactions, because even the smallest reaction, like the loss or addition of those small balls, won't involve any changes to the big ball at all. This is also the reason why elements don't disappear during a reaction. They will only ever transform. For a moment, Chavez pondered about what he had heard and then asked, "Do you believe it? These theories are too misty, and they cannot be verified by the eye, so how are the people who wrote the book able to know of it?" "I do not know, so I cannot answer your previous question," Kyle said while showing a smile. "But it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The key is that it provides a perspective I have never imagined before. In the end, it allows me to look at it through another door, and behind that door, there isn't only just chemistry." Speaking until here, his voice came to a stop. Unfortunately, His Royal Highness wasn't able to record everything. Perhaps he was unable to understand it himself, so who knows what he might have missed. Chavez wasn't able to comprehend everything he had heard, just like when he had become an apprentice. When he'd first heard the terms used by alchemists, it had been like hearing people speak in another language. And now, he once again had this feeling. But he wasn't worried. As long as he followed his mentor, he would be able to learn this so-called theory of all living things are interconnected. Compared to the chief alchemist, the thing he lacked the most now was time. After a moment of silence, Chavez asked, "But why did His Highness use different colors for the names of the books?" Showing an expression of surprise, the chief alchemist let out a cry. "Ah." Then he said, "This is something I'd actually ignored. Could it be that he'd casually used them?" But he quickly shook his head. No, if they were colored black and red, it could be the case. But these types of colors are especially difficult to make. It is unlikely to be unintentional. In other words, His Highness deliberately used them. Elementary chemistry was blue. Theoretical foundations of natural science was also blue. Elementary mathematics was green, and intermediated chemistry remnants was written with purple paint. It didn't stand out when you looked at each of them alone, but if placed together, it was particularly eye-catching. Probably for appearance sake, Chavez guessed. Chapter 310, The Purified. Maine stood on top of an arched hillside, overlooking the city ahead of him from a distance. Last time, Wolfshart City's walls had looked far different from what it looked like now. The walls were built with stones from the kingdom of eternal winter, appearing clean and white, just like the teeth of a newborn wolf. However, within just 3 months' time, its appearance had been completely changed. Breakages had been filled with the local black boulders, and the gaps which they couldn't mend in time had been blocked with wooden palisades. The blood-soaked stone had lost its pure white color and turned into a reddish-brown instead. Looking from the distance, the current walls looked rough and seemed to be covered with dirt, like wolf teeth that had experienced years of wind and frost. Compared with its prior appearance, they now looked more like the teeth of a ravening predator, like the time when they were tearing their prey apart, which was the most fearsome sight to humans. The church's army had set up their camp about 25 miles outside of Wolfshart City. In order to prevent the former Queen of Clear Water from raiding the old holy city, they hadn't brought along the same size as last time. The army of judges and the baggage teams were both around 5,000 people, while the God's Punishment army had a total of nearly 800 or so. However, with their secret siege weapon and the Purified, Maine had full confidence that they would be able to clear out this nest of wolves. "Your Excellency, the siege beast is in place and ready to attack." A priest came to the top of the hill to report to him. "What's the status of the Purified who are controlling it?" "They are also prepared to launch." Mayan lifted the observation mirror and looked toward the direction of the siege beast, only to see 2 fearsome steel beasts lying within the farmland 2 miles away from the city walls. Both sides were surrounded with obstruction boards and had a grass-covered roof over them. If you didn't take a careful look, it would be difficult to detect this ferocious weapon with its uncanny shape. Moving his line of sight forward, he saw a lineup of the God's Punishment army. These were the transformed soldiers of the church's most devoted believers, standing straight in the autumn wind, all of them motionless. Only when the enemy fought against them would they really be able to understand just how terrifyingly powerful these extraordinary warriors were. Unfortunately, they couldn't act autonomously and would only act according to the orders issued by the commander during battle. However, the commander has never appeared publicly in the church, and during battle would fight from within the ranks, disguised as a member of the God's Punishment army. So, except for the 3 archbishops and the Pope, there was no one who knew his true identity. "Very good," Maine said as he nodded in satisfaction. "Return to your position and wait for the attack horn to sound." "Yes, Your Excellency." His next task was to meet with the Purifieds that the Pope had sent. When he thought of those 2 witches, he could not help but frown. They were as different as black and white compared to the other witches of the church. Even during the march to fight, they were still carrying on with their own things. If they were one of his own Purifieds, they would already have been punished with a flogging. But the position of these 2 and Archbishop Maine were on equal footing, so he wasn't allowed to direct them. His Holiness had only sent these 2 Purifieds to provide assistance during the battle, not to obey his orders. But he also knew, if he wanted to completely eradicate all of the hidden dangers, he was going to have to depend on their powers. The Archbishop went down the hill and stopped in front of a tent outside the camp. But when he opened the curtain, the bedstraws were unsurprisingly empty. "Zero and Isabella?" he asked the judge standing at the entrance. "The 2 ladies are currently interrogating the captives. They should be at the east side of the camp now," the judge said. "There is a flat, open space there. You can see it immediately when you get there. Or do you want me to go and call them back? If it would be enough to send you to call them, I wouldn't have needed to come here to begin with. But they are playing with the captives again. Aren't they tired of playing?" "No, it's all right. I will look for them myself." He soon found the place the guard had told him of, only to see 2 women stand in the center of a level ground. One of them was leaning forward, her head next to the ears of 3 prisoners whose hands were tied together, and whispering something to them. The expression on her face was gentle but focused, Her white long hair and her robe was dancing in the wind, just like a flawless spirit. The other woman possessed an impressive figure and had a head full of golden curly hair. And from time to time, she would release a sweet-sounding and clear laugh, have the surrounding judges immediately vacate the area. Maine instructed his personal guard to send instruction to the presiding judge. The same is true for the people responsible for looking after the captives. Tell them that there is no more need for them to look after them. As you bid. At this moment, the blonde witch also noted their arrival. She informed her partner and quickly walked over. "Your Excellency," the blonde witch said while giving a slight bow, "why did you drive the audience away? The trial was just about to begin." "Miss Isabella," he nodded back, "the all-out attack on Wolfshart City is about to begin, so interrogating the prisoners has become meaningless now. Furthermore, these people can't tell us more than the other spies we've caught along the way, and that was only a pathetic amount of news. If possible, I hope you and Zero can immediately rush over to the front line." "Don't worry, since we are already here, we couldn't let such an important enemy just walk away," Isabella said, while spreading out her hands. "As for the trial, there is nothing I can do to stop her. How about you can just act as the audience? It won't take them that long anyway." "The same as before." "Well, the rules will be basically the same," she laughed. "Zero really likes this kind of game. If it's like that, then quickly get started." Damn it. Even though Maine's face became expressionless, inwardly he was burning with anger. Speaking of this judgment game, it would be more appropriate to look at it as a cat playing with a mouse. The captives had to escape a predefined range or defeat the witch. Only by doing this could they obtain a slim chance of survival. And this chance to live was extremely slim, but the bait was still good enough to lure out the mouse. It already seemed difficult to achieve, but in fact, it was something they would never be able to reach. The reason for scattering the judges who were responsible for safeguarding and monitoring the purifieds was that the upcoming process couldn't be considered as entirely fair or just. The other's action wasn't in accordance with the behavior of purified, so seeing this, he was afraid that it might waver their faith in the church. "Just wait until I take over the position of the Pope. At that time, I will have to teach them the importance of obediently following orders." At this moment, Zero had already freed the prisoners from the ropes and spread out her hands to show that she wasn't wearing any weapon on her body. While in front of the prisoners, there laid a sword, a machete, and a light crossbow. "Come on, fight or run, just follow your hearts," Zero said with a gentle tone. "Only God can issue a ruling." One of them clenched his teeth, then suddenly picked up the crossbow from the ground and directly shot an arrow at the purified, not even looking whether he had hit. His other hand had already taken hold of the sword as he tried to seize the opportunity to rush forward and chop out horizontally. This whole set of actions were executed in one smooth movement, clearly a skill that was impossible for militia. However, the captive cut through nothing but empty air. The purified had simply taken 2 steps back and easily avoided the surprise attack. When the captive came to a stop and raised his head, he couldn't suppress a short flicker of surprise when he saw that the other was holding the arrow with her teeth, as if she was chewing on a harmless branch. Zero spit out the arrow, waved at the captive, and with a smile she said, "Please carry on." The captive stared blankly at her, his hands trembling slightly. Maine could see that all the courage he'd gathered with such difficulty had already left him again. Even if the fight were to continue, it would only last for one more exchange. Sure enough, after hesitating for a moment, the captive raised his head and roared like a wild boar. Then raised his sword and darted toward the unarmed woman. But this attempt was too stiff. Even with closed eyes, Maine could guess at the result. Just within his half, a lunar cycle long contact with Zero, Maine had already become aware that her powers were almost limitless. Even though she wasn't an extraordinary, she still possessed innate battle skills not inferior to them. These skills weren't in her supernatural strength or resistance, but rather in her extremely skillful technique. Even if she couldn't use any magic, she was still a dreadful enough soldier. The witch moved her body slightly to the side, easily avoiding the opponent's hack. Then, her pair of seemingly fragile hands clamped the prisoner's head, and using his forward momentum, she softly moved it. This slight flick only released a light cracking sound, but as if the other side had suddenly lost all the bones in his body, he immediately became limp and fell to the ground. She turned her head and looked to the two remaining captives, then said, "Now, it's your turn." Chapter 311, War of Mortals, Part 1. Seeing this scene, one of the other prisoners turned and ran away, which caused Zero to look somewhat disappointed. She turned into a ray of light and entered the fleeing captive's body, who immediately stopped his steps. The captive's eyes turned white, and his body began to undergo strange changes. This wasn't Maine's first time seeing such a scene, but no matter how often he saw it, he couldn't prevent a chill from arising within his heart. A dim ray of light burst out from within the captive's body, and his body began to twist and deform, until finally changed into the very appearance of the purified who had entered him. He knew that this wasn't a simple act of replacing and slaughtering. But what exactly happened during this transformation process? Maine was afraid that only the Pope or the people involved could fully understand. Zero took a deep breath and went back to the last prisoner. He was the youngest of 3 captured spies, probably only 14 to 15 years old. His young and inexperienced eyes were filled with shock and fear, unable to accept what had happened just now. "Now you're the only one left," she whispered. "Air." Hearing these words, the trembling boy who had originally wanted to pick up the machete froze in shock and started to stammer, "How? God told me everything. Actually, you were merely a farmer's child living in the outskirts. But because of the Wolf King's order, you and the other village people were forced to move into the city and became responsible for repairing the city walls, creating the military supplies, transporting the army's provision, and so on. In other words, forced labor. Instead of letting you go because of your young age, they rather decided to recruit you into the investigation troops. In reality, they've planned for you to emerge and perish on your own." She reached out and touched his cheeks. "The best evidence for this is that, at the time you sent back the intelligence about the large military operation of the church, the captain of the guards didn't even let you enter the camp. Instead, after listening to your report, he immediately sent you back to us, right?" Air opened his mouth, but couldn't find any words. "Of course, they couldn't let you enter because your family had already ceased to exist. Your parents were accepted, while your brother was the same as you, merely consumables for the Wolf King. So, if you were allowed to return, wouldn't it make all the other scouts know about it?" Zero said. "Your father fell to his death while trying to fill a gap in the wall. Your mother, trying to find the workplace overseer, had to suffer punishment with a whip and is now on the verge of death. In a world where God doesn't examine everything, evil always wantonly flows around like sewage. Are you sure you really want to fight for such a ruler?" The young boy stared with wide eyes at her, unable to mask his sorrow. "This is impossible. You're lying to me." "God never lies," the purified shook her head. "And in the bottom of your heart, you know that I'm telling the truth. The root of all this evil is the nobility. They never regarded you as one of their own kind. They merely see you as livestock. What the church is trying to do is to put an end to all this evil and injustice. They want to build a new world under the care and watchful eyes of God." With a plopping sound, Air sank to his knees, lowered his head, and began to cry bitterly. "What should I do?" "Follow your heart. Only God can issue the ruling." He choked with sobs and said, "I was wrong. I am willing to tell you everything I know. I will do anything I can to save my mother." "Such a clever child." Zero patted his head, then took out a plant with slender leaves from her pocket and held it in front of him. "Eat this, and you will have a good sleep. It will also help you stabilize your mood." She tore off half a leaf, put it into her mouth, and began to chew before saying, "Just like me. Wait until tomorrow. After breaking through the walls of Wolfshart City, you might be able to see your mother again." Maine puckered his brows. The peacefully sleeping bracken was something used in the making of dream water. It didn't show any effect on witches. But when taken by ordinary people, it was a very severe poison, which required that they intake the winter flower to neutralize its toxicity. Sure enough, after eating it, it didn't take long until the prisoner's face turned ashen. He forcefully gripped his throat and looked with an expression of absolute disbelief at the smiling purified, only able to release some incomprehensible "awk-awk" sounds. His own fingernails quickly tore open his skin and blood vessels before the blood that came splashing out dyed his neck bright red. His painful struggle continued for half an hour until his body gradually turned limp and he finally stopped breathing. "It's such a pity that God didn't forgive your sins," Zero said while smiling. Then she walked over toward the Archbishop and bowed in greeting. "Your Excellency, how do you feel about the trial? Did it have the same elegant manner of excellency, Heather? Why must you deceive him into eating the peacefully sleeping bracken?" Mayan asked with a heavy tone. "If it had been Heather, we could have added one devout believer to our ranks, rather than making him kill himself while thinking he is moving back on the right path. If the situation of the captive's loved ones were like I had said, I would naturally have recruited him as a believer. But unfortunately, I do not know what really happened to his parents. Those words of mine were nothing more than me talking nonsense," she said in a carefree voice while shrugging. "The moment he discovers that my words were all lies, he would obviously turn against the church. Believe me, I serve the church wholeheartedly." "If you served the church wholeheartedly, you would have properly waited for my orders in the tent," Maine thought while impatiently turning his head and stating, "The attack will begin soon. You must immediately prepare yourself and move according to the plan. The Wolf King and the Queen of Clear Water must die, Your Excellency," the purified said. "If it was me alone, I might not have been able to do it. But since even Isabella has come with me, they absolutely won't be able to run away." Woo-woo, the bugle horn's trumpet, which was the signal to attack, rolled across the horizon. Under the pressuring dark clouds, and in the middle of the rustling autumn wind, it raised the curtain to the second act of the siege against Wolfshart City. 1 mile away, the frame of the siege beast that launched the spears gave out rays of magical light. The moment the light was as bright as the sun, the iron spear suddenly burst straight toward the walls. Flying as though it had been thrown by a giant's hand, it reached a speed that made it difficult to sight, and a moment later was followed by an ear-splitting roar. After crossing such a long distance, the spear had hardly lost any of its might. The moment it hit the wall, it crushed the stone into powder. Even the house-sized boulders were easily pulverized, and the soldiers standing behind the wall were coincidentally also shot dead. After merely 3 rounds of fire, the city gate was completely smashed, and the surrounding walls utterly broken. Even though the firing rate of the Devil's siege weapon was equivalent to an ordinary catapult, its range was several times further. Against this kind of offensive, it was absolutely impossible for the garrison force to try and strike back. Unable to see the trajectory of the launch, they weren't even able to determine where the next attack would be hitting. The church's army hadn't moved, yet the defensive line was already in imminent danger. Just then, a world-shaking loud boom suddenly sounded behind the wall. Seeing a massive fireball soar into the sky, the people on the battlefield all felt the earth starting to shake beneath their feet. Then, accompanied by black smoke and fire, the wall collapsed with a loud rumble, finally creating an opening in this mottled wolf's tooth. The sharp horns sounded again. The mixed forces composed of the army of judges and God's punishment army initiated their charge against the city wall. Looking at it from afar, they looked like a flowing reddish-gold ocean, mercilessly swallowing everyone who even dared to stand against it. Now Wolfshart's defenders would have to rely on their own flesh and blood in order to withstand these soldiers who stood apart from the mortal world. Chapter 312, War of Mortals, Part 2. Mortals cannot defeat the devils, Isabella thought to herself. Therefore the church created the gods' punishment army. They possess considerable strength, feel no pain, and know no fear, making them the best weapon against the devils. Although they don't possess the ability to act on their own, that isn't necessarily a disadvantage in battles between armies. Against such a powerful force, a garrison of mortals naturally would never be able to resist. Especially after losing the backing of their city wall, seeking to beat the church's elite force in a melee fight is nothing less than a wishful dream. Like a powerful golden current, the army of judges dashed through the main gate of Wolfshart City's wall, entering hand-to-hand combat against all of the assembled defenders. The red-colored gods' punishment army looked as if they were walking on level ground as they climbed over the collapsed city wall and started to massacre those who attempted to stop the flood of enemies. "Do you want to go and help them?" Isabella asked after turning towards Zero. The latter yawned and then said uninterested, "No, my magic is limited, so I have to save it for the important targets." "You could just use the sword, hammer, or crossbow to fight Isabella said, feeling displeased. "No matter what, they wouldn't be able to beat you." Zero shook her head. "If I go, they will easily win. If I don't go, they will still easily win. There is no point in doing it, so I don't want to." "All right," she changed the subject. "Why did you do that before?" "Why?" "While you were playing with the prisoners, the bishop's face was stiff for the whole time," said Isabella. "It seems that he doesn't appreciate your kind of trial. And also, he is the most likely candidate to be the next pope. When that time comes, you might suffer a lot." "The reason why Excellency Maine becomes angry is only because he hasn't become the pope yet," Zero said carelessly. "When he goes into the library at the top of the pivotal secret temple, he will come to understand that my way of handling things is exactly the way in which to please God." "What way of handling?" "Playing with The purified ran her hands through her hair to tidy the mess created by the wind. "God has never descended on the world. He also doesn't protect his people. Only by having a single illusory objective can we guarantee to take over when someone else fails to reach it, in hopes of receiving his favor. Doesn't this concept resemble the trial I just held? I at least provided him with a real objective, something that God never will. It isn't even guaranteed that his objective is realistic, or whether everything is our own crazy raving. Yet even with so much uncertainty, we still dash onward with no thought to our personal safety. Tusk, it is truly the most thorough play." "What's this woman talking about? Why can't I understand one word?" Isabella knitted her brows and asked confused, "Have you ever been to the library?" "No," she shrugged her shoulders. "These were words His Holiness O'Brien had said to me. He isn't a witch, and his lifespan is already approaching its end. I heard that when mortals reach their end, they will start to reminisce on their life and will always hope to find someone to talk to about it. He even wants to let me swallow him before his death." "You can't." "Of course I mustn't. That would make Excellency Maine furious," Zero interrupted. "Rest assured, I know what I'm allowed to do and what not." A mysterious smile played around her lips. "There is another possibility. What will happen if I lose? Can't I then offer up my body as a present to him?" "I don't think so. If you lose, chances are that nothing is going to happen." Isabella sighed. This woman is a strange one, probably because of her ability. After swallowing so many people, it's very hard for her to find something she hadn't experienced yet, which leads to her seldom being interested in anything, and instead is simply doing everything for the sake of pleasure. Furthermore, only an unusual pleasure will suffice. Isabella moved her line of sight back to the battlefield. A group of desperados suddenly appeared from the gaps in the city wall and started charging into the ranks of the gods' punishment army. Most of them came to a screaming end at the end of a spear, but there were still a few who managed to slip through the net. The sound of explosions began to rise, followed by smoke rising to cover all of the gaps within the wall. This should be the new alchemy weapon which started to appear during the last siege, she thought. It seems quite powerful, thus it would be a good choice to use it against the demonic beasts. But using it, in an attempt to deal with the God's punishment army, is just a quick way to commit suicide. If it weren't for those pills, they would never even have dared to approach the soldiers of the God's punishment army. On the other side, the mighty current of the golden ocean slowed as raging flames suddenly emerged on the path through the city gate, isolating the soldiers who had already entered the city from the judges still standing in front. Some people who were caught by the flames desperately started to roll over the ground to try and extinguish the flames, but it was to no avail. The amount of the God Stone of Retaliation has increased exponentially behind the gates. There are even 2 high-quality stones present. It seems as if someone important has come. Isabella opened her mouth. That being the case, let's go and end it, Zero said, and leisurely stretched her waist. But those 2 are neither the Wolf King nor the Queen of Clear Water, Isabella informed while glancing at the city. The most intense reaction is still inside the castle. Are you sure you want to go? Isn't the army in trouble? Winning easily and winning miserably isn't the same. I still have to help His Holiness O'Brien reduce the losses. Zero tilted her head and continued in an earnest tone. Just like I said before, I serve the church wholeheartedly. It was already afternoon when Wolfshart City's defensive line finally broke under the siege warfare. After the soldier of the God's punishment army got control over the city gate, the army of judges began to chase the enemy's soldiers through the streets to clear up all the resistance. The targets have started to move, Isabella said, after looking toward the direction of the castle. It seems they intend to go to the river dock. Those 2 people who had come to organize the resistance at the wall and city gates were the Wolf King's sons, and now, through the information she gathered after swallowing both of them, Zero further confirmed that the 2 moving God's stones of retaliation, with the highest reaction, were indeed the primary targets of this mission. In addition, they had also taken care of a fallen witch who looked and dressed as if she was of a different tribe. After the death of the witch, the militia forces who dared to go against the God's punishment army suddenly reduced by a lot. They probably want to leave by ship, Zero said, with a blooming smile. Let's go and complete the mission given to us by His Holiness. The action of the other side made it clear that they were very cautious. On their way toward the docks, they changed routes several times, and when they finally arrived at the pier, they didn't board one of those huge ships with black sails, but instead chose the small sloop of a merchant. But no matter how hard they tried to cover their whereabouts, in front of the constantly monitoring Isabella, their movements were immediately exposed. The moment the Wolf King and the Queen of Clear Water boarded the deck of the ship, 2 people came over from the other side of the pier. There were 20 additional soldiers on top of the ship. Most of them were personal guards. When they saw the 2 appear, they immediately knew that something was amiss without even needing to think about it. Thus everyone drew their weapon and jumped off the vessel, throwing themselves straight at the purifieds. It was once more time for Zero to display her superior fighting skills. She was empty-handed as she seized the sword of a personal guard and drew everyone in to start fighting against her. With every sword stroke, she made an enemy collapse, her footsteps lithe and quick, with only a few people able to anticipate her next move. Whether it was a poke, strike, chop, or block, Zero always used the appropriate amount of strength and the trickiest angle to strike. And soon, more than a dozen personal guards were lying on the ground, everyone having been killed by one sword. The Wolf King pulled out the sword at his waist, ready to throw himself into a desperate fight. "Isabella," Zero cried. "I know, The latter immediately launched her ability, forming a circle of light that was only visible to the magic eye. Within Isabella's field of vision, the lightless domains formed by the god's stone of retaliation appeared. Each of them was trembling at a different frequency, like ripples on the surface of water. She controlled her field until it trembled at the same frequency, then connected it with the domain of the god's stone of retaliation. Both sides of ripples immediately canceled each other out, leading to the domain becoming level and smooth. At that moment, Zero immediately turned into a beam of light and drilled herself into the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King began to twist before changing into the form of the purified. After seeing this, the Queen of Clear Water revealed an incredulous look. How can this be possible? Why are you able to use your power around the god's stones of retaliation? Because the god's stones of retaliation isn't what you believe, Isabella said, while still smoothing out the ripples of her opponent's domain. But there isn't really a reason for you to know this, because your end has come. The moment her voice had fallen, Zero threw herself directly at Garcia. Chapter 313, The Battle of the Soul. She hadn't felt such a warm sunshine in a long time. Garcia stood in the garden and took in a deep breath, inhaling the smell of rosemary coming along the breeze. This was no longer the kingdom of eternal winter. Besides the forever frozen soil and the non-aromatic winter flower, that country in the extreme north really had nothing to offer. Within that castle's backyard, lumps of meat and pig guts would always be hung out to dry in the open air, making it impossible to get rid of the awful smell. This place was also not the port of clear water, with its familiar taste of salt and its moist air, where if she closed her eyes, she could hear waves breaking over the beach. This is the palace of Greycastle, she thought. But its appearance was somewhat different from what she remembered. Garcia sat down at the central flowered pond, gently caressing the slightly rough rocks back in her childhood. While playing hide-and-seek, she had fallen to the ground and fiercely hit her head against the stones on the side of the flower pond. Since then, her father had ordered for all the stones to be broken into small pebbles. As a result, it was then impossible to hurt oneself when stumbling, but it had also become impossible to hide oneself behind them. At that time, she remembered that besides herself, Gerald and Timothy had also been present. Seeing their younger sister fall down, both of them had become very frightened. To coax her to stop her sobbing, one by one they'd made themselves fall and deliberately knocked their head against the stones at the side of the pond. Of course, afterward, they were ruthlessly beaten up by their father. It was a period in her life that Garcia thought she would never recall again. It was like a secret hidden beneath a tree, deeply buried in the earth. But now that she's returned to this familiar place, she discovered that the scenery hasn't faded in the slightest. After digging it out of the earth, it still appeared just as vivid and lifelike as in the past. It seemed as if everything has returned back to the time in her childhood. As it turns out, this is your world. An unknown voice sounded from behind her. As a resting place, it's a pretty good choice. Garcia turned around and saw a woman dressed in white coming from the direction of the flowered pond. She had a pair of light red eyes and long, snow-white hair. Her facial features were so delicate that they seemed to have been carved, and her voice was ethereal and melodious. All in all, she was like a god who had fallen into the mortal world. The face of the Queen of Clear Water completely darkened as she stated, "You are the church's witch." "My name is Zero. The word witch doesn't suit me," she laughed. "I'm called a purified. My blood and that of those fallen is entirely different." "A purified? That's just the term the church uses for the toys they've raised," Garcia said coldly. "What kind of trick is this scenery? Does your ability allows you to create illusions?" She suddenly picked up a stone and squeezed it in her hand. "It's just an illusion. None of this will fool me." The Queen's cry traveled far, but the scenery remained entirely unaffected. When she opened her hand, she saw that the stone in her hand wasn't crushed. Instead, Her skin was cut by its hard edges and corners. The pain bursting from the wound seemed clear and real. It appears that you aren't completely unaware of witch abilities. That makes things much easier. Zero grasped the hem of her skirt and gave a slight bow. Welcome to the world of consciousness. I call this place the battlefield of souls. It is here where we will carry out our fight. The winner gets everything, the loser loses all, just as God proclaims in the Holy Book. Souls, battlefield. Garcia stared blankly, trying to digest what she had just heard when she suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from her lung. She didn't know from where the pike had come, but somehow Zero had directly thrust it into her chest. Her breathing immediately turned heavy. When she tried to open her mouth and shout, not even the smallest of sounds came out. Meanwhile, Zero turned the pike around and fiercely pulled it back. Blood came spraying out of the wound, soon covering half of her body. Garcia sank to her knees, trembling as she tried to cover her wounds. But due to the enormous blood loss, her consciousness had already begun to blur. The next moment, she found herself standing at her former place in perfect condition. The shadows standing a few meters away from her, as she had never left her place to begin with. What happened? Garcia opened her mouth wide, taking in a deep breath, an illusion. Her hands were still fiercely pressing against her chest, and she could still feel an aching pain at the place the wound from a moment ago had been. Lowering her head, she saw a large spray of blood scattered around her feet. This is the basic rule. One's consciousness isn't immortal, Zero explained, spreading out her hands. The pain of every death will feel real to you. It will slowly consume your mental and physical strength. And when this sense exceeds your limits, it will be time for your eternal rest. Every time you die, your body will return to its original state. An average person can withstand at most 3 to 4 times, of course. I have also seen a lot of determined individuals who managed to go through 7, 8, or even more deaths. She explained gently. Although I am looking forward to your performance, I can also understand if you give up. After all, the feeling of continuous death is an unbearable suffering. At this point, choosing to escape isn't a cowardly behavior, especially when the outcome has already been decided. Finished speaking with the dropped pike in her hand and a great sword on her back, she leaped forward and tried splitting Garcia apart. The latter stared with wide-open eyes. She is wearing a white gown. There is no way for her to hide such a huge weapon. All these weapons are coming out of thin air. Suddenly the other's words reappeared in her mind. This is your world. I call it the battlefield of souls. One's consciousness isn't immortal. Everything is real to you. The great sword chopped down, but instead of cutting the former queen of clear water in two, it slammed against a huge iron shield. Confronted with the huge, unexpected rebound, Zero lost her grip on the sword as it flew into the air. At the same time, her body was also forced a few steps back. Garcia, because of the great strength she'd used to deflect the heavy blow, fell to the ground. The end is already destined. She ground her teeth and sneered. Previously you said this is my world, didn't you? The moment the words fell, she popped up, and a crossbow suddenly appeared in her hand, immediately releasing the arrow at Zero. Simultaneously, a crucifix raised up behind her and firmly trapped her body. In a flash, the crossbow arrow drilled into the abdomen of the purified, immediately causing a suffering expression to appear on her face. After gasping twice, Zero opened her mouth. That surprised me. Cough, cough, as an ordinary person. Just accepting this is already very hard, not to mention using your own consciousness to retaliate. You just proved why the Queen of Clear Water is able to cause Maine so many headaches. Thank you very much for your praise, Garcia said, while picking up the spear that had fallen on the ground. If it weren't for you talking too much, I would never have been able to comprehend the wonders of the world of consciousness so quickly. Now, should I put some more holes in you? Zero laughed challengingly. For now, I'll let you do as you like. When Garcia stabbed her for the 10th time, the purified finally died. She had deliberately avoided piercing any of the fatal points, slowly moving from the hands and feet toward the abdomen. At first, the purified had cried out miserably, but later on her voice had gradually started to break. Next, that animal should be restored to her original state, right? However, this is the Palace of Greycastle. It's my home ground. Since it is possible to change the environment and objects at will, I cannot lose. Sure enough, the body of the purified flashed in a white light. In the blink of an eye, all of her wounds had disappeared, and Zero once again opened her light red eyes. Garcia lifted the pike, readying to send her to her death once again, but suddenly everything changed. The hands bound to the crucifix easily broke the rope, kicked against the pike, then instantly appeared at Garcia's side and delivered a strike with her raised hand. Before Garcia could respond, she had already lost sense of her body. With a loud bang, the headless body collapsed, yet the other's hands were still empty. How can this be? After her restoration, the Queen of Clear Water clutched her neck and took 2 steps back and felt somewhat uncertain. Just now, did she use her empty hands to cut off my neck? Seeing the broken hemp rope and the blood on her hands, it became apparent that the previous scene hadn't been an illusion. If you couldn't understand the nature of the world of consciousness, how could I get a real fight? Zero smiled and said, "You seem very puzzled about how I got my hands out of the thick rope. Isn't that right? In fact, this isn't so difficult to understand. The winner gets everything, the loser loses all. Among those people whom I've swallowed, there is a class of witches who are unusually powerful. Their might is boundless, their body is nimble, and they don't need to fear the effect of the god's stone of retaliation. You might not know of them, but the church has a particular term for them, extraordinary." She opened her hands. "It is impossible to beat me by only using common methods. If you want to survive, you will have to double your effort. Now, it's my turn. TN. Many thanks to Zacarato for creating the full list of characters. Chapter 314, Annihilation. It was Garcia's first time experiencing the horror of an extraordinary. The weapon in her hand was obviously only an ordinary one-handed sword, but the burst of pressure from her every move seemed to absorb parts of her soul. Each blow that came raining down on her shield was as heavy as a strike from a two-handed sword. 2 or 3 blows later, Garcia could no longer even lift her arm and was hit on her chin by an upwards moving strike. After her restoration, the Queen of Clear Water thoroughly abandoned defense, and before she could second-guess herself, a ballista had already appeared in front of her body. She pulled the trigger. It wasn't an iron spear that she released, but several jars of black water. Reacting instinctively, Zero cut the jars apart, only to get showered in the black water. When the pieces of fire crystal hidden inside the jars came in contact with the air, they quickly began burning and turned the whole area into a pillar of fire. However, it was still not guaranteed that this would work. After all, Zero could still use her speed, which far surpassed everything an ordinary person could ever achieve to move around the flower pond, while the ballista couldn't even turn around. Thus, Garcia had no other alternative than to rely on raising the stone walls embedded with spears to restrict the purified's movement. In addition, she turned the flower pots surrounding the pond into explosives by filling them with snow powder, and hid several pits into the ground, setting up a formation of deathly traps. After killing the other side several times like this, Garcia discovered that her breathing gradually became heavy. Beads of sweat started running down her forehead, and waves of dizziness started to attack her mind, leaving her almost unable to keep standing upright. "Well done," the once again reborn purified said. She wasn't taking advantage of Garcia's weakened state and was instead clapping her hands. "That you are able to do all this far surpasses my expectations. However, there is something I forgot to tell you. Even though you can use your consciousness to change the environment and venue in this world, it will consume a much larger amount of energy than creating completely new things. The amount is even similar to one's restoration. You should already be feeling the weakness and exhaustion taking over your body. Maybe after your next death, you will already fall into an eternal sleep. Ah, that's still better than getting one's neck cut off, Garcia panted heavily. But you seem to forget the screams you made when being burned by the evil fire. I do not think you'll be able to hold on any longer than me. After a moment of silence, Zero said, "Ever since I've become a purified, the church has given me a lot of support to improve my abilities, from increasing my knowledge to teaching me fighting skill, to feeding me with judges to improve my ability." Those judges, even knowing that they would be sacrificing themselves, were still glad to enter the battlefield of souls. Here, in the world of conscious, they honed my skills in life and death struggles, reassuring me that they accept their death before transmitting all of their insight and experiences to me. Garcia did not interrupt her words. Even if the other was stalling for time, she also needed a break. I have swallowed up an extraordinary, and her strength was impressive. I nearly lost a battle of souls, but in the end, I relied on the devil's weapons to prevail over her, and then got everything from her. Due to the different characteristics of magic, I can't actually turn into an extraordinary or use the abilities of the witches I swallow. However, here in the world of consciousness, these differences don't matter to me. In the last 200 years, I can't even remember the number of people I have swallowed, but there have only ever been a few individuals who could threaten me. All their pain, happiness, sadness, and delights they've had in their life became part of my own personal experience. She paused, including their death. "What exactly do you want to tell me?" Garcia cautiously asked. "The difference between you and me," replied Zero calmly. "The assimilation of so many souls has made my will matchless. In case you want to know the number of death I can survive, I think I can bear at least hundreds of death by now. In that case, I will have to help you to verify it." She scoffed, but inwardly her heart sunk. When looking at her demeanor, it doesn't seem that she is merely bluffing. From the time at the pier, where she cleanly and easily killed all their personal guards, it could be seen that this purified possessed fighting skills that went beyond her age. If that's the case, I need to use even more powerful weapons. Quickly, what can I think of that can easily kill even an experienced super witch? The Battle of Souls isn't a contest to decide who has the greater imagination, Zero said, as if she already seen through her. You cannot make yourself impervious to sword and spear without foundation, nor can you summon the weapons which destroyed heaven and earth from the legends of ancient times. Things you cannot understand you also cannot create. What we have seen and understood is the key to success. Then, I'll just cover the whole garden with strong snow powder. Even you will be unable to avoid it, Garcia declared coldly. Even if I die, at least I will drag you down with me. Even if killing me doesn't have the least bit of importance. The purified looked at her with eyes full of pity. In that case, let me show you the real power of the church. Suddenly, a red light appeared behind Zero and condensed into a ferocious-looking war chariot. Its shape had such extreme dimensions that it immediately crashed against the walls of the garden. To Garcia, the two sharp metal spears at the top of its head looked like the report given by one of the Wolf King's personal guards, a kind of never-before-seen ballista, which was attacking the walls. Both its range or power are at unprecedented levels. Don't tell me that this monster in front of me is what the guard has been speaking about. Then she heard a loud hum. The thick and solid spear directly broke through the layer upon layers of barriers Garcia had set up, not even bothering to spend any power to tear her in half, as she was immediately sent flying backward. As she flew, she could see her own organs and blood being left behind. In unbroken succession, the war chariot continued to shoot those spears. Thus soon after being restored, she again suffered the same death. She didn't even have enough time to create the snow powder and take the enemy down with her. Under the constant pain, Her consciousness gradually became blurred. The earth began to shake. Cracks appeared in the sky, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the garden burst into a blazing fire. A strong will can only delay defeat. It cannot change the outcome. Close your eyes now, Zero said. You've held it for long enough. Rest in peace. The moment her voice fell, the whole world broke apart. Is it over? Isabella curled her lips. Shouldn't it be done in an instant? You've already changed back into your original appearance, but for quite a while now, you haven't said a word. I thought you really failed this time. I found some fascinating things in her memory. Zero opened her eyes. This way of thinking makes me sigh. Oh, there are still things which can make you sigh, Isabella said carelessly. That kind of strange alchemy powder should be something you have found out, right? Well, the alchemist called it strong snow powder, and the composition is quite simple. All the needed components are the most common things in the workshop. If it's like that, then let us go back to the holy city to report. We have already fulfilled all the orders given by His Holiness O'Brien, she spat out. This battle will continue for at least 3 to 4 days, but now without a leader or witch to guide them, those remnants won't count as a threat to the gods' punishment army. Let's go, Zero nodded. Hold on, Isabella shouted for her to stop. What happened? Was it an illusion? Obviously, there's no change in her appearance from before. But why do I feel that the look from her light red eyes has become somewhat different? Isabella carefully studied her counterpart, but then shook her head. No, it's nothing. I guess I'm just overthinking things. Chapter 315, Celebration Feast. A grand celebration banquet was being held in the main hall of Border Town's castle. In addition to the witches, the high-ranking staff in City Hall and the First Army all fully attended this feast. There were the nobles Barav Mons and Carter Lannies, and also Iron Axe and Kyle Sitch, who were from a civilian background. Especially for the latter, Roland had to spend a lot of effort to persuade him to come out of the laboratory and attend this, according to him, meaningless banquet. To include his subjects in this joyful event, besides giving a public speech, he'd also ordered the kitchen staff to bake a large amount of white bread by using the leftover refined starch from manufacturing explosives, and distribute the bread to all of the townspeople. As long as they were in possession of an identification card, they could get a limited amount of delicious food at the city hall. Even while the First Army was on their way home, most of the town's inhabitants had already learned of their victory in battle. Of course, they may not necessarily understand the purpose and significance of the expedition, but as long as there was free bread, it counted as a day of celebrate for them. This was also Roland's first time imitating those lofty banquets hosted in King City. There was no barbecue and no large pieces of stewed meat. All the food was cut into small pieces and splendidly arranged on spotlessly white plates. At the edge of the table stood several basins that contained all kinds of seasonings, so that they could flavor their food according to their own taste, similar to the buffets of later generations. "Welcome back," Roland said, carrying 2 glasses of wine to Anna. "The journey must have been hard for you." "You already said that at the pier." Anna took 1 glass, and my answer is still the same. It wasn't hard. When their glasses faintly touched each other, her eyes were filled with a sweet smile. Seeing this, Roland had to struggle to resist the impulse to embrace her on the spot. Instead, he went on and exchanged a celebration cup with the other witches. "What about me?" Lightning shouted. "You'll also get your share," Roland said, calling over a waiter from whom he then took a glass of cider for her. "Work hard." "I demand to drink white." The little girl looked at him with big eyes. After thinking about it, Roland finally decided to fulfill her wish. After all, this kid's curiosity had always been quite high, so if he refused her all the time, maybe she would learn from Nightingale and sneak into the kitchen. But she'd be stealing wine instead. All right, but only 1 drink. Yeah. When Roland handed her a weak white wine mixed with ice and grape juice, she suddenly approached and gave him a kiss on his cheek. "Keek," Is this the custom from the fjords? Sure, Lightning nodded seriously. That's what my father told me. Because it wasn't the first time they saw it, the other witches of the Witch Alliance didn't feel that it was too strange. However, Sylvie's eyes became round from shock before throwing an accusatory glance at Roland, and saw he was moving along while wearing an awkward expression. Does there really exist such a custom of kissing the head when celebrating heroic deed in the fjords? Then it was time to exchange a toast with the ministers. When it came to the chief alchemist's turn, the man leaned over and whispered, "Your Highness, since you gave me the intermediate chemistry, I have already read it twice, but there are still a lot of things that I can't understand. If you're talking about that subatomic constitution of matter, that part involves a lot of physical knowledge, so you have to read another book to understand it." Roland pointed out, "So, I suggest that you first read the elementary physics before going through the remnants of the intermediate chemistry again. This way, many of your doubts should be answered." "That's what I was going to do, but..." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Your Royal Highness, why are the colors used on the cover of each ancient book different? Does it have any special meaning to it?" "That is," Roland pondered for a moment, "the color represents the requirements and time needed to comprehend it." "It was like this," Kyle mused, "from green to purple. So it seems that the deeper the color, the more profound is the knowledge recorded within. In that way, advanced chemistry must surely be black. No, it is orange." "Ah," Kyle got startled. "Why?" Roland smiled. "Who knows?" Halfway through the banquet, Roland stepped out of the hall and went to the castle terrace. Standing in the gently blowing evening breeze, he couldn't help but feel a slight chill. Half of autumn has already passed, he realized. So in other words, it wouldn't be long before the lengthy winter would cover the whole Western Territory with snow and bring about the months of demons. But the situation during this year and the previous year had become as different as black and white. The trade with Margaret's Chamber of Commerce had brought in a lot of floating amount of money. And in exchange for food and materials, many of these gold royals were paid to the people in the form of a salary. According to statistics from the convenience market, the recent sales of products has shown a lot of growth, from which some of the goods would significantly improve the people's quality of life. Sales for products such as steak and eggs was growing especially quickly. There was no doubt that this was a sign of the gradual improvement in the living standards for the people. In particular, the indigenous population had all received new free housing, while their salary, compared to before, had also increased a lot. Nowadays, they had even started to buy food which they usually could only enjoy during festivals. The newly introduced population was still at the stage where they were busy saving money in order to purchase a house. But when they managed to settle down, the market was bound to usher for a new peak in sales. What exactly do people need? Sometimes, eating and drinking one's fill was already enough to be grateful to their lord and follow him until their death. During this era, most civilians were easy to please. "Your Highness, beware of catching a cold," Nightingale said, and appeared behind him with a thin coat in hand. She threw the cloth to Roland, took out a piece of dried fish from a bag, and came to stand beside him. "What's going on here?" "Nothing," Roland said, showing her a smile while he put on the coat. "I just suddenly had the urge to see my territory." "It seems the town is still very busy," Nightingale said, and pointed to the still brightly lit town square. "It's already night time, and there are still so many people who haven't gone home." "That's because today was the first time they were showing the new drama, Dawn," Roland explained happily. "Furthermore, it was also the first show after the troops' several months of departure from border town. So the villagers have probably been full of anticipation to see Miss May and Mrs. Irene again." But that being said, Miss May would soon become Lady May Lannies. He actually had never expected that his own chief knight would act so decisively to hold the hands of the Star of the West. When the other side had informed him with a sincere face about his intention. He was first stupefied for a while before he was finally to respond. The wedding of the chief knight needed the approval of his lord, but Roland naturally had no objection to this kind of happy event. In the end, the wedding for the two was scheduled for after the end of the months of demons, more precisely, for the day when Border Town officially became a city. "It was a dead place when I first snuck into this town," Nightingale exclaimed. "But now, even while standing in the castle, it seems I still feel the joyful atmosphere surrounding us." "Life will improve day by day." Roland looked up, looking at the cloudless night sky as he took in a deep breath. There were still many things left to be done, such as expanding the scope of education, setting up a public health care, increasing the amount of cultural constructions, encouraging birth rate, and so forth. All these things would transform the Western Territory into a stable force and lay out the foundation for the unification of Greycastle. Nightingale tilted her head and looked at him with keen eyes as she asked, "So what about us?" "Of course, the same is also true for you," Roland said as he patted her head. "I promise." Chapter 316, Re-exploration of the Stone Tower. When Lightning saw His Highness leave, she pulled Maggie to the corner of the hall. "Goo!" Maggie's hair was almost hanging to the floor, giving her the appearance of a floating ghost whenever she moved. Pushing aside the white hair covering her cheeks, Maggie's high puffed-up cheeks and the half-swallowed crisp pork chop dangling in her small mouth became visible. "I found a fascinating place," Lightning whispered. "It's hidden inside the concealing forest. I intend to go and explore it tomorrow. Would you like to come with me on an adventure?" "Guru," Maggie swallowed the food in her mouth and nodded again and again. I want. What should we prepare?" "To go on an adventure, you need 3 items." "Wrong. 3 of the most commonly used things." Lighting discovered that from time to time she has started to use His Highness' strange vocabulary. "You need a flint, dry food, and a dagger. The place isn't far from here, so it will be fine if you just take along enough food for a day. Don't fill your whole pocket with it like you did last time." "Okay, Goo." Maggie patted her chest, ready to leave, but Lightning stopped her once again. "Remember that this adventure is our secret. Don't tell anyone else about it," the little girl said. "We'll start early tomorrow morning." Looking at Maggie's back, who couldn't wait to get back to the table full of food, she curled her lips and began to think about their plan for tomorrow. Despite the success of the bombing mission and meeting His Highness' expectation, she found that her flying has become much less flexible than before, as if something was holding her back. Whenever Lightning raised her speed, she would always have the feeling that a devil was chasing her. This obstruction was brought by fear, she realized. Furthermore, the source of her fear was the exploration of the stone tower. When she saw the horrible figure in the basement doorway, she had lost her cool and calm. At that time, her only thought had been to flee from that place as quickly as she could. Ever since then, she had started to question her identity as an explorer. Fear is not terrible. Terrible is the unknown. If you want to overcome it, you must approach it first. Within her heart, Lightning silently repeated her father's teaching again and again. Tomorrow she might encounter real danger, but an explorer should not be afraid of risk, nor should they shrink back. If she couldn't get over it, she was scared that she would never be able to fly freely again. This was also the reason why Lightning decided to keep the adventure hidden from His Royal Highness and act without authorization. According to His Royal Highness' plan, the exploration of the stone tower was scheduled for after the months of demons, and would be a cooperation between the First Army and the witches. However, she was worried that by that time, even if they visited the stone tower once again, it would be hard for her to see it as somehow fulfilling the idea of conquering the fear. Only daring to approach the danger zone by relying on the strength of everyone just couldn't be called an adventure. Afterward, His Highness may scold her, even going so far as confiscating her ice cream, and her sisters from the Witch Alliance would surely also be worried. but she was still determined to go through with it. As the daughter of the fjord's greatest explorer Thunder, Lightning just couldn't accept her cowardly self. But it didn't mean that her decision was a reckless act. Compared with her unprepared attempt a few months ago, she now had a Revolver A gift from His Highness, possessed a greater understanding of the devils, and lastly, she was being accompanied by Maggie, especially the last point. If they really did encounter a group of devils in the stone tower, and even if Maggie couldn't change into her demonic beast's appearance to drive them away, they would at least still be able to flee on their own. An explorer doesn't need a brigade of troops to increase their courage, she thought, but they can still have a few trusted teammates. After dinner, Lightning gathered some pieces of honeyed meat and put it into a cloth bag. She then added torches, weapons, and water bags. The successful completion of the bombing mission gave her some confidence. Together with His Highness's encouragement and her slightly cheeky reputation, let her feel doubly courageous. And just like the blacksmith's saying went, "It's best to strike while the iron is hot. Tomorrow would be the best time for them to depart." At first light, Lightning flew to the top of the castle, where Maggie was already sitting on the wall and waiting for her. "Let me check your package." "I got everything you told me, Goo." She changed back to her original form, opened her backpack, and held it in front so that the little girl could confirm its content. This time she had reduced the amount of food to half, but at least had also added a dagger and a flint. "All right, this can be counted as qualified. Let's set off," Lightning said, rising into the air, flying together with the pigeon toward the concealing forest. In her mind, Lightning had already repeated the journey many times, reaching a point where she could find her way there even with her eyes closed. The weather was a bit overcast today, but it was still much better than the dark clouds that had been there last time. As the color of earth slowly fell away behind them, the closer they came to the stone tower, the greater became Lightning's nervousness. "Did you say you found an interesting place last night? Was it a new eagle nest?" Maggie asked after a while. "No, it's much more interesting than that," Lightning shook her head. "The target we want to explore is an ancient relic, a stone tower that has been left behind for more than 400 years. Since the basement hasn't collapsed yet, we might be able to find some ancient books if we are lucky." "Ancient books?" Maggie shook her wings. "That doesn't sound as if it's more exciting than digging for eagle eggs, Goo." "An eagle nest has at most 2 to 3 eggs, something which you finish up in a flash," the little girl said. "But if you actually can find such a book and bring it back to His Royal Highness, he will surely reward you with a basket full of eggs. Whether you cook or steam them, you'll be able to eat 3 eggs every day for a long time to come." "Really?" Maggie was full of spirit immediately. "Then let's hurry up and look for ancient books." Goo, around noon, the two successfully arrived at their destination. The remaining half of the stone tower was still hidden within the woods covered in moss and vines. Everything around them looked the same as a few months ago. It didn't seem as if anything had changed. Yet Lightning still lowered her height and flew a few rounds around the tower to confirm their safety before landing gently. "Have we arrived, Goo?" the pigeon shouted from above her head. "Hush," Lightning signaled her to be silent. Within the silence of the forest, their voices seem particularly noisy. "Speak softly. There could be devils nearby." "The devil?" Maggie's tail immediately erected. "You wait for me at the top," Lightning said with a lowered voice, pointing to the upper part of the broken tower. "I will go and take a look at the situation first." When she walked over the gradually withered grass, she could hear a slight rustling sound coming from her foot. Reaching the entrance of the tower, she saw that it hadn't been covered by plants, and that the small cluster of vines cut off by her dagger last time was still there. Holding her breath, she moved forward along the former road and entered the tower. Taking one step after another, she slowly neared the center of the tower with its passage to the basement. At the time she saw the stair leading into the darkness in front of her, she even heard her heart loudly pounding. Fear comes from the unknown. To overcome the fear, You have to approach the unknown. The little girl constantly encouraged herself, then lit a torch and climbed the stairs leading down. Reaching the corner of the channel, she quietly shot out a probing glance. Only fragments were left from the collapsed wooden door. The basement entrance also wasn't blocked by the devil. The only thing left behind at the door was a thick darkness, like an open mouth waiting to swallow the people who enter. At this moment, she suddenly heard traces of a voice floating over from the darkness, only faintly discernible, but still feeling very familiar. Immediately, all of her hairs were fully erected. Her body was grasped by shivers, and the almost uncontrollable urge to turn around and flee came up once again. She grit her teeth and struggled to suppress the boiling fear at the bottom of her heart. Then, covering her mouth, she bent an ear and listened attentively one more time. This time the call was much clearer, the tone exactly the same as last time. Help me, Chapter 317, Ice Coffin. Lightning felt goosebumps roll over her body. She suddenly remembered all the stories that were spread among explorers, demons crawling from the abyss, the vengeful ghosts still bearing a grudge at the end of their life, or the wandering undead. These were the nightmares of every explorer. Even if they were already dead, they were still able to take someone's life. They were exceptionally good at using illusions and deception. So could it be that one of these monsters were hidden within this ruin? Although Thunder had said that these stories were just some nonsense made up by third-rate explorers, but at this moment, she still felt shaken to her core. Otherwise, who would ever be able to keep shouting under the devil's siege, even holding the same tone and interval after several months have passed? She was now facing a dilemma. If they were indeed one of these evil things from folklore, they would have killed all devils. But then it would become difficult for her to escape after having trespassed into their domain. But if the other party was still able to hold on until now, shouldn't those devils still be inside then? What should we do? After hesitating for a moment, in the end, she decided to fly back to Maggie to discuss the next step with her. After hearing a short narration about the current situation, Maggie raised her head and said, "We could extinguish the torch and stealthily find our way in goo. This way those devils won't be able to see us." But then we won't be able to see them either." "I can turn into an owl," said the pigeon, rubbing her face. "The dark of night isn't a big problem for me, goo." Lightning's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea, but those legendary evil creatures, they live in the dark all their lives. Doesn't that mean they might have a way to find their prey? Otherwise, they should have died from starvation long ago, right? Didn't you say that they were all made-up stories meant to frighten people?" "It wasn't me who said that, it was my father," the little girl corrected. "That's all the same. Anyway, living in Grey Castle, I have never heard of those undead monsters. If they were indeed so horrible, they shouldn't only remain in a little place like the fjords, right?" Rays of light suddenly broke out of Maggie, and the pigeons suddenly began to swell, turning into a gray-brown owl, her eyes full of eagerness. "I thought you would be interested in these legends." "That's right. If I want to qualify as an explorer, I should never let go of an opportunity to verify a legend. Not to mention that I still have to defeat my heart demons. If I flee now, I will waste all of my previous efforts." After hesitating for a moment, Lightning decided to go along with Maggie's suggestion. "But wait, the reason why I want to explore the ruins at all cost is so that I can overcome my fear. But why is Maggie so interested in exploring them? Could it be? It can't be that you're so impatient because of the basket of eggs, right?" Hearing the question, the owl blinked her two big eyes before turning her head away. Once again, standing in front of the entrance to the basement, Lightning took a deep breath, tightly gripped her revolver as she silently entered into the deep darkness. She felt much calmer compared to before. That was probably because Maggie was squatting on her shoulder. The ground under her feet felt very wet, even so far that they could encounter some puddle of water from time to time. This area was the terrain's lowest point. Thus the rain falling over the tower would slowly come to gather here. Although the basement was equipped with a drainage system in general, after facing wind and rain for hundreds of years, these hidden ditches were most probably already clogged up since an earlier time. Maggie patted her head with her wings, signaling that there were stairs leading downward in front of them. Lightning slowed her pace, and carefully, little by little, she searched her way to the edge of the stairwell. Then, after having cautiously gone all the way down the stair and turned a corner, she suddenly saw a light appear ahead of them. A soft, yellow light coming from the end of the stairs, penetrating all the way through the dark, which, when falling onto the ground, would be reflected in shaking waves. She carefully studied this for a moment, only to discover that the slight shaking on the surface was actually a piece of sewage. By looking at the lower half of the door, which was buried in the water, it could be seen that the water level in the basement was about knee-deep. She slowly walked to the point between the staircase and the water, lifted both her feet from the ground, then slowly floated over to the door, and throwing a probing glance to the inside, and saw that the area behind the door was spacious and empty. The stone tower's basement was unbelievably huge, offering far more space than the area it had covered on the ground. She couldn't detect any burning torch, which created the yellow light. Instead, it seemed that the light came directly from the stones that were embedded in the walls. It roughly outlined the contours of the basement, while at the same time allowing Lightning to see everything within the room. A stone platform was erected in the middle of the chamber, with several figures standing on top of it. According to their burly size and the carapace on their back, it seemed that they were all devils. Luckily, the enemy hadn't yet noticed any movement coming from the door. Instead, each of them were holding a spear in one hand and a large shield in the other, surrounding a blue stone erected on top of the platform. At this moment, the cry for help was becoming clearer and clearer, as if someone was shouting directly into her ear. "Save me, save me," Lightning had to swallow. What should I do next? "We go and save her, Goo," Maggie whispered into her ear. "Eh?" The little girl got startled. "But there are several devils. We cannot win against them." She felt her hand that was firmly gripping the revolver begin to sweat. "It wouldn't be a problem if it was Sister Nightingale instead of me, but I alone cannot do it." "Are they the demons you spoke of?" Maggie inquired. "It seems as if they are already dead, Goo." "What? Dead?" The moment her voice fell, Maggie had already thrown herself into the air, flying toward the stage, giving Lightning quite the scare, stunning for a moment. Otherwise, she would never have forgotten to pull her friend back. But when she finally came back to her senses, Maggie had already thrown herself against one of those devils. With no other option left, Lightning clenched her teeth and raised her gun, trying to remember all the important points that Nightingale had taught her. But what she then saw was completely unlike what she had expected. When the owl pecked a devil twice, it crumbled down, just like a piece of broken stones after experiencing countless years of wind and frost, turning into a pile of floating ashes. What's going on? Lightning stepped beside Maggie and looked at the other three devils in amazement. Looking at them under the weak yellow light, she discovered that their bodies were covered with tiny cracks, and that spiders had spun nets between their legs, looking through their hideous helmets. She could see that their eyes and skin had turned pale, showing no traces of vitality. It was like this, she thought. Within the dark light, an owl's eyes are indeed several times better than mine, which allowed Maggie to be able to speak so confidently. But before she could relax, Lightning's gaze was already completely attracted by something else. On the high platform surrounded by the devils stood a huge cube. What had looked like a stone column from a distance actually turned out to be transparent crystal when seen from up close. Wrapped within the crystal cube was a woman who wore a gorgeous robe. Her eyes were closed, her hands stretched open, and her hair spread out behind her as if it was still fluttering in the wind. "Is she a witch, Goo?" Maggie asked as she flew to the top of the crystal, then fiercely pecked against the surface. However, this time it didn't crumble into countless pieces, but instead sent out a sharp and clear hitting sound, very hard goo. "I do not know," Lightning murmured as she laid her hand against the crystal. A cold chill penetrated her skin. The crystal's surface was covered with thick dust, which made it obvious that the woman had been in this sarcophagus for a very long time. Yet her expression was still so lifelike. Her eyebrows were raised into a frown, looking a bit confused. But even more than that, they also seemed a bit anxious and worried. "Save me." The sound could be heard once again. It was coming from behind the crystal. Chapter 318 Unknown. Roland scratched over the surface with the brush, writing a long paragraph on paper. Before he came to this world, he had only drawn mechanical blueprints using the computer. At that time, he had already thought that there would only be small chances where he would ever need to write characters using a pen. Never did he expect to have to use this kind of ancient form of recording ever again. 2 papers filled with text laid next to his hand, containing the next plans for what he wanted to implement. One plan was the large-scale production of sulfuric acid and the new equipment that was needed, made by the hands of Anna and Soria. Instead of using lead for the reaction vessel, they would use the more robust and reliable iron together with an anti-corrosion coating. Furthermore, the vessels would be made 3 times larger than the previous trial versions, considering that at the present stage, there was fundamentally no way to collect or purify the produced industrial waste gas, mainly used from combustion of sulfur and leakage of nitrogen oxides. Roland decided to place it at the southern end of the industrial park, far enough away from the residential area and the Redwater River. Furthermore, he planned to use stones so as to better isolate the building, and also erect a chimney to raise the altitude at which the emissions would be released. Increasing the output of sulfuric acid was of great help to enlarge the scale of concentrated nitric acid, so putting this equipment into production would be the most important task at present. The content of the document were instructions to Kyle Sitchai to select a group of disciples who will be specializing in the production of sulfuric acid. In addition, Barov also needed to recruit some reliable local residents who could work as auxiliary handyman, raising the number of staff required for the chemical plant to around 100 people. The second document was the formation of a public health care system. To be honest, Roland wasn't familiar with this subject. Talking about it, he didn't even understand a single thing about modern medicine. However, this didn't prevent him from using his common sense to develop a plan which meets all of their current needs. First of all, the biggest task of this department would be to give publicity to modern scientific discoveries, things such as boiling the water before drinking it, the fact that meat has to be fully cooked before eating, the cause of illnesses and how they manage to spread, the difference between parasites and microbes, and so forth. Thanks to his growing prestige, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get people to do what he wants. But if he wanted them to understand why they should do something, he would need someone to do the publication and education for him. It would be useless if they only spoke once about these things. Instead, it had to be repeated 7 or 8 times, maybe even dozens of times, like those slogans that were hanging at the edge of the field. If they continually spoke about it, their view would always become accepted in the end. The second part was encouraging the birth rate. Since the city hall only had a limited number of staff, Roland did not want to set up a separate family planning department. Thus, he temporarily also placed this under the public health care's responsibility. The population was always the most scarce resource in this era, and the best way to confront this was by leading people to give birth to more lives. Nana's ability completely erased the risk of giving birth and many of the other thorny problems. And with her help, the postnatal survival rate would almost be around 100%. In order to avoid the abandonment of baby girls, as well as restricting any changes of something like that happening in future. Roland developed a full subsidy and punishment policy. For example, the subsidy for baby girls was slightly higher than for baby boys. Subsidies would be given in installments, and the abandonment of babies would be punished with fines or imprisonment, and so on. The last point was the regulation of payment. Except for fertility treatment, the hospital would charge a fee in accordance with the amount of magic that Nana needed to use. This way, it would reduce the little girl's burden as well as lay the foundation for the future hospital system. Roland had also already found the first person he wanted in charge of this department, Viscount Teaguepine, Nana's father. The third document was currently in the state of being written and was the most complex and far-reaching plan. It was the plan to establish Border Town as a city. It was related to the problems created by the expansion of Border Town and the later merger with Longsong Stronghold. When that time came about, there would definitely be a demand for new laws concerning the governance of these two places, and both the judicial system and the public security system would have to be implemented. However, if he wanted to make these points watertight, merely relying on his own knowledge wouldn't be enough. Thus, Roland intended to draft a list first, and later discuss all the details with City Hall Premier Minister Barov. After finishing the introductory part, Roland felt some pain in his wrist from all the writing, so he went to the window to take a break. Today's weather was very gloomy, and from morning to afternoon, he had yet to see the sun. The sky was consistently being covered with dark clouds, and gave the impression that torrential rains would soon be coming. The chilly autumn wind swept over the castle backyard, and Roland heard the olive leaves rustling. At this moment, a black spot appeared on the horizon, flying in the direction of the castle. "It's lightning," Nightingale's voice came from behind him. "She probably went to the concealing forest to pick some mushrooms again," Roland said with a smile. Usually, when they weren't on investigation duty, the goal of Lightning and Maggie's practice was left up to themselves. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for them to not come back to the castle to eat lunch. According to the two, they would often be somewhere in the woods looking for some eggs and honeycombs, or catching some strange animals to barbecue and eat. It was likely that all explorers would ultimately transform into Bear Grylls. Although the bird-kissing mushrooms mainly grew on trees, he could not help but always think of the story called The Mushroom-Plucking Girl. "Your Highness, your smile is a little strange. Keek, I had to think of a little short story. Do you want to hear it?" "Okay." Roland cleared his throat. "Once upon a time, there was a little girl. She liked to gather mushrooms." Wait, the shadow was slowly growing, but contrary to what they expected, it didn't fly over the castle, but instead lowered her altitude and went straight to the window of their office. Feeling shocked, Roland opened the window only seconds before lightning directly flew into the room without stopping. "Why, Your Highness?" Hardly had she landed when she already started to shout in excitement, "I found a witch." "A witch?" Roland asked, full of curiosity. "Where?" "In the stone tower hidden within the concealing forest." Lightning pointed to Maggie, who flew into the office just at that moment. "She can testify." "Goo-goo," Maggie agreed. "Stone tower?" He frowned. "Carefully tell me what happened, from the beginning to the end." After listening to Lightning's narration, Roland could not help but suck in a mouth of cold lump. This fellow is too bold, actually only taking a pigeon along she dares to explore a ruin which contained devils. But what's even more frightening is that there is still a witch sealed inside these ruins. Of course, there is also the possibility that she could be an ordinary person sealed away by a witch. In any case, this is incredible news. What was the cry of help? "It is coming from this thing. I found it on a table behind her." Lightning pulled a palm-sized square box from her pocket. At first glance, it looked just like a small makeup mirror. However, when she opened the lid, Roland saw a red gem embedded inside of it, and when Lightning pulled a trigger next to it, the anxious-sounding voice of a female suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. "Save me." Hearing the voice, Roland's body began to shudder. The sound seemed to flicker, sometimes appearing near, sometimes coming from far off. It was indeed somewhat horrifying if he imagined himself hearing this distressed voice after entering a dark underground chamber. He would certainly turn around and flee without any hesitation. "The gem contains magic," Nightingale appeared behind them and said in astonishment. "Within it, I can see a weak magic whirlpool, just like inside a witch's body." "Well, it seems to be a magic machine which continuously repeats previously spoken words. With this, the probability that the other person is a witch has increased. Did you find any other stones inside the basement of the stone tower?" "I didn't take a closer look. Also, many parts of the room were flooded." Lightning shook her head. "At that time, I only thought about coming back and telling you about this news as soon as possible. Never do something like this again, especially if you want to go to a dangerous place. You should first ask for permission." Roland patted her head, then looked over at Nightingale. "Call Iron Axe and all of the members of the Witch Alliance over to the office. The exploration of the relics will be scheduled earlier than planned." Chapter 319, Autumn Snow. After the others arrived, Roland informed them about Lightning's discoveries from beginning to end. A transparent crystal coffin in the basement of an ancient ruin, without any sign of corrosion, even though the environment is damp and moist. A magic stone which regularly released a call for help, and devils broke into countless pieces upon contact. "What do you all think about this?" "You mean she could be a witch?" Anna pondered. "If she is still alive, we can probably learn more about what happened 400 years ago." "It is also possible that she isn't a witch, or even from that era," Scroll said after a moment of hesitation. Furthermore, she might not necessarily be on our side," Leaves added. This sentence left Roland slightly shocked. Indeed, if these remains had been left by the church, it is more than likely that the other side could be a member of the church. Also, according to Lightning's description, she was wearing a gorgeous gown, which could mean that she was a high-ranking member. In the case that she was an ordinary person, everything would be all right. But if she really is a witch, then dealing with her would be quite tricky. Looking at the fights Ashes and Nightingale had been in, it could be seen that it was impossible to predict the kind of attack a witch could perform beforehand. Furthermore, there was no clear dividing line to rank witches by strength. The extraordinaries might be unable to contend against witches with unique abilities even when they were wearing the god's stone of retaliation. And if combat witches were surprise attacked by support witches, the situation would be equally worrying. No one can guarantee that her ability won't pose a threat to the Witch Alliance if she held any malicious intent towards us. Unless we wake her within the influence of a god's stone of relation. "You're all crazy. How can you even think that she won't be on our side?" Lily, grasping her forehead, could no longer sit still and decided to interrupt. She should be from more than 400 years ago. How could she still be alive today? It goes without saying that witches all die young. Even if they possess the strong body of an extraordinary witch, they might never exceed 100 years of age. All of you are thinking too much. Most likely it's just like I said. The moment we free her, the person inside will be just like the devils and turn into dust. The reason why most witches die young is because of the so-called demonic bite, Roland corrected. A witch's physical fitness is generally much greater than the average person, thus their actual lifespan should also be longer. The average person's lifespan is 40 to 50 years. "Ah," Lily grunted. "Do you think everyone can live as long as a turtle can?" The reason why the average lifespan is merely 40 to 50 years is because of an inadequate food supply and the low level of medical care. As long as the standard of daily living is increased, it should quickly increase by another 20 years. However, what she said is by no means utterly unjustified. Roland conceded. Even if I add those 20 years, there still remains a gap to reach 400 years. Even if we were turtles, I'm afraid we could never live for that long." "But she is still alive, really," Lightning cried aloud. "If you could have seen her, you'd immediately understand why I say so. Compared with the dead devils, she looks entirely different. Her skin is smooth, and her lips are full of color. Tell them Maggie." "Goo, what Lightning said is true." "All right, don't fight," Wendy stood up and interrupted. "No matter if she is still alive or already dead, it's worth a try." "Are you sure?" Scroll asked, unsure while knitting her brows. "If she really is one of those church's witches, as long as we hang a god stone of relation around her before she wakes up, it should be all right. Moreover, we also have Anna and Nightingale, so I believe she won't be able to cause much of a problem." Wendy calmly said, "The key point is, it is possible that she might know about the incident that occurred more than 400 years ago. The possibility that she can bring light into the darkness is worth the risk of rescuing her." Indeed, gathering more information about the devils is very critical for the survival of Border Town. Moreover, any news the church desired to hide so much will surely be extremely unfavorable for them. Thus, if we can take hold of this knowledge ahead of time, there's a chance that it might help us take the initiative in the future battle. Soon after, Anna and Nightingale also agreed to Wendy's view. So even though she still thought that it was wrong, Scroll no longer opposed them, and the Witch Alliance came to a consensus. "The First Army," Roland looked toward Iron Axe. "At most, you can send up to 50 people." The latter started to talk. "Your Highness, you already sent out several squads to assist City Hall to recruit refugees from the other regions. By now, there are only around 500 left in Border Town. Even though Timothy has encountered Heaven's wrath, there's still a chance he might become desperate and launch a large-scale assault on the Western Territory. Thus, the First Army needs to have enough soldiers to guard against a possible attack from King's City." "I understand," Roland said while nodding. "A size of 50 people is a little small. If they happen to have to face a long-range attack from the devils, who can throw their spears from out of view, the damage caused could be quite serious. If I want to make up for this, in addition to Lightning's and Maggie's air surveillance, Sylvie's magic eye ability will also be essential. The ideal force to send out would be a ground force, supported by a team of witches stationed in a hot air balloon. The witches will be responsible for observation and close combat battles, while the First Army will use their flintlocks to suppress the enemy over a long distance. But then, the witches from Sleeping Island will also learn about the existence of the deep sleeper in the ruin. Roland thought through all the possibilities again and again, but in the end, he still decided to bring Sylvie along. After all, during this rescue mission, their safety would still be the most important consideration. Just when he planned to arrange the rescue plan, Mystery Moon exhaled loudly before exclaiming, "Heavens, what is happening?" Hearing her cry, everyone followed her gaze and looked out of the window, only to freeze up immediately. Roland, not daring to believe what he saw, opened the window, then was finally forced to accept what he saw. Beyond any of their expectations, white flakes had begun to fall from the gloomy sky. They were hiding the sky and covering the earth, but completely lacked any sound. He stretched his hand out, catching a handful of white drops, which made an ice-cold sensation spread through his palm. "It's snow. This is not normal." According to his knowledge, it would only snow in the Western Territory during winter, but now it wasn't winter yet. "It is normal for it to snow during the last month of autumn." He looked at Iron Axe, but the latter wore a serious expression and said, "I have been in Border Town for 7 or 8 years, and until now I have never experienced something like this." Once the snow began to descend from the heaven, it meant that the months of demons had arrived, and the sun would be buried behind a wall of clouds until its next brilliant bloom. During this time, the entire Western Territory would face the threat of demonic beasts. Not to mention the First Army, even when using a hot air balloon, the witches would still be in danger. At this time, the concealing forest was full of savage demonic beasts, so leaving the protection of the wall was an incredibly risky matter. For now, he was forced to call a stop to the rescue mission and wait for the sky to clear up. At the bottom of his heart, he felt that the early snow was likely an accident and would soon end. After all, the temperature was still at the average level of autumn, and it also hadn't dropped by much. However, 3 days later, the town was wrapped in silver. The distant mountains and woods were covered by a layer of white gauze. A beautiful scenery like this was definitely a rare view in his past, but Roland wasn't in the mood to appreciate the landscape. Although the snowfall had weakened a lot, there were still some snowflakes falling from the sky. The First Army had also entered a state of full alertness and has established regular patrols along the new wall. Furthermore, they had also erected a temporary camp at the foot of the new city wall, so that the soldiers would be able to quickly enter into battle. The temperature had changed almost overnight, forcing Roland to change his clothes from his unlined garment to a knitted cotton coat. On the 4th day, hearing the news from the front made Roland's heart drop. The western city wall had suffered an attack from demonic beasts. The months of demons had arrived more than 1 month ahead of time. Chapter 320, Sleeping Spell. Fjords, Sleeping Island. I never expected that the first guest of the sleeping spell would actually be you. Tilly smiled and said as she handed over a cup of boiling hot fish soup, "It was only due to your help that we could explore the Shadow Islands." "You are too polite," Thunder answered as he received the fish soup, regarding the mysterious sea. "Even if I don't receive any more commissions from you, I would still like to go there a few more times for myself. To be honest, without your witch's support, exploring the sea east of the Shadow Island would definitely be very dangerous for an explorer." He sipped his fish soup, then let out a sigh. "Ah, it's boiled black-tailed fish soup. It's really delicious." In the fjords, black tea and barley wine from black tea were considered to be unpopular. She was used to the custom of eating a bowl of ice-cold frozen fish during midsummer, while here they drank a bowl of boiling hot fish soup when it got cold. They used a different method to cook the fish, so the taste was not at all the same. This was something Tilly had gradually come to understand after arriving at Sleeping Island. "Therefore, you were impatient to come and visit the sleeping spell." "The right thing to say would be that I can't wait to go on the next expedition," Thunder straightforwardly stated. "The scene I saw last time, when I looked through the observation mirror, left me stunned. What is there on the land? And for what reason is there a stone gate embedded inside that overhanging cliff? I wish I could fly there and go take a look." "Is that it?" Tilly also poured a cup of fish soup for herself. "You should already be aware that I'm planning to personally go to Border Town. One reason is to personally speak with the feudal lord and witch alliance. Another reason is so that I can increase my knowledge by experiencing the months of demons in Border Town. Don't you want to come with us and take a look?" For a moment, Thunder was silent, but then he said with a broad grin, "Not yet. She should be having quite a good time over there. The way it is right now is also good. After all, the thing with exploring is, an accident can always happen one day. I already lost her mother. I really don't want to also lose her. When that time comes, I ask you." "I will," Tilly nodded. "After all, she is also one of our members." Speaking until here, she stopped and showed him a smile before continuing. "But business is business. Even though you have helped us a lot, you still have to take the costs to employ our witches on the table." "Of course, business is business. That is the way of the fjords." Thunder drained his bowl of fish soup before he laughingly agreed. "So who did he hire?" As she saw that Thunder had left the palace, Ashes entered the hall from outside, sitting cross-legged before Tilly. "Magic servant Molly, the door of random orbit, and puppet remote shadow." Tilly spread out the contract. In the end, the fee was set at 4,800 gold royals. "The payback is very generous, right?" 4,000. Ash's eyes became big. Where did he get all the money from? Don't forget, Thunder is the most famous explorer in the fjords, the fifth princess said laughingly. No matter if it is the discovery of new routes or finding treasures when exploring new areas, all of it can bring in plenty of money. It was only because of this that he was repeatedly able to recruit such a large group of experienced sailors who would be willing to follow him to explore those mysterious and dangerous zones. But with witches, he can greatly reduce the risk. And ever since ancient times, it has always been thought as a good bargain when one can offset risk with money. However, is that really okay? Ashes asked, unsure. The establishment of a bounty guild will indeed bring a lot of wealth for Sleeping Island, but at the same time, the abilities of us witches will be exposed, if this ever spread to the church's ears. Sleeping Spell was a new guild that Tilly had formed. From it, explorers could hire suitable witches to help them complete their expeditions. Of course, in addition to the main project, they would also provide many convenient services, such as repairing damaged items, producing exquisite works of art, quickly constructing houses, providing insecticide for growing flowers, and so on. As long as the witches don't use their ability to do anything evil, Sleeping Spell will come to be accepted. Of course, all this was only possible under the premise they announced their abilities publicly. Tilly took Ash's hand. Didn't I already tell you? I do not care about those gold royals, but I hope that through the Bounty Guild, more people will learn about Sleeping Island, and thus reach out to us to make a deal. Thunder has a saying I agree with. Fear comes from the unknown. The same is true for the witches. The fear of the people of the fjords and the Four Kingdoms is nothing more than the slander of the church and the result of their own ignorance. I can't force them to take the initiative to come in contact with us and try to understand us witches. Therefore, we can only step forward and actively go and promote ourselves, telling them again and again that we witches aren't the devil's messengers, and that our abilities aren't strange and unpredictable, that they awaken from ordinary people, and that our essence is still that of a human being. Whenever there is a complete understanding of each other, there will no longer be anything left to fear. She paused for a moment, then continued. As for the church, they have never cared what we are capable of. They simply send out their army of judges to capture us. They even occasionally send out the gods' punishment army. Furthermore, regardless of our abilities, in front of the gods' stones of retaliation, they are all the same. I hope you are right, Ashes whispered. I only know how to fight and kill, but regarding this matter, I'm unable to help you. You have already helped me a lot, Tilly said, showing her a reassuring smile. If we want to further develop Sleeping Island, the most important thing for us will be to associate the fjord's inhabitants with us witches from the island. The creation of mutual understanding will be a slow process, and I'm only doing all this in order to shorten the process as much as will be possible. In addition, the Bounty Guild can also play a special role in achieving our goal. She stuck out her tongue and revealed a sly smile before saying, that's to find new uses for the seemingly useless abilities, so that support witches will no longer be discriminated against or think of their abilities as useless. Hearing her reasoning, Ashes began to laugh. There are always so many reasons for your actions. Whenever you reveal so many layers one after another, it makes it hard for other people not to come to accept them. That's because I'm always saying the correct thing, Tilly said before changing the topic. Maggie has not returned to Sleeping Island yet. Could something have happened? Perhaps something has delayed her travel. Ashes pondered about her next words. Or, what? She might no longer want to come back, Ashes said, while shrugging. Compared to the fjords, the living condition in Border Town is much better. In the past, I already told you not to send witches there. What will we do if Honey or Lotus also don't want to come back? Then we should head over there at once, Tilly said. Oh, well, I will immediately get ready. What? For a moment Ashes froze before she recovered enough to ask. We are going to travel to them. The fifth princess curled her lips. Didn't we reach an agreement that we will help them resist the demonic beasts? And while doing this, we can also conventionally pick up the other witches. If we don't have Lotus, the people coming with the Crescent Moon Bay immigration next year won't have any houses to live in. But right now, there is still 1 month left to the beginning of the winter. Do we really have to go so soon? We will have to spend a lot of time on the road. And if Border Town happens to encounter any trouble along the way, we might have to help the witches as soon as possible. And, she winked at Ashes, I also want to go see what kind of person my disgusting older brother has turned into. Chapter 321, The Law of Border Town. Early in the morning, the cold woke Roland up. He climbed out from under his cold blanket, put on his wool coat, then immersed his feet into the warm water bucket. This was one of the corrupting privileges which he could only enjoy as a prince. Every morning, a maid would put out a basin of hot water beside his bed, as well as a clean towel and a cup of warm milk, which would warm up his body almost instantly. Of course, compared to the powerful nobles who had other methods to constantly keep their beds warm, he felt that this was good enough. The former fourth prince had always attempted to invite Tyre over with exactly that thought in mind. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to enjoy it before his death. However, the new Roland didn't enjoy this practice. So when the position became vacant, he had filled it with an elderly but experienced maid instead. In fact, this choice proved to be the right one, since nowadays there were so many witches staying inside the castle. But she still managed to keep the inside and outside of the castle in good order. The fire in the fireplace had gone out long before, leaving only white flying ashes behind. Through the cracks in the open window, the cold wind blew into the room. It was so bone-chillingly cold that it was hard to believe that it was still autumn. Roland dried his feet, then washed the rest of his body with another tub of hot water before going over to the window and closing the small gap he had opened through the night. Even though open fireplaces were very common in this era, he was still worried about the issue of carbon monoxide poisoning, and thus he always left a small gap open before he went to bed. This way, with the fire burning, the temperature could be kept all the way through the first half of the night. But after the fire went out, there was no difference between the temperature inside and outside when morning came. I have to come up with an idea to solve this problem, Roland thought, or I won't be able to sleep in the future. After eating breakfast, Roland took Nightingale, his chief knight, and his personal guards on a routine inspection of the city walls. The vast expanse of grass between the new city wall and the old city has become a vast expanse of white. As they walked over all the thick snow, the soles of their shoes made crunching noises. Lifting his head, he saw a pale gray sky and falling snowflakes that occasionally came floating into the gap between his coat and his neck, bringing with it traces of coldness. He knew that it was very likely that this kind of weather would continue until spring next year. Or it might even be longer. How is the situation at the defense line? It's much better than the last time, Carter Lanny said, looking relaxed. Most soldiers of the First Army have already gathered experience on the battlefield. Furthermore, now that we have these revolving rifles, 10 guards are already enough to protect about 100 meters of the city wall and suppress all the demonic beasts that appear at the feet of the wall. In addition, compared to the old stone wall, the new wall is about half a meter higher, which is a height that is very difficult for a wolf to reach. Due to this, the defense has turned into mere shooting practice for the soldiers. As long as no mixed species appear, these monsters won't ever be able to step 1 foot past the defense line. It seems everything is well. As Roland boarded the wall, all the soldiers he came across gave him a salute, standing straight with their head held high and their chest out. Just by looking at their spirits, it was already clear that the soldiers had completely changed from the time they spent as part of the militia. At that time, although they stood side by side on the wall, seemingly uniformly stabbing with their pike, It was in truth nothing more than a conditioned reflex formed after repeated training. The expression in their eyes was war-numb, their movements were all stiff, and when someone took a closer look, they would immediately see that most of them were trembling slightly. But the soldiers' eyes at this moment were brimming with self-confidence. After going through the ceremony, they immediately turned around and continued to monitor the battlefield. Walking along the city wall toward the concealing forest, the area became much livelier. The temporary shelters for the serfs and refugees was arranged within this area. When Roland looked down from the top of the wall, it seems as if many slopes were arranged in lines parallel to the wall, looking like upward and downwards moving waves. Each of those slopes offered a place for 10 rooms, with an inner structure that was identical to that of a cave. The thick walls were able to maintain the indoor temperature, while the Kang heated the room and a linen cover at the entry kept the cold out. The whole area was divided into 2 blocks. The one close to the wall was called the west side and was used to shelter the refugees, while the east side set further away from the wall has been assigned to the serfs. Every day, the city hall would send out people to distribute food and charcoal, while the refugees had to take over the task of delivering for the soldiers of the First Army who were protecting the walls. As for the serfs, most of them had all the wheat they needed. With the exception of some people who went out to look for a job to earn some extra money, the others all rarely left their warm houses. At this moment, suddenly, a fierce argument broke out at the junction between the east and west side. When Roland became aware of it, he went over and saw a group of people standing in the middle of the road that passed through the residential area that were bussed, arguing out loud. One of them wore a blue and white uniform and seemed to be a clerk who worked in City Hall. It didn't take long for the verbal quarrel to escalate into a fight. Both sides began to push each other and strike one another, turning the whole scene into a mess. "Your Highness," Carter asked. "Let's go take a look," Roland agreed. When they reached the place where the disruption was happening, the chief knight took the lead and went straight into the fighting crowd, immediately knocking down 2 or 3 of the troublemakers. And as Roland's personal guards, having already drawn their swords, shouted out for everyone to stop, the scene soon fell back under control. Discovering that the newly arrived people were actually the Lord's men, the 2 quarreling sides fell immediately on their knees, just like breaking waves. "What is your name?" Roland frowned as he asked the clerk, who had 2 punch marks on his face. "What's going on here? Who attacked you first?" "Your Highness, my name is Koya Harvey," he cried and hid his face with his hands. "It was that damned refugee who hit me first. It's the man dressed in brown linen. I was still busy distributing food when he rushed up to me like a dog who'd gone mad." Hearing Koya's words, and after being pointed out, the man wearing refugee clothes turned and said, "Your Highness, things didn't happen as he described it. These people and the serfs conspired to blackmail us. Every time they distribute porridge, they collect money, but at the time you took us in, you clearly told us that it would be free." Hearing him speak left Roland slightly surprised. All of the refugees who had come from the East Coast had been combed through by the City Hall. They'd already sorted out all of the craftsmen, people with special abilities, or those who were literate. Those were moved to the inner circle, so the remaining people here should supposedly be ordinary civilians. But judging by his tone of voice and his choice of words, it didn't resemble a civilian at all. In contrast, it was the man from the City Hall who had used words like "damned dog" and other insults, which left a really disappointing appearance. Since he had a well-known family name, in all likelihood, he was one of Duke Ryan's former people. "I have said that before you are officially incorporated into Border Town, the porridge and shelter will all be free of charge," Roland repeated once again in front of the refugees. Today, those words are still valid. "His Highness is merciful. Long live the Lord." "Thank you, Your Highness." The refugees began to shout while kowtowing, but at the same time, Koya Harvey's face turned livid. However, fights within the inner territory resulting in injuries are a violation of the law. In particular, attacking a member of the city hall, Roland said, then ordered his personal guards. Take all the refugees and serfs who started the fight and bring them to the castle. I will personally try this fight. He paused, and then looked at Koya with interest. I would also like to ask you about this matter of charging for the porridge. Chapter 322, Western Territory Security Bureau. Returning to the castle hall, Roland went to sit in the lord's seat that was overlooking the subjects gathered within the hall beneath him. In his memory, the only time the fourth prince has ever used his right to exercise a trial was the first time he had come to border town. Later, after his fallout with the nobles and his dissatisfaction with his current lifestyle in general, he had thrown everything into the hands of Barov, never asking him anything about it. Seeing that everyone was present, Roland called for the trial to begin. At first, he let all sides state their case. Then he asked them questions of his own, with Nightingale there secretly assisting him. It wasn't necessary for him to determine who was deliberately lying and who spoke insincerely. Nor did he need to have the meticulous mind of a grim reaper. Concluding who was responsible became effortless and simple. Soon the whole truth of the story was revealed. At heart, Koya Harvey was unwilling to accept that he was deprived of his identity as a knight. At the same time, he had also grown tired of the tedious writing work at the city hall, which resulted into a stomach full of resentment against the refugees. He made use of the opportunity presented by the distribution of the wheat porridge to purposely charge the refugees a fee and instigate dispute between both sides. He deliberately told them that it was because the serfs didn't turn over all their grain that the wheat stock wasn't enough, and for that reason they could not give out porridge free of charge. In fact, what made Roland the most aggravated was that Koya was only able to charge them for several days, because he had been wearing the eye-catching uniform of the city hall, and that the refugees had been worried about the possibility of retaliation from officials that they kept silent. Until today, when a refugee named Vader had stepped out in protest against his behavior. And from this commotion, everything had then been exposed. When Roland finally understood the whole situation, he felt relieved. An organization on the rise should be brimming with vitality, full of youthful energy. Later on, when the situation was more stable, corruption and rigidity would be inevitable. But that should only be something that happens after the unification with Longsong's stronghold. If those problems were to appear in the beginning, then the organization would be doomed to never go very far. However, it now appeared that Koya had acted on his own, and that none of the other officials of the city hall had been related to this matter. Furthermore, it was only a matter limited to extorting money, and not the thing he had feared the most, which was serfs selling and reselling grain in private. Of course, to some extent, Roland was also the one responsible that the situation had developed to this, due to City Hall originally being so desperately short of manpower. Roland had placed the surrendered knights under Barov, after only giving them a warning about the circumstances, and no further screening or training. The results showed that not everyone had been able to accept the job without complaint or bear the great mental pain of dropping in rank from a knight to a civilian. Roland called Barov to his side and asked him in a low voice, what would other lords do in this case? Your Highness, there are two possibilities, the latter respectfully replied. If the offender is a nobleman, after paying a few gold royals, the situation would be turned over, and they could be let go without any further punishment. While the punishment for a civilian attacking a noble can be big or small, from cutting off one hand to flogging. But Koya is no nobleman, the prince responded. I have deprived him of his title. Yes, that's true, Your Highness. In this way, the disposition will be based entirely on the mood of the lord. There are no fixed numbers. Barov shook his head. Hearing this, Roland began to frown, That it is entirely dependent on the mood of the lord means that in the eyes of the nobility, it doesn't matter how civilians are treated. They do not consider them as people at all. In addition to cutting off hands, breaking feet, whipping and pulling fingernails, are there any common punishments? For example, imprisonment. Imprisonment? Barav asked, startled. You mean to simply lock them away? What kind of punishment would that be? A prison is only a temporary place for holding the sinner. Sooner or later, they will be brought to trial, and their case will be closed. During their imprisonment, you have to feed them the whole time. I'm afraid that it would be a reward for some people. Well, it seems that the general term of imprisonment used in later generation won't be very useful here. After thinking about it for a moment, Roland decided to follow the rules of the castle. He stood up and let his gaze wander over the people gathered beneath him. I'm ready to give my verdict now. Koya Harvey, because of dereliction of duty, extortion of refugees, you are abolished of your position within City Hall, sentenced to work in the mine for 10 years, and to be fined with 3 times the amount you have stolen. Vader, as the first to attack a City Hall officer, you will be sentenced to 10 lashes with the whip. All the other refugees and serfs involved in the fighting are fined 2 silver royals or 5 lashes with a whip. The distribution of the wheat porridge will continue to be free of charge. All previous extorted money will be refunded. He looked to the Prime Minister of the City Hall. You will carry out the above ruling and also announce the result to the people in the temporary residential area. As you command, Your Royal Highness, Barav said. Back to the office, Roland leaned against the back of the chair and stretched. He then felt a pair of hands resting on his shoulders and gently massaged them. Closing his eyes, Roland enjoyed a moment of leisure. This matter had made Roland realize that with the increasing number of people in the city, the authority of the City Hall had also expanded rapidly, and that they might already have to face the problem of internal regulation by now. He did not want to set up an institution similar to the prosecutor's office, but he was also unwilling to set up an independent public security bureau of later generations. Not only would the former need a larger number of literacy personnel, they were also prone to attack each other, interfere in the commission of the policies, the appointing and expelling systems of government, and hinder the implementation of new policies, while the latter weakened the Lord's authority in disguise. It would still be better if he kept those powers, such as the formulation and interpretation of the law and holding a trial, in his own hands. What he needed was a simple yet effective system, which didn't require many people to play the role of a supervising organization. Roland took hold of one of the hands placed on his shoulders. Feeling her hand being grasped, Nightingale stepped out of the fog and sat on the edge of the table while holding the prince's hand. She then crooked her head and asked, "What's up?" Her slender legs dangled from the table, swaying in the air, forming a perfect curve with her high tube moccasins and her close-fitting pants. Roland coughed twice. "I intend to set up a new department which will supervise the City Hall, as well as arrest other people who attempt to harm the Western Territory or destabilize the community. This department only needs to report to me and will be completely independent of the City Hall or the First Army." Emphasizing every word, Roland went on, "I will name it the Western Territory Security Bureau, and I want the first supervisor to be you." "Me?" Nightingale blinked confusedly. "That's right, only you can easily distinguish the truth of the spoken words. Furthermore, any cheats or tricks will be meaningless in front of you." Roland nodded. "How is it? If you wish, I can provide you with my own afternoon tea's ice cream during winter, and also—" Nightingale gently pinched his hand. "It's unnecessary to say that. I promise I will comply, anything, as long as it is something you want me to do." Roland suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. She laughed, but didn't let the silence continue for too long and instead said, "But what should I do?" "Well, the supervising part will be very simple." The prince got his emotion back under his control. "I will set up an accusation box at the entrance to the castle area, Thus, you only have to check the contents of the reporting letters inside. If he wanted to solve the problem in the least costly way, it would be to use the masses to supervise, as well as make the city hall supervise itself, just like last year when they had caught the spies during the months of demons. For future generations, this method wouldn't be easy enough to use. No matter if it was the reported target or the reporter themselves, it would need a lot of effort to verify. Simultaneously, there could also be cases of false reports, mistaken reports about correct situations, and not to mention deliberate framing. But in front of Nightingale's ability, these shortcomings wouldn't be a problem. Verifying the information would be very easy for her. She merely had to question the accuser in person. Truthful reports would be rewarded, while false accusations and false reports would be punished. Centering the implementation around these 2 points, the system was bound to be extremely efficient. As for maintaining the stability of the Western Territory and eliminating threats and hidden dangers, it will be more resemblant of a national intelligence system. However, for this, I will slowly extend your hands until your eyes are spread over the whole of the Western Territory. Chapter 323, Ministry of Public Security. Roland already had a rough plan of the future public security system for his territory. At present, the town had a population of about 20,000. Besides the local indigenous people, there were also people who had immigrated from Longsong's stronghold, as well as the refugees who have escaped from the eastern region. By the time the messengers sent by Barov came back, they might already have brought people from the northern or southern region of the kingdom, and as a result would further complicate the cultures that the population consists of. With all the different morals, conflicts like what had happened today would only become more and more common. He would therefore need to establish a public security system to separate the First Army's task of patrolling from internal and external violence. He had already thought of this issue before, but had not thought of anything definite because of how few staff he had. However, now that he had the First Army to fight against the demonic beasts, and the population was growing very rapidly, the time to implement his plan had come. By formulating and interpreting the laws himself and holding trials of major crimes, he would be the first and also the final instance. The public security would capture criminals according to the law while also settling civil disputes. The Security Bureau would be responsible for maintaining the purity of the system and to effectively prevent the corruption of the systems. They would also use public security personnel to carry out the corruption cleaning operations, and in that way save on human resources. This was the outline for Roland's security system. The ideal situation would be if he could first try to run the security system in Border Town, and by the time he had established Border Town as a city next year, he would expand the system to the whole of the Western Territory. By then, no matter if it was an autonomous lord's territory or not, they would all have to implement the same set of laws and accept the rule of a unified department. Only he alone would be able to stand above the law. As the mightiest noble of the Western Territory, Roland knew that it was unrealistic to say that everyone was equal before the law. Nor could he abolish the aristocracy, but at least he could make sure that the traditional system of feudal fiefdom does not exist within his city anymore. If they wanted to get the protection of the Western Territory, they would have to hand over their power of self-governance. As for the head of the Ministry of Public Security, Roland already had the right person in mind for that. Someone filled with a strong sense of justice, while also not being pedantic. Carter Lannies would be a fitting choice. When Vader stumbled back to his temporary residence, old man Qkasim came out to welcome him. "You, never mind. It's tolerable," Vader grumbled. "His Highness only sentenced me with a punishment of 10 whips. "Let me take a look." Qkasim eagerly stepped forward. "Go back to the house," Vader said as he walked into the house, where the warmth inside immediately dispelled the chill within his body. As the door closed, It appeared as if the inside and outside were two completely different worlds. Compared to the wooden sheds from before which would let through wind and rain, this somewhat low and narrow mud house gave people a sense of comfort. That's right, the locals seemed to call this house cave dwelling. The old man let him lie on the kang, and when he tore off the clothes at Vander's back, he couldn't help but suck in a mouth of cold air. "Your back is covered with blood. I'll go get some ash to cover it." "Wait, there is no need. It's only dried blood left from after the torture. The blood has already stopped flowing long ago." He had to repeatedly pause as he spoke. "Sir Knight has said that it would be best to keep it open like this, and to wait for 2 or 3 days, by which time the wound will have already healed." 2 or 3 days. Qasim shook his head in fear. "No, son. By then, you may have already fallen into a high fever, and your back will swell up into a ball. Even if you might have a strong body, you will still need at least a week to recover. You of all people should be aware of what happens when a disease flares up." "You may not believe it," he licked his dried lips, "but I don't feel much pain from the wounds on my back. On the contrary, I feel a cool and itchy feeling, which is a sign that it's healing." After they finished the whipping, they splashed a bucket of water on my back. "Salt water?" The old man frowned. "At the beginning, I had the same thought, but the scorch I expected did not come." Vader laughed twice. "The knight executing the penalty said that this can eliminate all disease-causing microorganism. If I want to let my wounds heal quickly, I shouldn't do anything superfluous with it and allow it to dry." "What are those disease-causing microorganism?" "Microorganism," he curled his lips. "Who knows what they are? Most probably something related to those witches." The old man lowered his head. Then after a long time, he opened his mouth again. "You shouldn't have stepped forward because of me. If it is only words, it's still bearable. If we were to keep on enduring it, we would have to suffer under an even more severe treatment. I know that kind of person. They have the morality and appearance similar to many of the nobles living in King's City." Vader spat. "I've heard that in this area the snow will last for several months, but the money we have won't last until then." He paused, and I also deliberately picked that time to hit him. "Caused deliberately?" Qasim asked disbelievingly. "Yes. After all, the prince will always appear on the west side of the city wall at this time of the day. Since he had promised to give us free food, he must hate this kind of behavior which is damaging his reputation. Thus, this was also the most effective way. If we had merely caused a simple fight, it wouldn't be certain that it would ever reach His Highness' ear. After all, Koya Harvey might have received instructions from others. So if any of the city hall officers wanted to suppress news about this, it would become meaningless regardless of what we said. But he could also have been instructed by His Highness. The possibility that this was the case was very low. If His Royal Highness wanted to save his money, then the 3 meals he promised would be reduced to 2 meals. Furthermore, I have inquired about him in advance, and no matter whether it is the local residents or those serfs, all of them praise His Highness' kindness and wisdom." Vader said, smiling proudly. "You see, I wasn't gambling or anything like that, right? Originally. So that's how it is." The old man sighed in relief. "It seems you really have considered everything already." But there was also a part I hadn't guessed, Vader thought. That was the penalty. Working for 10 years as a patrol officer in Valencia, he had a profound understanding of the ugliness hidden beneath the city's glamorous appearance. There were more than a dozen of nobles who have used their power to blackmail, even among the ranks of the patrols. Therefore, there wasn't much need for him to want to punish these nobles. His Royal Highness's reaction had been basically the same as what he had expected. It was only that the amount of punishment was beyond his expectation. In this kind of circumstances, the lords who mind their reputation would have ruled the suppressor as the innocent party, but he instead had punished everyone. It seemed that His Highness cared more about the system than of his reputation. For a lord, accustomed to doing as he pleased to care so much for his subjects, This was something that was rarely seen. "What are you going to do next?" the old man asked after a moment of silence. Just like Sir Knight had said, rest for 2 days, then continue as before, and help those guys carrying those strange weapons by delivering groceries. You could have lived a decent life together with the craftsmen in the inner city. But it would be impossible for you to get in, Qcasm. So stop talking about this, Vader said, shaking his head. I refuse to leave you behind. This old man was neither his family nor his elder. Half a year ago, the other had still been a prisoner kept in prison. Everyone knew that the old man had been pushed forward by the Blackstreet rats to act as a scapegoat. But this matter appeared too often that the patrol had become too lazy to take notice of it anymore. Later, when a group of pirates looted Valencia, Vader had believed that he would die within the turmoil. But in that critical juncture, the old man hidden within the prison had covered him with his stinking bed sheets, which in the end allowed him to luckily escape. Vader did not expect that he would be saved by one of those prisoners he was normally so unwilling to look at. But at that moment, he had finally come to understand that there was essential no difference between how they acted and the disgusting nobility. The other 2 people in the room were both aware of Qcasm's identity, but since he was looking after him, they didn't dare to touch him. However, in case he left, they would certainly try and make trouble for the old man. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Vader patted his counterpart's shoulders. 2 days later, he heard the news from the inner city that His Highness was recruiting for the positions in public security. Chapter 324 Signs of the Sea. Hey, girls, do any of you want a bowl of fish soup? Captain Jack asked after stretching his head into the cabin, as smoke curled up from the pipe he held in the corner of his mouth. A lucky fellow caught a large tailless trout just a moment ago. Thank you, Tilly Wimbledon nodded. We'll come over right away. Is it fish soup again? Ashes said regretfully after the captain left. Where in the world is such tasteless fish soup even remotely tasty? You can ask for a little salt if you want to add it to the soup, Breeze laughingly said. Pepper would also be all right, but that's more expensive. I'm afraid Mr. Jack won't want to give it to you. Don't put anything into the soup. Boiled soup keeps its original flavor, while also keeping the quality of the food itself, Andrea said, gracefully sorting her long, light golden hair. Lady Tilly, I would presume we were supposed to go to the captain's room. As long as it is something warm, we should go over right away. Shavy, who had the shortest stature of all of them, muttered, My toes are stiff. Following along the stairs, the group entered the captain's cabin in the Charming Beauty. One-Eyed Jack stood near the porthole, looking at the white track of the rolling waves spreading out behind the ship. This damn weather, how can it suddenly become so cold? He asked, puffing out a cloud of white smoke. Oh, you 3 gods, it's supposed to currently be mid-autumn. Ah, maybe the gods just fell asleep, Ashes said and shrugged. Pay, you can't say words like that when you are in the middle of the sea, Captain Jack grinned. The Emperor of the Sea is always keeping his eyes on us, he said, and put his hands on his stomach before making a praising gesture. Let it be for now. We shouldn't think too much of it. Let's first fill our bellies with warm fish soup. In order to fully enjoy the warm food in the captain's room, he did not hesitate to open a big hole in the floor, put a brazier frame in the middle, and fill the space that was left with sand. In this way, he could keep the heat isolated and avoid igniting the whole ship. A large pot of soup was bubbling above the brazier, making a rumbling sound and filling the room with an overflowing fragrance. The 6 people took their shoes off and sat in a circle around the brazier. They buried their feet in the warm sand, completely surrounding their ice-cold toes with the hot gravel and enjoying the warmth from the burning charcoal. Tilly received the fish soup that the captain had offered her and gently blew on the piping hot soup to cool it. Compared to the milky white surface of boiled blacktail fish soup, this bowl of soup was a deep yellow with oil bubbles floating on its surface, giving it a crystal sheen when reflecting the light. when she occasionally saw some green and white specks within the soup, she knew that the captain had taken some goods from his own reserves. After all, due to frequently sailing for several months on end, it resulted in that the crew could hardly ever eat fresh vegetables and fruits. Thus, these soft green onions were obviously some vegetables which he had deliberately preserved within iced saltpeter. The fragrance of the green onions neutralized the fish's own fishy smell and harmoniously mixed in with the ginger and ale, making it taste all the more rich and delicious. When the soup became cold enough that she wouldn't burn her tongue, Tilly drank a small sip before pausing and gently blowing again. She could clearly feel every small mouthful of it. After drinking the soup, a warm current flowed along her throat and into her stomach, where it rested, releasing a nice and warm feeling. The chilliness soon faded, almost as if her body was experiencing a slight fever. "Try and add some pepper," Jack said, pointing at the seasoning jar standing next to the brazier. "In addition to enhancing its taste even more, it will also especially expel the cold. It's even more effective than wine." Although tasting its original flavor is the true meaning of eating food, but I must say, the added ingredients are perfect, bringing out the flavor to perfection, Andrea praised. "Won't you drink something?" Tilly asked while looking at Ashes. The latter waved her hand. "I would better let it be. I'm really unable to stomach the fishy taste." At first, Tilly was also unable to accept the habit of the people of the fjords who loved eating fish for every meal. They ate it in all kinds of variations, roasted, boiled, and not to forget deep fried. Furthermore, there was also something similar to frozen fish, fish sauce, caviar, and other strange preparations. However, after she had forced herself to eat it several times during formal banquets, she discovered that its taste was quite good, and that once she became familiar with the taste of the sea, it could instead further serve as a contrast for the food's tastiness. Like those sun-dried fish, roasted cuttlefish, and even the fried fish with its pungent smell, was something she could by now enjoy eating. "Our high and mighty Miss Ash's appetite has already been corrupted by border town's barbarous cooking," Andrea said. "It is a pity that the taste of spices and fine salt not only made her lose her ability to identify what's delicious. It now seems that not even any of her courage is left." "What did you say?" Ashes glared at Andrea. "Why, isn't it like this?" Andrea issued a series of laughs. "Just a little fishy smell is enough to make you flinch. Willful like a little girl, how do you expect us to believe that you will bravely step forward when Tilly needs it?" "So it was actually like that. It seems you want to provoke me to play with you." Ash's voice suddenly became gentle. "Give up. Border Town has a terrible weapon, far more powerful than your arrows. Even then, I was still able to win the duel. So if you would like to take over the post of Tilly's personal guard from me, you will still need to practice for a few more years." She paused. "I misspoke. You would have to practice your whole lifetime." "You," the corner of Ash's mouth rose as she said. "Besides, the fine food that His Highness Roland invented was not only the layering of spices and salt. Only when you try it will you be able to understand. Remember, don't let your drool drip on your clothes. Lady Tilly cannot afford to lose face." "Nonsense, it will be you." Tilly could not help but smile. These two witches were Sleeping Island's most powerful combat witches. They would often fight against each other to determine who would be number one. Tilly knew, however, no matter if it was Ashes or Andrea, they were also her best subordinates. During the time of danger, they wouldn't hesitate to fight side by side, both working together to build the impregnable walls surrounding Sleeping Island. The two's quarreling lived up the atmosphere in the room, and as she saw the scene, Tilly couldn't help but think of the 5 witches she had sent to Border Town. Are they doing well in my brother's place? At this moment, the charming beauty suddenly began to shake violently. "Be careful," Ashes shouted as she grasped the 5th princess. The iron cooking pot on top of the brazier turned over, and the soup that poured out put out the charcoal fire. The brazier standing on the wok was overturned to the ground. The soup poured out the charcoal fire, while the fish meat ended up on the ground. A sharp whistle came from outside. Enemy attack! A sailor rushed into the captain's room and shouted, "Captain, sir, sea ghosts are coming. More than one? Sea ghost. Isn't that another name for demonic beasts?" Tilly got shocked. How can they even come to this place? As the group ran out of the cabin, they could see more than a dozen fish monster, with crab's legs entering the deck, and some that were still climbing up the two sides of the charming beauty. With their 6 legs, they moved fast and nimble like cockroaches, wielding a humanoid arm on both sides of their head. Their humanoid arms had an amazing strength, which could easily break a seaman's neck. "Since you are unwilling to accept my challenge, we will have to compete," Andrea shouted as she snapped her fingers. Her fingers began emitting a golden light, which turned into a bow firmly held in her hand. "The one who kills the most monster is the strongest." "No matter," Ashes countered as she pulled her strange sword from her back. "I'm on." Chapter 325, Arrow of Light. Tilly poured her magic into the flying magic stone, then jumped into the air, from where she could overlook the entire deck. The crew of the Charming Beauty was mostly formed out of experienced sailors, so after the initial panic subsided one after another, they picked up their weapons and grouped together to fight against the demonic beasts, to gradually guide them to the aft of the ship. It was obvious that it would be impossible for them to defeat such a large number of enemies with their strength alone. So their only hope lay in the witches that were together with them on board. When Ashes joined the battle, the situation quickly changed. She was like a gust of wind, causing all the monsters to cry and scream as she passed. Any demonic beasts daring to face her sword met with a clean cut, leaving with severed limbs scattered all across the deck. Unwilling to fall behind, Andrea released one arrow after another. Her magic longbow allowed her to use any object at hand as an arrow and release it with an alarming power and accuracy. So she rarely prepared a conventional feather arrow, but rather a bag of glass beads. The glass beads were solid enough that it could cross a distance of 20 paces and penetrate the demonic beast's head, turning the brain into a mass of paste, only allowing them to weakly twitch before turning limp, without even managing to release a single miserable cry. Breeze and Shavy pushed their way back and forth over the deck and rescued the injured sailors. Under the protection of an invisible barrier, the demonic beasts weren't even able to come close to them. Even on seeing the demonic beasts quickly being beheaded, and their number rapidly beginning to dwindle, Tilly still did not dare to relax. These fish-shaped monsters were clearly not enough to cause the violent shaking that the Charming Beauty had felt at the beginning. Instead, it was as if there was a huge monster hitting the bottom of the ship from below. Without the protection from Molly's servant, the force would have been strong enough to turn the ship into a piles of broken wood floating in the sea if it managed to hit the ship a few more times. At that time, the witches would just barely be able to protect themselves, while probably only a few seamen would be able to escape ending up in a fish belly. Just like she had expected, the moment Ash's sword had cut down the last demonic beast, a gigantic shadow, which was much too large to be a fish, appeared in the water in front of the ship's hull. It quickly approached them and once again bumped into the Charming Beauty. "Be careful," she shouted. Her voice had hardly fallen when the shadow once again passed beneath the bottom of the ship, causing the sailboat to start violently shaking. 2 masts began to issue a series of cracking sounds, as if they would come crashing down at any moment. Fortunately, the shadow didn't attempt another attack, and instead quickly disappeared into the depths from where it could attack the Charming Beauty with its back, shaping its knife and fork for a satisfying meal. After dropping down back on the deck, Tilly quickly summarized the situation. "We must force it out of the sea, otherwise sooner or later this damn monster will manage to sink the ship," Ashes declared with a frown. "I'll try it," Shavy said. since it's coming from beneath when it hits the bottom of the ship. As long as it gets in close enough, I could use my barrier to stop it." "Oh, Emperor of the sea above," old Jack cried out as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "If it's really as huge as Lady Tilly said, I'm afraid that ordinary attacks would be unlikely to work against it. So how would you kill it, even if you are able to force it out of the sea?" "Just let me do it." Andrea combed her loose hair back behind her ears as she showed them a confident smile. "There is no enemy able to resist my full power within a distance of 10 steps. It wasn't long before the shadow appeared again, but this time it had changed direction and was coming at them from the stern of the charming beauty. Monitoring the situation from high up in the air, Tilly immediately called out a warning. When Shavi heard her, she quickly ran into position and jumped off the ship. Previously, she had firmly tied a hemp rope around her waist, while the other end was in Ash's hand, who could use it to control Shavi's falling height. As the shadow approached, Shavi quickly opened her barrier, splitting the dusky sea water, as if it was separated by something invisible. As the monster rushed into the barrier, its huge bulk stopped, and Shavi let out a pressured groan. Her hands were hanging down beside her body, as if she was using an enormous amount of strength. Looking down, the shadow beneath her feet was rapidly expanding, and the water was rising violently. "Quickly pull her up," Tilly shouted as she rushed downwards. Using all her power, Ash's single-handed pulled on her end of the rope. The moment Shavi fell on the deck, a huge sea monster came roaring out of the water, causing waves which made the charming beauty sway heavily. The monster looked like a mixture between a shark and an octopus, with a triangular head which was covered with several tentacles, all of which shot straight toward the deck. Even without hearing its cry, it became clear that the unfathomable impact has made it incomparably angry. As it let its adult thigh-sized tentacles rain down onto the ship, trying to break everything apart, but even from the beginning up until the end, it had no way to penetrate Shavi's defense. "Andrea," Ashes bent down, entwined her fingers, and formed a step with her hands. "Coming," the latter set a foot onto Ash's palms and shouted, "Give me everything you've got." Thrown by extraordinary power into the air, Andrea turned into an arc, and within the blink of an eye, she had already appeared above the monster's head. She summoned her magical longbow, pulling the string to its fullest. Unexpectedly, there were flashes of light breaking out between the bow and its string. Rather than flashes of light, it seemed as if the sun had actually come out from behind the clouds, reflecting across the sea's surface in a golden luster. "Go," the light flashed, and with an ear-piercing cry and arrow, made purely out of magic, it drilled right into the monster body like a strike of thunder. The monster's gray-brown skin suddenly swelled, and golden cracks appeared all over its body, before finally, with a loud explosion, it shattered. The huge explosion created ripples across the surface of the sea. Its blood, which was as black as ink, dyed the sea a pitch black, while viscera came falling from the sky like rain. The previously attacking tentacles all curled up and sunk back into the sea together with pieces of the monster's blown-up head. Andrea crashed into the sea. "Ah, help, help, I can't swim. Guru, who's going to pull me out?" Ashes glanced toward the seemingly tired Shiva before she helplessly sighed. "She is indeed only a handsome fool," she said, then unhooked the sword on her back and jumped into the sea to swim to Andrea's side. As the threat of a sunken ship was lifted, Tilly finally felt some relief. At least, she no longer had to worry how they were going to travel on their own to border town. But just at that moment, she suddenly felt something cold on her nose, raising her head. She could not help but freeze on the spot. She could see snowflakes falling from the gray sky, flying around like white fairies, filling her entire field of view. "This is snow?" Tilly asked in disbelief as she looked at the melted water on top of her hand. "Greycastle has snow during autumn." "Well, it's like I said. The further west we go, the colder it becomes," One-Eyed Jack said as he pulled out his pipe. "It seems you are really returning toward an abyss of suffering." Tilly was unable to answer, only showing a dignified look. Breeze had originally come from the Kingdom of Dawn, which had a favorable climate throughout the year, while Jack was born within the fjords, where even during the strongest winter it was difficult for them to see heavy snowfall. But for Grey Castle's western region, snow had a special meaning. Her court tutor had once said that once the snow began to fall, it wouldn't stop for a long time. Just like the devil's fanfare, it symbolized the beginning of the months of demons and would only settle after the months of demon had come to its end. Although the beginning of the months of demons isn't at a fixed date, generally it won't start before the beginning of winter. Can it be that border town is already under the attack of demonic beasts? Moreover, those sea ghosts would usually only appear east of the burning fire island. But right now, there are even traces of them at the most southern corner of the Vortex Sea. I wonder if those merchant ships sailing between the fjords and the Four Kingdoms are also under attack from these monsters. Tilly was starting to feel more and more worried. Navigating through the whirling snow for 2 more days, they finally saw the hazy coastline on top of the horizon. Chapter 326, Contact. "Is this the place where you landed last time?" Tilly asked, looking at the tall, rocky cliff standing in front of them. From the moment they had first seen the coastline, the charming beauty had followed it all the way westwards, until Ashes finally shouted for them to stop when they've reached the known beach. "Yeah, take a look at them," Ashes said as she pointed at the top of a cliff. Tilly followed the direction of Ash's finger with her gaze and saw an orange flag on both sides of the peak flapping in the wind. Although it was a sandy beach when came here last, those 2 flags prove that we haven't taken the wrong road. "I also had the same impression," old Jack said, the pipe as always still in his mouth. "But the last time they came, it was with a huge balloon which they had used to carry all the woman over the mountain. So how are you planning to get over that?" "Huge balloon?" Tilly asked curiously. "That's right. It can fly when it is filled with hot air," Ashes nodded in confirmation. "It is said that it's one of His Highness' inventions. The principle behind it is to use the power from hot air to carry the balloon and the people inside up into the sky." The 5th princess looked somewhat worried as she stated, "The court mentors have never taught us anything like that." She then spat out a mouthful of white air before continuing, "No matter, I will see him soon, and when I do, I will naturally come to know the truth. Let's go ashore." "Are you sure you don't want to wait aboard until he comes to pick you up?" the captain asked, clearing his pipe from Ashes. "How are you planning to cross the cliff?" "Shiva will handle it," Tilly said smilingly, since it was a naturally formed coastline, and no one really knew the depth of the seabed. The charming beauty couldn't approach the shore. So the only way to send the people towards the sandbar was by using the landing boat. When the group of witches stepped onto the thick snow, Tilly turned toward one-eyed Jack and said, "Mr. Captain, please wait here for 3 or 4 more days. Lotus and the others will also need your help returning to Sleeping Island." "Of course," the captain agreed immediately. "Without you witches on board, I wouldn't dare to sail back. Who knows whether those sea ghosts will attack again on our way back home." When everything was said, Tilly went to the edge of the cliff and used the flying magic stone with her ability to head straight to the top of the hilltop. Looking around, the terrain behind the mountain was much higher than the beach. It was almost at the same level as the hilltop. In other words, they would only have to go up, and there would be no need for them to go down again to land. The height of the cliff was about 50 paces, and the magic consumption of the barrier would be increased when used against objects. But such a distance should still be no problem for Shiva. Having slowly come to land beside the 4-woman, Tilly said, "Shiva, I will have to trouble you with those 3. "Yes, Lady Tilly," the latter said, showing a big smile while patting her chest. Then she summoned her invisible barrier. By now all of them were fully recovered, after having rested for 2 days, since last deflecting all the violent attacks from the sea monster. Waiting until all the people had stepped on top of her transparent barrier, she guided her magic so that the barrier slowly rose up, and soon they were above the hilltop. Then, with Ash's guidance, the group spent half a day until finally arriving at Border Town. The first thing that caught Tilly's eyes was a steel bridge with its unique shape. It spun across a wide river with only 2 bridge piers at the bottom to act as support. Its iron beams neatly arranged, without any unnecessary beam or additional decoration or patterns. The snow laying on top of the deck was in stark contrast to the exposed parts of the black bridge, giving it an initial impression of an air of grandeur. "This bridge is really huge," Breeze sighed. "In the end, how many iron ingots did they need in order to create a bridge like this? It's just a waste of materials. The traffic problem could have easily been solved with a pontoon bridge. What's the point of building a bridge so high?" Ashes said, making it clear that she thought differently. Border Town lays at the end of the route of merchant fleets, so which ship would want to travel to a river's origin to do business? "That's the opinion of people who only have a superficial knowledge and experience," Andrea said, while elegantly shaking her index finger. "Even though I'm not a citizen of Greycastle, I can still see that the forest at the western side possesses a considerable value for reclamation. Even though there is no town there right now, that doesn't mean that there won't be one in the future. If you want to continue to expand your territory, it is a good choice to expand into an uninhabited area. At that time, the pontoon bridge would only become a hindrance for the trading route. Lady Tilly's brother can be considered as someone thinking more long-term than you are." Ashes raised her eyebrows. "Previously, you called him a vulgar nobleman who loved barbaric cooking, but now you've already changed how you address him to Lady Tilly's brother." "The 2 words vulgar nobleman were added by you," the blonde witch stated as she flung her hair away in a disdainful gesture. "In addition, thinking long-term and barbaric cooking doesn't conflict. You shouldn't try to stirring up enmity in front of Lady Tilly." Tilly, however, didn't care about this already common conflict between the two. Her gaze, instead, was directed to the other side of the river. There she had noticed an incredible phenomenon. At this time, the snow was still falling from the sky, the temperature no different than during the winter, so it was reasonable to say that it was a time the townspeople should be hiding in their own homes, either around the fire or rolled up beneath the quilt. Even in King's City, she had only ever seen a few people who had intensified their physical strength so as to elapse the bitter cold. If they wanted to keep their body warm, they would have to eat more than usual, not to mention the risk of catching a cold whenever they stepped out of the door. Therefore, apart from gathering the necessary food and drink, the overwhelming majority of civilians would always avoid any sort of action in the winter. However, on the town's riverside there were people constantly coming and going, some pushing carts, some carrying big bags on their back, all walking hurriedly as if they were working. Yet Tilly could not see a whip holding overseer anywhere among them. That was to say, these people were completely voluntary at their work. How can this be? After crossing the iron bridge, they were immediately stopped by 2 guards armed with peculiar spears. The guards were wearing uniform clothes and looked full of energy, their demeanor completely different from the common patrols in the big cities. "Stop! Why have you come from the south?" One of them looked at them for a moment before asking, "Wait, are you witches?" This question left Tilly slightly stumped for words. Even though she was already aware that witches were living openly within the town, when personally hearing ordinary people asking such a question in such a calm manner, it still set off a bursts through her heart. "Yes, we are witches. It seems you want to join the Witch Alliance," the guard assumed laughingly. "Please wait here. I'll report to the higher-ups immediately." "Wait. No, that's right. Then we will stay here and wait." Tilly stretched out her hand to interrupt Ashes. "Furthermore, can you tell me what those people there are busy with?" "Oh, they are repairing the dock. Due to the abrupt snow, There were a lot of things which have gotten messed up, but in the end, I really don't know much about what is going on over there." When the guard stepped back to his post, Ashes asked, puzzled, "Why didn't you inform him about your identity? Aren't you curious? Aren't you wondering how he would receive a witch from another city?" Tilly told her with a wink. It didn't take long until a tall woman dressed completely in white to come over. She had long blonde hair, and her looks were impeccable. Even without having seen her magic, Tilly could feel a piercing vigor coming from her body, just like a sharp, unsheathed blade. There was no doubt that the woman in front of them was a combat witch, and a very powerful one at that. "I really thought that you were new witches who want to join the Witch Alliance. Haven't you already gone back to Sleeping Island?" she first said as she looked at Ashes, before sweeping her gaze over the rest of the crowd. When her eyes finally fell on Tilly, she showed an expression of surprise for a moment before the sharp feeling suddenly disappeared, to be replaced by water-like warmth. "Hello, my name Nightingale," she nodded in greeting. "I presume you must be Tilly Wimbledon, His Highness Roland's younger sister." Chapter 327, The Reason. Lady Tilly. Guided by Nightingale to the Lord's castle, the fifth princess never expected that the first person to greet her would be Sylvie. She ran over cheerfully, skipping the salute, and instead bent over to give her a hug. "How come you're here? It's still autumn." "It's no different from winter now," Tilly laughed. "Where are the others?" "Lotus is currently building houses for the refugees. Evelyn and Candle are still in the industrial area, and Honey is in the back garden busy training messengers." Sylvie counted on her fingers. "His Highness has already sent people to go inform them. Don't worry, I think you'll be able to see them soon." A familiar, yet strange voice came from behind Sylvie. Tilly raised her head and saw a gray-haired man with a big smile on his face. His appearance was not much different from her memories. His smile and his demeanor, however, were completely unlike in the past. "Welcome to Border Town, my dear sister." Tilly's thoughts were in turmoil. There were too many suspicions she wanted to blurt out, but she kept a straight face as she followed Roland Wimbledon into a room that looked like a study. "Please sit," the other side said as he poured a glass of warm black tea and placed it in front of her. "A whole year has gone by since the last time we've seen each other. I know you've had a lot of things you want to talk to me about. It's the same with me, but there's no need to hurry." He looked at the falling snow outside the window and continued to say, "The winter is still very long." She grabbed the cup and wordlessly sat down by the mahogany table, quietly sizing up the fourth prince. Even with only the opening remarks, Tilly felt that it wasn't something she could ever imagine her timid and cowardly brother to say. He had always appeared strong on the outside, but was actually weak on the inside. He was always looking for the fastest way of escape, never wanting to face an issue directly. The Roland Wimbledon before her was completely different. He was trying to take the initiative of the conversation, and despite his soft and gentle tone, he completely showed the demeanor of a person fully comfortable in his place as a leader. "Nightingale," Roland tilted his head. "But your Highness." The guiding witch's voice came from somewhere within the room. "It doesn't matter, she is my little sister." "Very well." Nightingale was silent for a moment, then her body appeared before she unhappily left the room. "Now the only people here is you and me." He laughed a little as he returned to the table. Tilly was silent for a while. In the end, "Who? Are you really?" She thought that the other party would hesitate or pretend to be mysterious. Never would she expect that he would answer her so quickly. "I am your older brother, Roland Wimbledon, Grey Castle's fourth prince." Then he laughed. "I know I changed a lot, but I'm willing to explain it to you slowly." Tilly suddenly remembered what he had written in the latter. "As for what let me make this decision, and what made me no longer indifferent to this as I was in the past, these small, trifling things can be slowly discussed at a later opportunity." It probably had been this sentence that prompted her to decide to come to this remote town. She couldn't help but open her mouth. "I'd be happy to hear what you have to say." The whole story wasn't complicated, but was very exciting. After Roland told her of his experiences after being given Border Town, Tilly discovered that her cup had long since been emptied. She let out a long breath, then reviewed his story once again. Simply put, a witch named Anna moved Roland, and through the saved witch, he became aware of the evil acts of the church and the sinister lies they told the people. Then, with Garcia's assassination attempt, it brought him to realize the dark side of the royal power. Even when he hid in the corner of the kingdom, he still would not be able to evade their viciousness. So finally, he decided to change it all. Even though this sounded somewhat dramatic, but with some difficulty, it could count as an acceptable explanation. However, there still remained the question about the strange knowledge. Whether it's the steam engine or the guns, it's impossible that it came from a moment's perception and awareness. So you are saying that the ultimate cause of all this is the memories which suddenly appeared in your head? Tilly asked. Indeed, Roland said honestly. I know this is hard to believe, but it's a fact. After I luckily evaded Third Sister's assassination attempt, that was when I woke up from the coma and came to realize these things. If we say that meeting Anna was the impetus, then the content of the memories was the driving force behind my wish to change the status quo. Was it a witch? Tilly thought the possibility of either replacement or control are both slim. Sylvie has already confirmed that the Witch Alliance's abilities weren't unknown. Every day they would undergo a special practice. None of them have powers relating to those two areas, not even remotely. The only possibility left was possession. She didn't eliminate the possibility that they had this kind of ability, which allowed them through invade and occupy the body and obtain the other person's thoughts. But this speculation is equally uncertain. No matter how Father thought about Roland, he is undoubtedly one of Greycastle's princes. Therefore, always wearing a god's stone of retaliation was normal for him, and there were always knights and personal guards around to protect him, which made it impossible for a witch who has no hiding ability to get close to him. But even with such a witch, how can she possibly know so many things that are out of the ordinary? When she was a child, Tilly, besides liking to rummage through the palace library, she also received teaching from several white-haired, erudite, and multi-talented court mentors. But even they had never talked about using the power of steam and snow powder to replace animal power and swords. So it seemed that his quirky knowledge had something to do with his bizarre encounters. How will you prove that you are indeed Roland Wimbledon, and not just the part which appeared with those extra memories? Tilly knew that this question was quite rude. If he were to act like the former fourth prince she knew, he would undoubtedly have exploded into a rage by now, flipped over the table, and stamped out of the room. Because I still remember the matters which happened on the court. The other party's tone remained calm. I think it is a person's unique memory that distinguishes the essence of a person. If a well-known witch was to become exactly the same as you, with only her memories not the same, she would still essentially be another person. Even though I have a lot of strange memories, I do not remember where these came from. However, your weeping expression as you left me when I threw you onto the broken glass is still vividly embedded in my memory, so there is the proof. He paused. Of course, I haven't had the time to apologize to you, but I still hope that it will not be too late. Tilly fell silent. The Roland before her eyes wore a clean attire and an expression of sincerity, as if to tell her that it was needless to doubt since it was all true. Obviously, no matter from where she looked at him, the new him was much better than the dandy prince from before, but there were some doubts remaining within her heart. Truly, hard to believe. That's normal, Roland said, as if he had seen through her thoughts. There are a lot of things which are unthinkable before you personally experience them. For me, I would never have expected my younger sister would have awakened as a witch, even concealing it from all the people within the palace. However, as I've said at the beginning, this winter is still very long. We will have a lot of time to slowly come to understand each other. It's probably the best solution. At the moment, Tilly nodded. Then, for the next few months, I'm sorry to be troubling you. Let me handle it, you'll love it here. Chapter 328 Formal Talk. After Tilly had left his office, Roland finally breathed out in relief. Obviously, when in front of a smart person, having to hold serious conversation while also talking complete nonsense created a lot of pressure. Especially if you want to maintain a sincere and genuine expression. Fortunately, Nightingale's report allowed him to take a breather. Roland took the fact that the witches from Sleeping Island have all returned to the castle as an opportunity to end the conversation. How come you don't have any special feelings when facing your younger sister who's become a witch? Nightingale said as she turned around to sit on the table, occupying a high ground to overlook the prince. He rolled his eyes and ill-humoredly said, "Can't feeling strong pressure also be regarded as a special feeling?" "I thought it was a touching reunion," Nightingale said, curling her lips. "Previously, I didn't have a good relationship with her," Roland sighed. "During the time we lived in the palace, I used to bully her. Later, when we grew up, we both became estranged from one another, so it was an unexpected pleasure for her to come here." "Oh," Nightingale said meaningfully, "it is unlike you to confront an unfamiliar witch alone. As I see it, you are quite trusting of her." "That's because I didn't want you to see me lying." Roland decided it would be better not to answer. Instead, he refilled his cup and leaned back in his chair, slowly sipping a mouthful. "In short, you will come to understand it later." Nightingale reached out, touching his lips. "You will tell me everything, won't you?" "Yes." "I'll take that as a promise then," she laughed and disappeared. Roland leaned back against his chair, recalling his whole conversation with Tilly, searching for any possible flaw. He had given her the most appropriate explanation that he could think of. Many years of work experience had told him, the more exaggerated a lie, the lower the possibility that it would survive speculation. Therefore, deliberately hiding one's clumsiness during childhood to save face, accidentally finding ancient books, or meeting a hermit who taught him, were the kinds of lies that would be easily exposed as long as the other side kept on asking. Furthermore, in addition to being his sister, the other side was also from a witch organization. Thus, every lie exposed before we form a stable relationship could bring on a heavy blow to our mutual trust. So he chose to tell the truth about the parts that could be uncovered, and explained the additional from a sudden appearance of new memories. Even though it sounded incredible, but in contrast to an even more incredible thought of crossing over it at least, did not have too many negative consequences, and also couldn't be claimed to be false. If the latter event was to take place, it wouldn't be certain whether or not she could come to accept a complete stranger from another world. As long as he insisted on his identity as Grey Castle's fourth prince, there would be no way to deny it. Furthermore, Roland believed that all she had wanted was to hear an explanation personally from his mouth. Within his heart, he knew that a good leader shouldn't entangle themselves with the past. Instead, the most important thing would be to move towards the future. The winter would allow him to show her the vast prospects that the western region held so as to ensure their cooperation. Only then would this be seen as a successful first meeting. As for the relationship between her and him, there would be a lot of time to repair it in the future. That evening, they hold a grand banquet in the castle hall. Not to mention the commonly seen pepper steak, fried egg, and white bread, there were also all kinds of liquor on display, sweet-smelling fried bird kiss mushrooms, steamed dumplings, as well as ice cream. With the desire to bring the taste of the dishes to a new level, he simultaneously introduced the concept of fancily arranged sampler platter. Placing small pieces from the main dishes on top of a big china plate, and sprinkle it with soy paste, creating an excellent visual effect that entices everyone who sees it to reach out for it. Crisscrossing their wine cups under the sparkling candle light, the dinner finally ended with a warm and lively atmosphere. That was when the more formal talk started. Within the living room in front of a burning fireplace, Roland and the members of the Witch Alliance sat in a long row of seats, while Tilly and the other witches of Sleeping Island sat in the opposite row. Maggie, however, because of her sensitive role, had simply turned into her pigeon form and squat down on the chandelier above their heads. Tilly took the lead and started the discussion. I, in addition to wanting to help Border Town resist the invasion of demonic beasts, also intend to send back the first batch of 5 witches. She summarized Sleeping Island's current situation. Next spring, Silver Moon Bay are going to send us a group of ordinary immigrants to the island, so we will have to rely on Lotus and Honey to prepare extra food and housing for them in advance. Roland got a headache. If he wanted to resist the invasion of the demonic beasts, the first army would be enough. With the exception of nimble and extremely fast types of mixed species, there was hardly any situation which demanded that they send out witches. But in the construction area, the role of the witch was irreplaceable. At the moment, the path through the mountains toward the new sea hasn't yet been opened. The dock was only halfway constructed, and he would still like to build additional cave dwellings for the newest batch of immigrants. Thus, he decided to ask, "Can you delay their journey for half a month?" I wish I could agree, but circumstances have changed. Tilly reluctantly shook her head. We have already met with sea ghosts in the southern part of the Vortex Sea, which are fish-type demonic beast. I suspect that this has to do with the advanced beginning of the months of demons. According to legends, the longer the months of demons is, the more aggressive and fearsome the demonic beasts will be. Therefore, they will have to travel as soon as possible if we want to guarantee a relatively safe trip. They are not fit to fight. I know, that's also the reason why Breeze will escort the ship. Her ability is very effective against mentally inferior enemies. We also don't intend to return in the same way we came. Instead, we'll be sailing northward along the coastline until we can reach Port of Clear Water. From there, we will take the usual trade route to Sleeping Island. According to recently arrived messenger birds, there haven't been any demonic beasts detected on the routes between the fjords and the Four Kingdoms. Roland still had to make at least one final effort. So, besides Lotus and Honey, would it be possible for the other 3 to stay? Currently, they are only halfway through their primary education, so leaving now would be the equivalent to them giving up halfway. Puff haha, Tilly couldn't suppress her laughter. It seems you are quite interested in them. He did not know how to respond to this statement. I would like to know how you are planning to use Candle's and Evelyn's ability. Curing metal parts and brewing, the former can greatly improve the efficiency of mechanical operation, the latter well. Roland slightly paused. Wine is a very good thing. There are many other uses to it besides drinking. Well, on Sleeping Island, they've always been worried that there wouldn't be an actual use for their ability. Furthermore, they were also often. Tilly didn't elaborate further, but Roland could already speculate that she was actually talking about discrimination, the same experience Mystery Moon had to face during her time with the Witch Cooperation Association. I am very happy to hear that you want them so urgently to stay. Sure enough, every witch has their own unique and unmatched role, and it doesn't make the least sense that their ability would be meaningless. She looked at Evelyn and the others and asked, "What do you think?" "I want to follow you, Lady Tilly," Sylvie stated. Candle touched her head, am willing to go anywhere. "Lady Tilly, if you need me, I will go back to Sleeping Island." Evelyn fell silent for a moment before she continued to say, "Otherwise, I would like to stay in Border Town. There are still so many things that I hope to learn from Teacher Scroll." "Don't be so nervous. I'm not forcing you to choose if you want to stay or go. It isn't a two-choice question." Tilly smiled and shook her head. "I just want to know what you think about living in Border Town. You can return to Sleeping Island at any time. The same is true for Lotus and Honey. It is unlikely that they will leave forever. I even hope to invite the witches from Border Town to come to Sleeping Island." We hope that through our efforts, whether it be the North or the South, in the future all witches should be free to live where they want. Don't you think so too, elder brother? Roland was slightly shocked. This was the first time he had heard her addressing him like this. Even within the memories of the fourth prince, it was also more than a decade ago. He smiled and nodded. There will definitely be a day like this. Chapter 329 Clarion. After coming to an agreement, Roland cleared his throat and continued in a serious tone. Next, there is some news regarding the devils and the ruins. He informed Tilly about Border Town's recent discoveries within the concealing forest and behind the snow-capped mountain. I'd intended to send witches and soldiers of the First Army to bring the trapped person back to Border Town, but the heavy snow arriving more than a month ahead of time has messed up my plan. That the Devil's legendary army was in such close proximity, and that there are still some people left within the ruins from more than 400 years ago. Tilly became dumbstruck in amazement. I'm slowly starting to believe what you've told me. Anna looked at Roland, and he coughed twice, according to the scene we observed, and the reaction shown. It seems that the devils must have been behind the snow-capped mountain for many years already. I suspect that they are limited to the area covered by the red fog, and thus unable to continue their expansion toward the Four Kingdoms. So, for now, I don't think that they will be a threat to Border Town. Within the next 2 years, I will set up a coastal warning point to monitor their movements. He paused. As for the woman sealed in the remains of the tower, she might know the truth behind the holy city Takilla and the utter defeat of the church. I have the same thoughts. Tilly closed her eyes and pondered about it. Is there any way to avoid taking a land route? Could we perhaps reach it directly from the air? Ashes told me that you have a tool that can be driven by hot air. You want to bring her out of ruins now, in the middle of the months of demons? Roland asked, full of disbelief. The number of people which can board the hot air balloon is 10, or if we exchange it for a bigger one, we could perhaps expand the number of people to 15. However, no matter how many we are, if we encounter the devils, we are likely to suffer casualties. Furthermore, there is also the risk which comes from encountering roaming demonic beasts. It's too dangerous. If you only depend on the Witch Alliance, it will indeed be very dangerous, Tilly agreed. But Shavy and Ashes are here now. With them, the degree of danger will be reduced by a lot. According to your previous statement, the devil's current attack patterns is throwing spears from a far-off distance and using the same amount of strength as an extraordinary. If it is like this, then Shavy's invisible barrier can block several spears, while Ashes could suppress the enemy during close combat. Right now, the Months of Demons is still in its early stages, so the power of the demonic beasts is still not that strong. If you want to go to the ruins, now would be the best opportunity. Roland felt a little hesitant. The last fight with the devils was also an air battle, which had been to their disadvantage. So if he wanted to fly over there, he felt quite unstable within his heart. But the words Tilly had said also made sense. Sylvie's magic eye could ensure that they would discover the enemy first. Furthermore, as long as they maintained an altitude of 10 to 15 meters, flying only a bit above the tree top, he had confidence that they could reach the ground before the enemy spotted them. Then, with Nightingale's and Ash's powerful offensive abilities, defeating a group of around 10 devils would easily be accomplished. Even if there were some who managed to slip through the net, the double protection from Shavy's and Anna's shields should be able to assure the team's safety. After irresolutely muttering to himself for a short period, he asked, "Are you really sure you want to go?" "I feel that this might be an opportunity to unravel the mystery," Tilly said frankly. "This year's advanced start for the Months of Demons and the sea ghost emerging from the southern sea vortex is always giving me a bad feeling." Roland's heart skipped a beat. This feeling he also knew quite well. The early start of the Months of Demons was unlikely to be abnormal phenomena caused by climate change. He faintly felt that it had something to do with the devils and the church. In that case, who will fill the ranks? I do not know which witch's border town will send, but I will be going, Tilly declared without hesitation. As far as the eye could see, snowflakes were dancing in the air under the gray sky. After repelling the last attack, Maine and Tafun unhurriedly boarded Hermes' city wall. Some of the snowflakes landed in the black and warm blood river flowing at the foot of the wall, diluting the thick blood as it melted. Fortunately, all this blood belonged to the enemy, while hundreds of soldiers from the god's punishment army stood straight along the wall and were waiting for the launch of the next wave of demonic beasts. Your Excellencies, sir. The shoulders of the army of judges who assisted the god's punishment army shouted while placing their fists on their chest. Most of their faces appeared to be somewhat young and tender, but their eyes also held two distinct emotions, fear and excitement. It seems that some of them are still children. Tafun commented after reaching an open space and overlooking the wilderness. Then he sighed and continued. When I was their age, I was still milling flour for some nobles. The priority of the god's punishment army is to protect the new holy city, while parts of the army of judges that are more experienced are still caught up in Wolfshart City, cleaning up the last remaining evil elements. Those people are only recently promoted believers. They have never been on a real battlefield before, Maine explained. The snow has come too early. Tafun hesitated before he asked. There isn't such a situation mentioned within the Holy Book. The Holy Book is also only written by the Pope, so it's unavoidable that there would be some parts that are overlooked that will appear, the bishop said as he leaned against the ice-gold wall, while overlooking the pile of corpses at the foot of the steep cliff. Ordinary demonic beasts would never be able to climb up such a steep wall. The only ones that could threaten the holy city were the mixed species. It's fine as long as it can point out the general direction we need to follow. From the demonic beasts which have appeared, it can be inferred that there are still approximately 10 years remaining. Using 2 years to unify the 4 kingdoms, and spending the remaining 8 years to build up the god's punishment army, by then the church should have a large contingent of more than 10,000 people. After stopping for a moment, he went on to say, using the firm walls and Hermes terrain, we will stick to this plateau until the enemy's strength reverses. I'm old. I'm afraid I won't be able to see that day come. It's unrelated to age, Your Excellency Tafun, Maine said in a comforting tone. There are many people who are unable to see that moment, like Alan, Stone, Lidgy. And Heather, Tafun added. Yes, and Heather, he nodded. But in any case, there will always be people who will carry on our mission and continue to move forward. Do not say such discouraging words. The old man shook his head, but then smiled as he asked, wait, was Zero able to get a hold on the fierce snow powder formula? Did the pivotal secret area already start their test? Mortals' toys aren't of any help to the church, Maine said full of disdain. It may be possible to use snow powder to clean up a group of demonic beasts, but our real enemies are the devils from hell. Used in an open area, its lethality will be greatly reduced. If you want to create a force strong enough to break the devil's heavy armor, you are going to need a very large amount of it. In addition, besides the soldiers from the god's punishment army, there is no one who could go out and throw half a body-sized bag of snow powder over a great distance. It's like that. What a pity. If you want to beat the devils, there is no time to play tricks, Maine said, stressing each word. Only by confronting them head-on will we be able to survive. At this moment, from the watchtower to the side of them came the sound of a long horn blow. One long horn blow stood for an invading wave of demonic beasts. Let's go back to the cathedral, since there is going to be another fight soon. Okay. Tafun nodded and turned around to go as the horn sounded again. Woo-woo, 2 long sounds meant that the wave of demonic beasts contained a lot of mixed species. Hearing this, Maine's heart quickened. It was undoubted that the god's punishment army would have to face a fierce battle. But why is it so fast? This is only the first month of the months of demons. However, just as the horn sound ended, the third one already rang up. An oppressive and unbroken sound, like the sudden clap of thunder, rolling over Hermes for a long time without subsiding. Wu Main almost couldn't believe his ear. Looking at Taefun, he saw that the other's face looked as shocked as he felt himself. 3 horn blows stood for a very urgent situation, a situation at which Hermes' survival stood at stake. Even last time, when the demonic beasts were able to reach the outskirts of the cathedral, it wasn't a situation where the blows have reached that number. What did the watchman see? It wasn't long until Maine got his answer. Within the black tide of demonic beasts were 2 strangely formed enormous beasts. They possessed 4 thick fangs, 4 feet, and 2 hands. Their bodies were covered in pitch-black fur, and 1 foot alone already possessed the size of a mixed wolf species. From afar, those 2 beasts looked like moving fortresses. With every step they took, they left a deep mark in permafrost-covered plains. If those demonic beasts which surrounded them were not avoided on time, they would be smashed into the ground by their feet and turned into a pool of flesh and blood. There were several records of them within the Holy Book: the Death's Herald, the Hell's Nightmare, the Devil's Fangs. But what Maine feared the most wasn't their terrible appearance, but what they represented. Why? His mind was completely occupied by horror. Why are those terror-striking monsters, which according to the Holy Book should only appear 5 years before the disaster, already appearing at Hermes right now? Chapter 330, Farewell. The next day, Roland bid Lotus and Honey farewell in the castle backyard. Even though the 2 women didn't want to leave so soon, but when he heard that the charming beauty and its crew were still waiting at the beach, he decided not to delay their departure any further. In this way, he could show off his magnanimity and keep from causing Tilly any further embarrassment. Putting himself into her shoes, he had to recognize that even though she needed to finish their large-scale construction on Sleeping Island first, the fact that they will continue to send the all-important witches to Border Town still counted as a sincere gesture on their part. Since their situation was already like this, he also couldn't be too demanding. In order to avoid a long journey through the snow, Anna and Wendy would be there to send them off using Cloud Gazer. In so doing, they could easily reduce the travel time to reach the beach to 30 minutes. "Thank you for taking care of us these past few months," the 2 witches said, while bowing in front of Roland. "It should be me thanking you," Roland said laughingly. "You 2 have made many contributions towards the construction of Border Town, so I have gifts I would like to give to you." "Gift?" Lotus said, with her cheeks having turned slightly red from embarrassment, while Honey touched her chest and looked over at Lotus, and then excitedly asking, "Will we also get them?" Roland took 2 bags from Nightingale and handed it over to them. "Yes, you can have them." Unable to wait any longer, Honey opened the gift and pulled out a long white cloth. "Hey, what is this? It isn't a corset." "Keek, it's a scarf." He stepped forward, took the fabric made of cotton from her before wrapping it around her neck. "This way, you won't need to be afraid of the wind and snow pouring onto your neck. Wrap it around a bit higher, and you can even cover your ears with it." Nice and warm," the latter cried out with a contented face. It was unsure whether this was an illusion, but it seemed that Lotus' face had become even redder. "There's more," Honey said after having played with the scarf for a moment. She then took out a small box from the bag and asked, "Your Highness, is this also a gift?" "Yes, open it and take a look." "Wow, it is so clear," she jubilantly exclaimed after lifting up the top of the box. "Lotus, come and take a look. You can clearly see for yourself." It was a small mirror embedded in a wooden box, a gift which was also available at the convenience market. In Roland's life experience, as long as they were women, there was no way they would be able to resist such a sparkling present. Honey's voice, which was filled with excitement, immediately attracted the other witches, and so the Sleeping Island's witches clustered in a group. They used the mirror to look at their own appearance and couldn't help but show an undisguised love and envy towards it. After all, the image reflected by the mirror made using Sorya's reflective coating was far better than a silver mirror, which also allowed Roland to discover a new way he could bribe them. After the gifts were all handed out and the hot air balloon fully inflated, the group boarded the basket and waved their goodbyes to Roland and the other witches. On seeing this scene, it seemed that now that they were about to leave town, they have started to feel a slight bit reluctant to parting ways. "I can't help but admit that this is indeed a good place," Tilly came over to him and whispered, "with a convenient water supply and comfortable rooms. It's very difficult to believe that in just 1 year you were able to transform such a desolate place into its current appearance. Do you regret it?" "You mean that I've sent the witches to your town?" She laughed. "How could that be? As long as they can live a better life, how could I ever regret it? Do not forget, I too am a witch." In the White Garden, Tilly's smile was pure and beautiful, not a trace of color to be seen. If he had a younger sister like this in his previous life, he would have caused a 100% rate for turning heads if he were to bring her out. But Roland knew, compared to her identity as his sister, his actual relationship with her was more like a partner, a natural ally. From yesterday's decision, he could already see that she wouldn't hesitate to take on personal risks to deal with any possible threats. "Do you really intend to go to such a dangerous place?" Roland asked her. "Although you are an exceptional witch, in the end, your ability isn't suited towards fighting." "Do not worry, it isn't as if I don't have any self-protection ability," Tilly said as she stretched out her hands, showing him the ornaments she wore. On the ring finger of her left hand, she carried a blue crystal ring, while on her right hand, she wore a white silk glove with a red gem embedded in the back. To be honest, Roland had to acknowledge that this collection looked a bit strange clothing, looked similar to the asymmetrical mix, and match style of dress used by artists of the later generations. He had been very curious about this since yesterday, but out of courtesy had kept from asking. "It is a magic stone. This one, in particular, is the magic stone we found within the ancient ruins," she explained. "After putting your magic into it, it can display all kinds of abilities. For example, this ring allows me to fly like lightning." After she spoke, as if to prove her words, her feet lifted from the ground. As if her whole body had turned weightless, she stayed suspended in midair, which had given Roland quite a shock. A witch's ability can actually change through a magic stone. He soon realized the significance this held. If it was possible to order custom-made abilities in batches, a witch's work efficiency would increase drastically. For example, Lotus. If the witch union could have several magic stones with a copy of her ability, the construction of the temporary residential area could be completed within a single day. When Tilly landed back on the ground, she pointed at an open space with her right hand, and soon after Roland saw a bright light flaring from her fingertips. After hitting the snow, it left an ankle-deep bowl-shaped hole, which revealing the dark earth of the ground. "Does this mean you can use both abilities at the same time?" Roland asked in surprise. "No," Tilly shook her head. "Within a certain range, the magic stone allows you to use one ability. If I push magic simultaneously into 2 stones, nothing would happen," she smiled. "Originally, I didn't intend to reveal this information to you this early on, but after our conversation from last night, I've come to think that I might have misunderstood you. The fact that you've honestly told me about what had happened in the ancient ruins made me happy, but also a little apologetic. No harm, I can understand where you're come from. Oh, that's right, there is still something I want to ask you. What is this corset Honey just mentioned?" Roland almost choked on his own saliva. "Keek, I have no idea. Maybe you should go and ask Sylvie or Evelyn about it." "Well," Tilly shrugged, "it seems you still have some reservation towards me." For some time, the prince didn't know what to say. With a wink, she said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Since last night, I've had a problem. I've been thinking something. If these sites really did belong to the church, why would they leave these magic stones behind? According to what happened to Ashes, it is most likely that the church is raising their own group of witches. Thus, these items should also have a similar importance to them, even if they wanted to deliberately bury knowledge of the war after being forced to flee from the devils. It wouldn't hinder them from continuing to use these stones. It just doesn't make sense. Does that mean the church doesn't care about this loss at all? Roland thought aloud, only to quickly reject his conjecture. No, they should not be able to mass-produce these magic stones, or it would have been completely impossible for the Witch Cooperation Association to flee. After all, if they had been able to fly, it would have been completely impossible to escape the church's witch hunt. Indeed, I recall that I found a very strange point when I looked through all the books in the palace library about the church and their god. Not only does their historical records stop at around 400 years ago, even their god's origin is somewhat vague. He has no name, no epic legend. Except for propagating his omnipotence, there is nothing more, no more details. Compared with the three ancient gods, he appears to be a vague notion with nothing to it. With those 2 points together, I can't help it but feel that something is strange about all of this. What? Roland's heart trembled with fear. It feels as if the church just suddenly has appeared from out of nowhere. Chapter 331, The Key to Art. It feels as if the church just suddenly has appeared from out of nowhere. This sentence continued echoing through Roland's mind as he was returning to his office. He closed his eyes and carefully looked through the memories of the fourth prince, but he still couldn't find any relevant information about this. His understanding of the church was the same as that of any other ordinary nobleman. During his time at the palace, the fourth prince never bothered spending that much effort in learning anything useful. So his knowledge concerning the occult was practically a full-on blank space. But if what Tilly had said was true, then the church's propaganda strategy was also rather strange. Taking his former world of religious myths, for example, since the beginning of the world, there have always been gods, and the routine everyone agreed on was that the gods were the ones who created the world. Stories such as the creation in 7 days, karma, reincarnation, and so on. Those were legends used to describe the power of the gods and were a standard part of every religion. Compared to them, the church of this world was quite lacking. But Roland didn't have any more clues to consider, so he shook his head and decided to put such thoughts behind him. Maybe their questions would be answered when they went to explore the ruins within the concealing forest. He went to the window and looked towards the garden where a huge coating was laid out on the ground. In the middle of the vast expanse of white snow, its bluish-green appearance seemed particularly eye-catching. Nowadays, Soria was creating a bigger air sac. The new hot air balloon's volume would become much larger, and would thus be able to transport a larger crowd of people. This was preparation in case they were unable to free the trapped woman when going to the ruins in the case that Anna wasn't able to cut down the whole ice coffin, and bring the woman and some of the transparent stones back to Border Town. They would depart in 2 days. The people that would be going along had already been decided. Tilly, Sylvie, Shavy, Ashes, and Andrea would be from the Sleeping Island Witches, while the Witch Alliance would send Anna, Wendy, Nightingale, Nana, Lightning, and Maggie. This lineup could be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. Its attack, defense, and battlefield awareness were of the highest level. So as long as there was no god's stone of retaliation being used, the devils wouldn't even have a chance of approaching them. "Your Royal Highness, Chief Alchemist Sir Kyle Sitch wishes to see you," one of his personal guards said from the door. "Let him in." Kyle wasn't alone. This time he had come together with his colleague Chavez. "Your Royal Highness, the outline for your requested large-scale production of nitric acid has been completed." "Really?" Roland stared blankly, but soon after a burst of happiness flooded his heart. This was probably the best piece of news he had heard within these past few days. He stood up in excitement and personally poured a cup of tea for the two chemists as he asked, "Tell me, how did you manage it?" "The credit for this belonged to Chavez," he said laughingly, "so I will let him explain it." "Your Honorable Highness," the young Chavez bowed, seeming somewhat reserved as soon as he opened his mouth. "You're alchemical." "No, the chemical reaction used in the laboratory to produce nitric acid is produced by distilling saltpeter to obtain diluted nitric acid, and then it's purified with concentrated sulfuric acid. I tried to put the two together by placing the saltpeter directly into the concentrated sulfuric acid for shared heating. By doing so, I successfully obtained nitric acid. Even more, its purity was very high, so much so that it was possible to observe the phenomenon of fuming, which was spoken of within elementary chemistry. Shared heating? But combining those two isn't the same, Roland said, baffled. The temperature used for dry distillation is much higher than the temperature that is used for shared heating. The gas produced by the dry distillation should be nitrogen oxide. Only by bubbling it through water it would become diluted nitric acid. Concentrated sulfuric acid is only used for purification because of its high boiling point and its strong water absorption, which in turn reduces the moisture content in the nitric acid. This doesn't involve any sort of chemical reactions. I myself also don't quite understand why it happened, but Mr. Sitch, thinking that my discovery was merely a coincidence, then went and did a couple of experiments. Coincidence? Roland stared at the chief alchemist. Indeed, Kyle said with certainty. The two are not the same, but they still produced the same effect. Following the chemical formula, I guess that there is a component within the saltpeter that reacts with the sulfuric acid but evaporates in the heat, leaving only nitric acid behind. According to the formula, it looks like some kind of, well, nitrate. It suddenly occurred to Roland that the chemistry textbook did mention that before synthetic ammonia was invented, people had used nitric acid or potassium nitrate to react with concentrated sulfuric acid to produce nitric acid. This was also the oldest manufacture method known, because the main ingredient of saltpeter were two different kinds of nitrate. It was easy to obtain. Furthermore, the extraction was also relatively easy. So as long as the temperature could be controlled, they would have a steady stream of evaporated nitric acid to collect. Of course, because this method consumed a large amount of sulfuric acid, and at the same time easily led to the corrosion of the equipment, it was later replaced by more advanced technology. But to Roland, these 2 points weren't much of a problem. After all, the fertilizer and pesticide industry hasn't been established yet, so the produced sulfuric acid could only be used for the purification of nitric acid, while Soria's coatings could easily solve the problem brought from the strongly corrosive nitric acid steam. "Well done," Roland said, while happily patting Chavez's shoulder. "You were unexpectedly able to come up with such a method by chance. You're unaware of it, but his outstanding luck has already revealed itself within Redwater City's alchemic workshop," Kyle Sitchai said as he raised an eyebrow. Before learning chemistry, the exploration of alchemy was something which relied on luck. Within his early 20s, this kid had already discovered the double acid preparation method and had become the youngest alchemist within the workshop. That was enough to turn the eyes of the other 30 to 40 years old apprentices red with envy. You can imagine how most of them will be stuck as apprentices for the rest of their lives. "Anyway, this is good news for the town," Roland praised. "First, you should try to make a batch of equipment to examine it further. I will let a witch cooperate with you. If feasible, we will then expand the scale of production." "As you will." "All right, I still have another task to give you," Roland said, putting away his joyful expression and continuing in a solemn tone. "Now that we will have a reliable source of nitric acid, I will need you to produce something that is very dangerous nitroglycerin." "How dangerous is it?" Kyle asked. "It is actually very simple to use the raw materials, namely letting concentrated nitric acid react with glycerol, supplemented with concentrated sulfuric acid to act as a catalysator. However, during the reaction process, you must strictly control the temperature and the ventilation. Since the nitrification produces a lot of heat, it would also be best to put the container into iced water for the experiment. Bear in mind that alteration between hot and cold, vibrations, impacts, or friction might lead to it exploding. Roland didn't know how reliable his amateur knowledge would be in the end, but the ingredients were undoubtedly correct, so even if there was likely to be some danger, it was still something he had to try. During the experiment, it will be all right to merely use a small amount of ingredients, so that in case a mishap occurs, Lady Nana should still be able to heal you. This. Chavez opened his mouth to answer, but even before he could say another word, Kyle had already given his promise. I understand, and its power is something comparable to snow powder. It's entirely different. It looks like an interesting experiment, the chief alchemist said and laughed. So it's true that 9 out of 10 chemists are explosion maniacs, Roland thought. Nitroglycerin is extremely unstable. Nobel especially added diatomaceous earth to it to make it blunter, and this increased its safety. However, while this did, in fact, improve its safety, it also reduced its explosive power. Naturally, Roland wouldn't be using that classical method. Instead, he intended to add nitrocellulose or nitrostarch into the nitroglycerin, both of which could stabilize it while further enhance the explosive effect. The former would make an excellent smoke-free explosive, while the latter would produce a stronger explosion. From their names alone, it could already be seen that a lot of nitric acids would be key in the evolution of black powder into gunpowder, and now he was in the possession of that very key. Chapter 332: What One Has Seen and Heard. In the days before they would set out to explore the ruins, Tilly's greatest interest was slowly strolling along the flat streets of Border Town, observing the remote territory which had already undergone such startling changes in the hands of Lord Roland. This small town stands out from the masses, she thought. The more carefully she observed everything, the more she became aware of this. It was entirely different from any other place she had been to before, and what left her the most impressed was probably the gorgeous and unparalleled vitality which this small town radiated. Even the up-and-coming sleeping island couldn't compare with it. Aren't these people afraid of the cold? Andrea said, full of amazement at seeing the pedestrian coming and going on the street. What did your brother do that they'd be willing to work during the winter? It's still autumn, Ashes retorted. You can't even tell different season apart. But there is no difference between the current weather and winter. This is analogous with the argument which frequently appears within Her Dream, His Country. Andrea elegantly raised her long hair and said, Of course, a barbaric woman such as you would never understand something like this. What's your dream? My dream? It is difficult to communicate with a vulgar person who hasn't ever even enjoyed the drama, but Lady Tilly must surely have watched this famous drama from the Kingdom of Dawn. There is no need for you to fight. Sylvie sighed. I think the reason behind this is quite simple. Usually, the common folk do not want to be active during winter because it would increase food consumption greatly. In case they can't eat their fill, it would be very easy for them to catch a cold. However, this issue doesn't exist in Border Town. The price of grain isn't high, firewood is also quite abundant, and Miss Lily is easily able to cure a cold. It would therefore be better if they continued to work hard, even within the cold and snow, and try to earn one more day's salary. I am able to understand that there would be enough firewood due to the concealing forest west of the town, but the reason for the price of grain not being high, how is that possible? Andrea asked, feeling puzzled. My family has also been involved in the food business, so I know that crop failures caused by natural disasters could lead to everyone raising the price of grain by a lot. With such a bad weather, How could he keep the nobles and merchants from selling food at a higher prices? Nobles, merchants? Sylvie asked laughingly. Here in Border Town, there is only one person who is allowed to sell grain. That is His Royal Highness. All those fields along the river belong to him. Tilly frowned. No, that's the land of the serfs. She told her what she had seen and heard, as well as the scene occurring during the bumper harvest. He made two food prices. One was the purchase price, and one was the selling price. Those two prices are fixed, with the latter being higher than the former. Isn't he forcing them to sell low and buy high? Ashes asked while showing an expression of disbelief. If he can sell at a high price, why won't he allow others to sell it at high prices as well? No, it's not the same, Tilly said. After the wheat is taken in, it also needs to be threshed, ground, and stored in a warehouse. All this produces further cost, thus it's normal for the price to rise. What Lady Tilly said is right. I had the same question, so I later asked Teacher Scroll about it. Sylvie smiled. She said that the extra expenses were paid off. Some were paid to those who deal with the farmers. It is also used to build new granaries so that the production can be expanded, which in turn will provide Border Town with new. She stopped for a moment, thinking about the right word to use. Jobs, right? That's what she called them. I heard that His Highness was very concerned about that. But he is still buying weak selling strong, Ashes stressed. Shouldn't trade be free? Perhaps, but His Highness' selling price is at a rate that still allows everyone to buy it. Furthermore, if the price stays constant, people will also become more comfortable. Sometimes freedom isn't always for the best, Tilly said. She already had a clear idea of what Roland was doing. The rule prohibiting anyone else from selling grain within the territory might at first seem overbearing and unjust. But in fact, it put an end to hoarding and profiteering, which could effectively prevent any events of food shortage. If it was King's City, which had to face times of snow during autumn, the food prices would inevitably rise up to 5 or 6 times more than usual, with more than half of the populace starving, due to not having enough grain to eat. If the situation went on for long enough, it could easily cause riots. And eventually, the palace might even be forced to release grain from their own reserves or dispatch the guards to suppress them. Either way, it would still be a big burden on the state's treasury. Although this policy looked good, it also wouldn't work just anywhere. The majority of the grain traders were aristocrats and rich merchants who also owned large amounts of serfs and fields, making it impossible for the royal family to buy out all the grain and prohibit people from hoarding. However, here in Border Town, except for Roland Wimbledon, there was almost no other aristocratic family around. He was indisputably the one who had the final say in such things. When Tilly expressed her own opinion, Ashes still hold some grievances. What about the serfs? They normally would get more income when the grain price rise, but now they get exploited by fixed prices. Andrea laughed, as if these people could escape the same exploitation if they were in a city with free trade. At times of bumper harvest, not only wouldn't they be told to hand over more wheat, they'd even be told to sell it at a very low price. Yet when there is a poor harvest, they'd still have to pay their share, while it would still be a question whether the grain left over would be enough for them to survive the famine. In contrast, fixed prices are actually more reasonable. As long as the harvest is better, the income should also be better. Here they can choose whether they want to sell. Sylvie's words slightly shocked the other three. His Highness said that in case where the harvest reached a fixed amount, the serfs could be promoted to free people. From then on, they can either continue farming or go and choose new jobs, completely according to their own will. However, free people would only need to pay 2/10 of their grain. Furthermore, according to this year's bumper harvest's price, their salary was also very impressive. Promoted. His Royal Highness said that after 2 or 3 years, there won't be any serfs left in Border Town. So, actually it was like this. Tilly's heart was suddenly touched by what she had heard. That's the reason why the town is full of vitality. When he made his policies, he considered the people's way of thinking and added an incentive system to encourage them to work more and better. This way of handling things is completely different from any other noble. Motivation isn't only expressed through words. Rather, he let the people achieve some tangible benefits through hard work instead of hiding his wealth in the castle treasury. At this moment, she finally understood the real meaning of those red slogans at the riverside. However, the Roland Wimbledon in the royal palace was never such a generous person. So is this also something brought forth by the sudden change in memory? In addition, those evening lessons of elementary nature and mathematics are very fascinating too. Tilly had believed that it would be difficult for her to find something new to stimulate her curiosity and interest after she had finished reading all the books in the palace library. But she now had discovered there were still many things left for her to learn. Within her heart, she suddenly felt that even doing nothing more than just live in Bordertown's castle and flip through all those books filled with miraculous knowledge while watching the changes around the town, it would still be a very enjoyable life. Suddenly, a long ringing sound of a bell came over from the city wall, announcing a new demon beast attack. Tilly immediately put her previous thoughts to the back of her mind. After all, nowadays, she was no longer the worry-free fifth princess, but rather a leader shouldering the destiny of all the witches living on Sleeping Island. Now, some things could no longer be imposed solely according to her own preferences. Thus she said, "Let's go to the wall and see if we can help the guards." "Of course," Andrea smiled. "That's why we came here in the first place, so they can see how we witches fight." Chapter 333, The Defense Battle at the New City Wall. In that instant, the sound of the bells echoed. It was as if the emotions of the entire camp had been roused. Vanner rushed out of the tent. Along with the stream of people, he rushed to the top of the wall with hurried steps and took his combat position. This series of maneuvers had already been rehearsed countless times. Even without someone to command them, everyone was aware of what they should do next. It was the same as the month of demons last year. Under a state of alert, only a small patrol team would be assigned to each segment of the wall, as 2 or 3 soldiers were enough to deal with the scattered demonic beasts. Only when the lookout post detects a large-scale attack from the demonic beasts would an alarm be rung. In the horizon, a shadow was approaching. Vanner did a rough calculation of the enemy's numbers and found that they numbered around 1,000. If this happened a year ago, what followed would absolutely be a bout of arduous fighting. Back then, as a pikeman responsible for buying some time so the firearms team could reload, it was necessary for him to take turns rotating with a member that was in reserve. Only by doing that would he be able to persist to the very end. But now, the strength of this small town had already undergone an earth-shaking change. Cat's Claw removed the cover on the cannon and shook off the snow that had been collecting on it, while Rodney inspected every inch of the artillery's barrel. After confirming there was no foreign matters inside, he began to load it with gunpowder. Although the current city walls were altered and made using a pile of mud bricks, its height and width had been increased to a certain extent. In addition, a shelling platform was set up every 100 meters, causing its defensive ability, as well as firepower, to improve greatly. The width of the passageway allowed 4 people to fit through it side by side. During a battle, the first row would consist of soldiers from the firearms team, while the second row would then be recruits who would load up the guns. The latter group was responsible for putting bullets into the cylinder of a gun, then handing it over to the regular soldiers ahead of them. "They just never get bored of this, do they?" Rodney yawned. "When the month of the demons arrives each year, all of them run towards this place like a bunch of lunatics. Even if they succeeded in attacking such a small town, they wouldn't get any sort of benefits from it, right? Well, they're here just in time for us to hone our skills," Horatio said with a smile. "Compared to immobile wooden targets, it's more interesting to shoot at demonic beasts." Speaking of target shooting, I recently heard an interesting rumor that had something to do with us, the gunner team. Jop said with a mysterious expression. What sort of rumor is that? From what I heard the people in other gunner groups say, the people that were able to hit their targets accurately would be incorporated into an elite gunner team where they would undertake new tasks. He paused for a moment. Do any of you here have any more insider knowledge about this? An elite gunner team. How could it be possible for us to know more when even you, who proclaims yourself as experienced and knowledgeable about matters, is clueless about it? I bet it's a cock and bull story made up by some bored person. Within the gunner group, only Vanner was silent. After listening to Jop's words, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Someone had actually treated this matter as flaunt-worthy material and blabbered it out. Sir Ironaxe had previously looked for him a week before and told him that His Royal Highness had intended to develop a new type of artillery. It would be completely different from the field gun they were currently using and would also not be dispatched for use in the First Army. Instead, it would be installed on the bridge, turning it into a warship that was capable of long-distance attacks. The operators of the new artillery gun would be undertaken by the most outstanding members of the gunner team. If one wishes to be a member, they could send their application to Iron Axe. It went without saying that Iron Axe agreed without the slightest hesitation. This was evidently a chance for him to advance a step further in the army. According to what Iron Axe said, His Royal Highness had an extremely high expectation towards this new branch of the army, to the point that it was possible for it to break away from the First Army and become a brand new army. If one is able to perform great feats, the new warships manufactured in the future would be named using that person's name too. It was such an honor. If there were a warship named Vanner, he would be perfectly contented for the rest of his life. Recalling his origins, he was just an odd-job laborer in the mines, yet had always posed as someone extraordinary. In the end, Vanner was not able to save even his brother's life when he was in the slums of the stronghold. However, the current him no longer required to flaunt about anything. There was no need to worry about food or drinks in the army, while the uniforms were thick and warm. Even when he returned to the district, the surrounding neighbors would greet him as well. All of these changes were brought about by His Royal Highness. When he recalled his decision to join the militia for an egg at that time, he felt it was simply the smartest choice he had made in his life. Besides that, Iron Axe had also inquired whether he had any suitable candidates he wished to recommend, and that he could apply together with them when the time comes. In other words, it was possible for all of these youngsters to receive a life-changing opportunity. But since their personalities were still too energetic, it would be better to wait till they settled down first. Moreover, if they happened to lay down a big accomplishment, wouldn't the warships have to be called Jop and Cat's Claw too? Those names were simply horrendous to the ears. If it were the names Rodney or Nelson, then it could still be taken into consideration. As for the matter of someone leaking out this information to their subordinates out of impulse, he still had to report and explain to Iron Axe. After all, it had been explained very clearly in their regulation class that any news of the First Army shouldn't be spread without permission unless clearly requested to by the higher-ups. Stop making such a racket. I want all of you to bring your attention back to the battlefield. Vanner coughed twice, breaking off the discussion within the gunners' members. Do not forget what Sir Iron Axe had repeatedly emphasized in class. Any lapses made could probably bring about an unsalvageable defeat. Understood. Everyone spoke in unison. As the killing rate of iron balls was extremely low, when dealing with packs of demonic beasts, canister shells were used to fire at them once they approach. At the moment when the sinister-looking wolves took the lead and crossed past the 100-meter line, the bombardment began. Heat waves swirled the snow underneath the gun muzzle. The gigantic boom shook Vanner's eardrums to the point that it hurt. In the distance, a black bloody mist suddenly rose, and a field of demonic beasts instantly collapsed. No matter if it was a species of a boar or a bear, the pelts on their bodies were not sufficient to withstand the close-quarter bombardment of iron pellets. "There's a huge one over there." Cat's Claw pointed to the left ahead of him. "It's a redskin wolf." A group of people nimbly moved the gun carriage and adjusted the muzzle, pointing it to the direction of the target. They then reloaded and fired it once more. In theory, it wasn't necessary to aim while using the canister shells. As long as it was fired while facing ahead, it would always mow down a large number of enemies. Furthermore, as the newly constructed clay walls were taller than the stone walls, there was also no way for the wolves to be of threat to the people at the top of the wall. They would only be practicing their target shooting if they preemptively attacked nimble beasts like that. That's all. Next in line would finally be the firearm team that had been restraining themselves for a long time. In order to ensure a higher hit rate, they would always wait for them to come close to 50 meters before opening fire. The sound of the revolver rifles weren't as unified as that time with the flintlocks. Rather, it was crowded together and continuous. On the top of the city wall, a wave of white smoke began to float upwards, while the overpowering smell of gunsmoke wafted over, causing Vanner to uncontrollably sneeze. This bunch of morons. Even though their might is unacceptably weak, when they fire in unison, the smoke coming out from their rifles is much more overpowering than anything else. Jop said while grumbling. But ultimately, it is still the artillery which will decide the outcome of the war. Rodney expressed his approval. It's the same when we're dealing with knights, and would probably be the same when dealing with demonic beasts as well. At this moment, a brief and hurried bell toll began to sound from the direction of the lookout post. This was the warning that a hybrid species of demonic beasts had been sighted. Vanner squinted his eyes and looked ahead, only to see two massive shadows slowly making its way forward within the mist. From the looks of its size, it should be a siege beast that possessed a thick carapace. "What did you say was coming earlier?" The corners of his mouth rose. "It's now time for us to show off our worth. Switch to solid, tipped ammunition." In order to deal with enemies that had comparatively high defensive capabilities, the munitions factory had developed a new type of artillery shell that was capable of penetrating the carapace of an enemy at a range of roughly 200 meters. If the attack on the wolf-like demonic beasts was considered a warm-up exercise, the one at present would be considered the real deal. "I want everyone to do a good job of it." Vanner clapped his hand and said, "We will show the other gunner teams who the most skilled artillerymen are." Chapter 334 Heartstopper. After scaling up a corner of the city wall, Andrea was immediately greeted with an astonishing scene. All she saw was a row of soldiers, dressed up as militia, standing on top of the wall, grasping a strange, stick-like weapon in their hands. Those are probably the firearms Ashes was talking about. Following the approach from the group of demonic beasts, flames as well as dense smoke erupted out from it, causing the sound of continuous explosions to echo in her ears. That ought to be a type of weapon similar to the crossbow, but she couldn't see the bolts that were shot out by the other side, probably due to the large cloud of smoke and dust. The demonic beasts that were charging at the very front of the pack acted as if they had been ruthlessly smashed by something, their bodies coming to a halt as they began to fall onto the ground in quick succession. Even so, the soldiers didn't observe the aftermath of the battle, nor did they load up a new bolt. Instead, they continued to fire at the enemy with a speed that was a bit quicker than her fitting an arrow to the bowstring. "Is this the frightening weapon you spoke of?" Andrea felt her lips slightly drying out, turning somewhat coarse. "Its rate of fire is definitely fast, but the accuracy is somewhat. Before these people were recruited into the First Army, they were all miners, farmers, and hunters." Ashes interrupted her speech. "The time they spent using this weapon is just shy of 6 months. One normally required at least 5 years of time to groom a well-trained warrior, and even more time was needed to train an archer." Even crossbows, which required the least amount of training, still required one to train for at least half a year. Even with training, it would only prevent situations like farmers placing a bolt upside down in panic. As for actual combat, only God knew whether they were capable of hitting anything. In most cases, they were only brought along to increase one's prestige. Andrea couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She was extremely familiar with these kinds of practices, as her clan had nurtured their fair share of outstanding knights. Because of that, she naturally understood the significance of soldiers being combat-ready with roughly 6 months' worth of training. With an ample supply of weapons and rations, Roland could potentially assemble a massive army within a short time period. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about the troops being routed at the first contact during close-quarter combat. Even an elite group of cavalrymen would have a hard time coming close amidst an onslaught of attacks with no intermission. This had nothing to do with the courage or willpower of the militia, but rather tremendous strength bestowed to them by their weapons. "Do you know something else about the firearm?" Tilly asked Sylvie after contemplating it for a moment. The latter nodded her head. "I've examined it inside and out countless times. It's definitely similar to a crossbow, but the arrowhead that is shot out is tiny and has neither a shaft nor tail feathers. The difference lies in the arrowhead not relying on the elasticity of a bowstring, but rather the propelling force of a black, fine powder when it explodes. It can raise the velocity of the arrowhead to extreme speeds instantaneously." "A black, fine powder?" Tilly asked. "What is that?" "It's probably a byproduct of alchemy." She shook her head. "I am not clear about its specific composition either. It must be very expensive." Andrea said, "The things that alchemists create have never been anything cheap." Ashes curled her lips. "Really ... from how they're firing it, it totally doesn't look like they're using anything costly." "Hold on, something's approaching." Sylvie, who was in the process of sizing up the battlefield, was slightly shocked. "My goodness, that's also a demonic beast. It's almost as tall as the city wall. From the looks of it, it's a huge turtle, and it's carrying a huge carapace behind its back." Andrea immediately came to her senses. "Carapace. I am afraid these guns won't help much. As long as I am within 10 feet of it, even the city walls would not be able to withstand my magic arrows. Ashes, cover me." "Sigh, all right." Ashes helplessly removed the claymore behind her back. "For the record, you'd better not tarnish the good name of Lady Tilly." "There's no need for you all to go," Sylvie said, in an attempt to stop them. "They still have." Andrea didn't hear the latter half of what the opposite side was saying. She only heard an ear-splitting boom that sounded like lightning exploding right beside her ears. Turning her head back, she saw flames erupting out from the pipe-shaped metal objects erected all around the city wall that happened to coincide with each other. This time, she had faintly caught the trajectory that the arrowheads took as they flew. They were like a series of shadows. Like a thunderbolt that leaves no time for one to cover their ears, they flew into the distance where the recently appeared monster was. After a number of breaths, snow pillars that were several feet tall began to spring up near the side of the creature. After the snowflakes that were disturbed and flying around had all floated down, the ugly and massive demonic beast continued to advance at a fixed speed. It was evident that this attack had not managed to hit the target. But even so, it was enough for Andrea to feel extremely shocked. That distance had already surpassed the range of the longbow and the heavy crossbow. "This is," His Royal Highness calls it field artillery. Simply put, it's an enlarged firearm. Sylvie relaxed the hands that was covering her ears. Its might is much stronger than the firearm, and its range had been increased by quite a lot. This was what he used to easily rout Timothy's militia fleet at the bifurcation point of Redwater River. The luck of the demonic beast didn't manage to last for long. During the second wave of bombardment, 2 rounds had accurately struck its carapace. Andrea saw it extremely clearly. Along with the muffled sound of the collision, there was a layer of mist that began to rise up from the bumpy carapace. Two holes had directly exploded at the side that was close to its head, causing black blood and viscera to spurt out from it, splattering all over the ground. Not long after, the battle ended. Pieces of demonic corpses laid in front of the city wall. The warm, flowing blood created a haze of white mist above the snow-covered ground. While the soldiers had began reparations, she was still processing the incident, unable to find an opportunity to show off her skills from beginning to end. Looks like my estimation was off. Tilly smiled helplessly. He didn't need any assistance from the combat witches. The last time I came to this small city, this type of weapon wasn't widely accessible, and only the Knight Commander could possess them. But now he had actually produced many of it. Ashes sighed. Perhaps this is exactly the reason why His Royal Highness dares to publicly support the existence of witches, despite being under the heavy pressure of the church. Andrea didn't respond. If it was during normal times, she would definitely ridicule Ashes. However, the current her only felt abnormally depressed in her heart. She didn't even have the strength to muster an argument. When they returned to the castle, His Royal Highness, Roland, still continued to prepare a sumptuous lunch for the witches. Seeing the dishes laid out before her in brilliant colors, Andrea felt even more stifled in her heart. The upper-class nobles of the Kingdom of Dawn were very particular about the taste authenticity in their food. They were willing to spend gold royals and energy to buy precious and rare ingredients, and use the most authentic way to cook them. In her eyes, food that was sprinkled with all kinds of spices and sauces, such as the one in Grey Castle, was a very raffish means of preparation. Seasoning only existed for the sake of covering up the natural defects of the food. Adding more simply signified how poorly it tasted. But unfortunately for her, every plate of food on the table was extremely delicious. Like these plump and juicy charcoal grilled mushroom, where exactly did His Royal Highness find them from? The juices that were flowing out from just the slightest bite were practically capable of filling up one's entire mouth. And then there was this bowl of green vegetable soup. From its appearance, it seemed like an extremely unremarkable bowl of clear soup. But once one took a sip of it into their mouth, a fragrant and flavorsome taste could be felt. It was almost like an entire chicken, some pork ribs and kelp, were thrown into a pot and left to simmer. The most unique food was the dessert after the meal, ice cream bread. It consisted of ice cream, whose milky aroma filled the room, wedged between two pieces of bread. After taking a bite from it, she was lost in its cold and soft texture and was unable to remove herself from it. The fact that it was winter didn't prevent her from eating slice after slice of it. Blast it, I thoroughly lose even in this aspect. Looking at Ashes, who was flashing a provocative smile towards her, Andrea found herself being unable to come up with a response for the first time in her life. Chapter 335 Sudden Changes. The third day. Along with the assembly of the large hot air balloon, the day had also arrived for them to depart and explore the ruins. The new hot air balloon was named Hawkeye, and its massive basket was capable of accommodating many witches. In addition, it would be enveloped and wrapped around by a canvas, preventing chilly winds and heavy snowfall from affecting it. Since the operation would be safer if it were done quickly, the witches boarded the hot air balloon in succession after bidding a simple farewell to Roland. From the garden behind the castle, it lifted up into the skies and began making its way towards the stone tower. In order to be able to rapidly descend to the ground, in times of danger to meet enemies in combat, they had flown the Hawkeye at very low altitudes this time around, to the point where it was sweeping past the roofs of the small town. A large number of residents were witnessing the extraordinary sight, while a sizable amount of people were standing at their original spot, stupefied. There were also people loudly shouting, "Long live His Highness." In their eyes, it was probable that they believed only the Lord of Border Town was capable of bringing about such miracles. When it passed by the western part of the wall, the soldiers of the First Army began to salute in an orderly manner towards the sky, regardless of whether it was Lightning or Maggie that were flying alongside the hot air balloon. They were all witches who they were familiar with. It was exceptionally apparent for the young Lady Lightning, who had received passionate cheers from the soldiers, as she had regularly given the gunner team directions on where to fire. Very soon, under the fluttering snowflakes that were scattered about the skies, Hawkeye casted the small town behind it and entered the area where the concealing forest laid. Tilly stood at the side of the basket, gazing at the boundless sea of forest far away. The snowy season that had persisted for the entire month of Demon had turned the place into a sea of dazzling white. The highest branches of the tall trees had all been enveloped by the snow, which at first glance looked like a sea of dais protruding from the ground, smooth and broad. On the opposite side of the view was a vast range of mountains, which was gray in color under the hazy fog. The foot of the mountain, which was connected to the ground, wasn't visible at this point, making the Arrowhead Mountain peaks in the distance seem as if they were floating in midair. What a beautiful scenery. Shiva let off an emotional sigh. This is still the first time I've seen such thick snow cover the western region. But aren't you a witch from the western region? Wendy curiously asked. I originally lived in Fallen Dragon Ridge. That place was closer to the south, and it rarely snowed during winter. It wasn't until later, when I heard the news of Lady Tilly developing Sleepy Island, did I covertly sneak into a ship bound towards Clearwater Port and met up with the other witches. That explains it. Wendy smiled while shaking her head. Our Royal Highness has always been grumbling about the absence of witches coming forward, even after rumors of the association settling down in Border Town had been disseminated. Turns out, he was one step behind all along. Oh, is your side circulating news of a gathering place for witches too? They are. It's a shame that the person in charge of it is pretty inexperienced. He was discovered right away by me when he had just arrived at Fallen Dragon Ridge. Ashes said in a self-complacent manner. I had even managed to catch him red-handed in Silver City. Apparently, his name was Theo. You're a witch, after all. It'd be natural for you to notice such a weird rumor. Andrea curled her lips. If you hadn't met Lady Tilly, you would have probably gone to Border Town a long time ago. There's no way I will serve under His Royal Highness. Ho! She mimicked her voice and said, His Royal Highness. Sounds to me you had quite the talent in calling him that. Tilly couldn't refrain herself from laughing loudly. Yesterday, she had saw Andrea wearing a sulky expression on her face, but from the looks of it currently, she had seemingly returned to normal. Within Sleeping Island, the only person that dared to find fault with Ashes would be Andrea, who had an illustrious family background. No matter if it's at Sleeping Island or Border Town, we're all family here. There's no need to discriminate here, all right? Turning her head, her gaze swept past the large group of witches in succession. Everyone had already found out what ability the other had before setting off. This was done so that they could find a reasonable role for everyone in the case of an enemy attack. One could say that the number of combat witches in Border Town completely paled in comparison to that of Sleeping Island, who had a large number of them. In fact, it was to the point that a large number of witches were incapable of combat. However, it was exactly because of their relentless efforts that turned the little town into what it was today. Tilly's line of sight stopped at Anna. If she had to choose someone within the group that left the most profound impression on her, it would probably be this woman who awoke her powers in the border region and had the deepest impression of Roland. As long as she stood near her, she would be able to feel a heavy and gentle feeling that was difficult to describe. It was still the first time Tilly had encountered such a feeling. If she really had to describe it, It would be the soft and firm feeling coming from someone's back when they were lying on a vast plain. It was the kind of feeling that allowed someone to truly feel relaxed. Other than talking to Roland, Anna was a silent person, and her expression rarely changed as well. However, as long as she was standing within a group of witches, her presence was something that was very difficult for people to overlook. Moreover, from what Sylvie said, Anna was also the quickest witch that had undergone an evolution in Border Town. She possessed a huge, stunning amount of magical power, and her black flames, which she could freely manipulate the shape of, was abnormally strong. What's more, she was also the first witch to read through and finish the theoretical foundations of natural science. This fact made Tilly feel as if she had found a kindred spirit. If she was able to sit around a fireplace with Anna and properly discuss the miraculous knowledge present in the book during such a winter, it would presumably be an incomparably happy occasion. Tilly was filled with anticipation for that day to come. The fifth princess then shifted her gaze towards Lightning, who was outside the basket. Being the daughter of Thunder, she was in many ways similar to the no-one adventurer of the fjord. She was lively, possessed an inquisitive heart, was filled with energy, and had an innate nature that was suitable for flying. Tilly believed that only the vast and limitless skies was capable of accommodating her free-spirited mindset. Although Thunder had hoped her daughter could live her entire life in a conscientious manner, after seeing the young lady, Tilly knew she was destined to become an adventurer, whose achievement in the future might even surpass her father. The only thing she could do now was to protect her the best that she can. "We're almost there," Lightning informed everyone. While Tilly was engrossed in her thoughts, she had since drawn close to the side of the basket. "Come in and rest a little." Wendy had a deeply concerned expression on her face. "Your lips have turned white from the cold." "No worries, my face is just feeling a bit numb." She patted her rosy red cheeks. "Fortunately, there's the scarf His Royal Highness gave me. My ears don't feel cold at all." On the way there, they did not run into any of those ferocious-looking devils, even though the demonic beasts that were in the forest they were traversing through would raise their head and let off a roar or two from time to time. It was evident they didn't have the ability to attack the hot air balloon that was above them. As such, the first half of the journey went by without much of a hitch. However, when the Hawkeye was above the destination, everyone was stupefied with the scene in front of them. The only thing they saw was an aftermath of a large beast sweeping past a chunk of the forest. At every spot, fragments of tree trunks and branches laid scattered about while snow had been flipped over and mixed with the soil. From the looks of it, it was an extremely chaotic sight. "Where's the stone tower?" Ashes asked. "It was originally there." Lightning's voice was filled with disbelief as she pointed at the empty patch of land underneath her foot. It disappeared. Tilly looked towards the direction she was pointing at. On the surface of the ground, which color alternated between brown and white, was a large hole. It was pitch black, bottomless, and looked as if someone had excavated a passage at this area towards the abyss. Based on the size of the hole itself, the excavator must certainly be somebody who possessed an astonishingly huge body. "Sylvie, take a look at what was in that hole." Sylvie's brows very quickly creased, while her complexion began to look very terrible. It's a monster that looked like a maggot. It is currently moving towards the northwest direction. Hold on a second. The ruins are in its stomach." "What, in its stomach?" Ashes said in a shocked manner. "That's right, I saw the stone tower, as well as the ice coffin you all were talking about," she said, while carefully examining it. My goodness, it had swallowed the whole ruins down into its stomach. What should they do next? Everyone began to look at Tilly spontaneously. "Is there anything else besides the worm?" the fifth princess asked in a deep voice. "The devils in particular." There are some demonic beasts, but they're all in its belly. Seems like they were already dead." Sylvie observed for a moment before shaking her head. Tilly contemplated for a moment and spoke in a decisive manner. "We descend now. A team will keep guard outside, while the other team will follow me into the caves. We will slay the demonic beasts and take back the ice coffin." Chapter 336, The Worm's Belly. "Tilly, you can't." Just when Ashes wanted to stop Tilly, she was cut off by her. In order for someone to enter the hole, they needed to rely on witches who can fly to bring them out. Tilly waved the ring that was on her finger. "Although carrying a heavy object will greatly increase the consumption of magical power, I can at least bring another witch along. This is something that will play a big part in this operation. If we can bring another witch with us, we will be that much more adaptable when a situation arises." She paused for a moment and looked at the witches in Border Town. "Anna, Lightning, and Maggie, I'll have to ask for your help." The three did not raise any objection, and the little girl, Lightning, even had an eager expression on her face. Tilly heaved a small sigh of relief. "In that case, we will also include Ashes, Shiva, and Sylvie into the list of people heading into the hole. I will entrusting the safety of the surface entrance to you, the remaining homegirls. Lady Tilly, please allow me to come along with you." Andrea opened her mouth and said, "If they happen to come across a group of demonic beasts, I am afraid it would be impossible for Nightingale to handle it all alone." Tilly shook her head. "As the two of you happen to be skilled in long and close-range combat, respectively, you're able to coordinate your attacks with each other. Rest assured, I will protect the entrance in your stead." Nightingale appeared to be very confident when she said that. Whether is it a devil or a demonic beast, they will be unable to take a step close. Tilly had considered the matter very clearly. The few witches that had been chosen to go down the hole were greatly dependent by the carrying capacity of the flying witches. The first and heaviest object that needed to be taken into consideration of was the coffin. If they were unable to awaken the girl on the spot, they would have to break the coffin into pieces and bring it away. In that case, it would roughly be equivalent to the weight of 2-3 witches. Only Shiva's invisible barrier was capable of moving such a heavy object. Sylvie's magic eyes was necessary as well. Without her, it would be impossible for them to locate the precise location of the ruins in the creature's stomach. The same was true for Anna's cutting and heating ability, although they were unable to fly. Thankfully, they were relatively light and could be carried by Maggie after she transformed into a demonic bird. Finally was Ashes, an extraordinaire who could easily fight in any situation. She would be moved and carried by Tilly herself. According to what Lightning said, even though she was capable of flight, her altitude would decline extremely quickly the moment she took someone along. It was possible she would not be able to fly out of such a deep hole. Her advantage laid in her excellent flexibility and speed. With her around, their awareness and probing abilities would be effectively increased along with their capability to pull off a pincer attack. The importance of these few witches was almost irreplaceable, and the absence of the one person would make things especially complicated. Because of that, her decision to head down wasn't done in the spur of the moment, but rather something done after taking all the factors into account. As for Andrea, while her destructive power was extremely stunning within close range, her power will be greatly reduced under the narrow and pitch-dark terrain. Since that was the case, it would be better to have her guard the surface with Nightingale as precautions against the demonic beasts patrolling nearby. It wasn't as if Tilly hadn't considered the idea of giving up the rescue and returning back like that. However, there was always a sort of uneasy premonition in her heart. Of all the undamaged region near it, why did it only settle on the remnant of the stone tower? Especially the direction where the massive beast was crawling from, she gazed at the northwestern mountains. Following that was exactly the place where the devils were residing. Could it be possible that there were some sort of relation between the two parties? Under the control of Wendy and Anna, the hot air ballooned quickly and steadily reached the ground. After Tilly put aside the distracting thoughts in her mind and reviewed the plan once more, she took a deep breath and spoke, while emphasizing every word. "We shall now depart." The hole was much deeper than she had expected, and the height of its interior was about 2 stories high. The passage stretched vertically downwards at the beginning, but started slanting shortly after and eventually formed a horizontal passageway. All around its wall, the soil emitted an unpleasant smell. If one were to come closer, they would be able to see a sticky liquid dripping down from the surface of the soil, which resembled the mucus of a slug. As the group of witches continued to head deeper, the light that was shining into the hole quickly faded away. Other than a few feebly illuminated areas lit up by the few torches, the entire cave were immersed in a sea of darkness. Furthermore, the whistling sounds of the wind had subsequently gone quiet as well. The feeling of coldness was gradually being replaced with heat that was coming from the core of the planet. Tilly felt warm coming into her body again. Looking at the flames that were sometimes close and sometimes far, she couldn't help herself from associating it with fireflies. The massive beast is just at the front. It was at that moment that Sylvie softly spoke. However, there was no need for her reminder. Everyone was aware that they getting closer to the objective. A strange noise began to come from the depths of the cave. It sounded somewhat similar to the rustling sounds made when an autumn wind blew through a forest, but at the same time, it also sounded like catchy, chewing noises. "Let's descend." After Tilly had Ashes, who was on her back, hold 2 of the torches, she reduced their elevation through the magic stone until her feet were in the flexible and sticky mud. Soon after, Anna began to illuminate the place with a chilly and bright light. She had once again turned her black flames into the heart of fire. The chilly and gentle rays of light immediately flooded the vicinity. Under the dark green flame, the witches could clearly see the tail of the massive beast. It was slowly crawling forward, while its gray, wriggling outer skin secreted mucus unceasingly, making its rotting smell become even more pungent. A large and disgusting worm. Ashes pulled out her claymore. "What should we do next? Should I slice its belly open?" "Wait, Anna has to be the one to kill it." Tilly shook her head and said, "I am still unaware about how big of a threat the things in its stomach will pose to us. It will be too risky for you to approach it using a sword." Let me give it a try." While maintaining the green flames and making sure they did went out, Anna summoned a ball of black flames once more. In an instant, the black flames turned into a string the thickness of a finger and flew directly towards the massive beast. The thin string penetrated the skin of the monster effortlessly and sliced the side of its belly. Perhaps due to the high temperature, the skin that was in contact with the black string immediately began to burn. The liquid inside its body evaporated, causing billows of white mist to spurt out of its body. Shiva, who had long been equipped for this, activated her invisible barrier, blocking the juices that were flying out from all directions, one after the other. This is the power that comes from evolution, Tilly quietly thought to herself. Even though Anna had introduced her abilities before departing, seeing it actually happen with her own eyes still shocked her. It was capable of operating outside of her body through her consciousness, and it was much sharper than any greatsword in thin string form. What's more, it was extremely difficult to see its trajectory, making it impossible for an enemy to evade them. The creature let out a sharp and anguished howl, while its body began to squirm around frantically. However, the black flame continued to slice everything ahead of it and speedily shred a greater part of its body. As for the flowing liquid, before it even managed to come near the witches, it had all been evaporated by the lump of the green fire. Gradually, the massive beast stopped its struggle. Its skin also began to relax. "It's dead," Sylvie said. "Its heart already stopped beating." "This thing has a heart too?" Ashes asked while pitching her nose. "It's at its head and is almost as big as the basket of Hawkeye. What's more," she paused for a moment, Magical power is circulating all around its body. In other words, this is a mixed breed of demonic beast. No one knows the answer, Tilly said. There are very few records regarding demonic beasts and the wilderness in the history books. As there are still a lot of unknowns around here, it's be best if we hurry and dig the coffins out. After going through another round of burning from Anna, the rotting smell was not as intense as before. Under the guidance of Sylvie, they speedily discovered the ruins that had been swallowed. Needless to say, the present basement had already been turned into disorderly pieces of rocks, to the point that it was virtually impossible to make out its original shape. As for the magic illumination stone that Lightning talked about, they had all become lumps of mush. Fortunately, the transparent crystal column were still as good as before. Despite being rummaged out from the beast's sticky belly, there was not a strand of corrosion on top, and the girl that was sealed within the crystal still carried an appearance as if she was alive. What happened next is up to you now, Tilly said to Anna. Chapter 337, Rescue. Anna nodded her head. She stretched the black flames out into a thin thread and lightly pressed it against the crystal column. The crowd of witches involuntarily held their breath. They only saw a continuous stream of green smoke rising from the point of contact. In actuality, that wasn't the true color of the smoke, but instead a different color tone that emerged under the radiance of the green flame. The black flames dug deeper into the crystal. "How is it?" Tilly asked. "It might be a little taxing, but I will be able to slice it open." Anna replied. Suddenly, the ice coffin began to change. Along with a crisp breaking sound, a few cracks appeared at the spot the black flames had dug into and began to extend throughout the coffin. In an instant, it had covered the entire coffin like a spider web. Almost at the same time, Shiva brought up the barrier and enveloped the witches within it. However, the expected explosion did not happen. The shattered crystal fragments began to fall apart piece by piece, exposing a core that emitted cold air. The interior was a genuine ice crystal. At that instant, everyone felt a chilly wave hit them in their face, and the surrounding temperature rapidly decreased. Fortunately, Anna quickly prevented the temperature from dropping further and raised it back to its original state. Under the scorching heat of the black flames, the crystal began to melt even faster while it rapidly lost its transparency. The edges and corners that made up its shape was no longer apparent. Like an ordinary ice cube, it was shrinking as it melted. However, Tilly noticed that the floor wasn't covered in a large pool of water. Instead, all the parts that had melted turned into smoke and drifted away, making it seem as if the ice coffin had never existed in the first place. When all but a minuscule amount of the ice crystals had melted, the body of the girl who was sealed inside was uncovered. She had seemingly remained in the midst of a deep sleep. Her long hair, as well as her garment, did not possess any traces of being soaked and were no different than the time she was sealed in ice. Her powerless body began to fall backwards after losing the support of the cylinder and was caught by Ash's embrace. Is she still alive? Although it's very weak, her heart hasn't stopped beating. Ashes pressed one of her hand onto the girl's chest. This is just implausible. It was indeed implausible, Tilly thought. For the duration spanning this short week, she realized the incredible things she witnessed in Border Town were far greater than anything that she had seen within the past year. Tilly let off a small sigh of relief. Her identity was all but confirmed, since she was someone that was capable of surviving within the extremely cold ice crystals. She was a witch. The foray this time had, at long last, not been for naught. As for her name, origin, and the reason she was trapped within these ruins, those questions could slowly be answered once they returned. Andrea was guarding the side of the cave in a seemingly bored manner. Occasionally, she would cast a gaze towards the bottom, hoping that the first thing she saw was Tilly in the midst of returning. There was no presence of devils near the cave, and even demonic beasts were rarely seen. Occasionally, some common wolves and boar species would come out from the forest. But before she could even draw her bow, Nightingale had already stabbed her dagger into their head. The passing of time had seemingly become slower. Apart from her, the witches that had remained near the cave were all from the Witch Association. Even if she wanted to, it was incapable for her to talk to someone to pass time. Although the girl named Wendy appeared to be extremely amiable, Andrea couldn't find the resolve to strike a conversation with her. As an upper-class noble from the Kingdom of Dawn, grace and self-restraint were essential qualities a non-married woman should possess. Forget it, I will chat with Nightingale instead. I heard that she recently fought with ashes. Surprisingly, they fought to a stalemate. That being the case, if I treat it as gathering information about my rival, it shouldn't be considered as striking the conversation. This is just a necessary job I have to accomplish. She stretched her hand to pat away the snow that had collected on her head and looked up. Her heart, however, abruptly skipped a beat. Nightingale was gone. The woman who possessed golden curls and an air of elegance similar to that of a noble was originally leaning against the side of the basket. However, she had now vanished without a trace. Oh, that's right, her ability was invisibility. Thinking up to this point, Andrea calmed her heart and began to perceive any sounds of movement around her. When one's sight was unable to be put into good use, their ears and nose would become their best assistant in ascertaining the whereabouts of an enemy. Soon after, she heard the soft noises of footsteps brushing against something. Is it Nightingale? No, that's not right. Andrea felt her hairs standing on end. It was obvious that these footsteps weren't something a single person was capable of producing. There was a group of people that were currently approaching this place. They were in the jungles ahead of them and were only 100 steps away from herself. However, when she looked ahead, the place her eye landed on was still undisturbed. There wasn't even a trace of shadow could be found. The sound of the footsteps very quickly sounded in close proximity to her. My God, the enemy is invisible. Just when she was about to alarm the others, a sound of explosion suddenly rang in her ears. A flame suddenly appeared and disappeared in midair. Following after was a wave of shimmers in the air, and a monster who possessed a peculiar physique appeared. It had a long and narrow head and possessed a pair of sharp sickles. From its appearance, it was like a mutated praying mantis. However, the only thing that made it different from other insects was that it was walking upright. The bullet shot from the firearm smashed the side of its face into pieces. Black blood began to spurt out from its skull and had almost landed on Andrea's body. With a loud thud, the creature fell down to the ground. Following which, she saw Nightingale's white cape and hood fluttering in the wind. Following which, the second gunshot rang. Damn it, I was careless. Andrea bit her lips tightly. She wished that she could have noticed it earlier. Although she had summoned her bow, she was not aware of which direction she should have fired her arrows. She could only retreat back to the side of the basket and stand together with the other witches. 4 gunshots rang forth and 4 monsters toppled over, all of them killed with a shot each. When Nightingale once again materialized herself beside a monster, Andrea put down her weapon and quickly walked towards Nightingale. What is that? If it isn't a demonic beast, then it should be a devil. She crouched down and fiddled with its talons and hand sickles. But judging from its blood color, it's probably a demonic beast. When did you discover them? Ever since they appeared. Nightingale smiled. In the dense fog, the radiance coming from the magic in their bodies were as showy as the sea of stars in a night sky. Can a demonic beast possess such an ability? Andrea knitted her eyebrows and asked. The smile that was on the other party disappeared. I guess it's because mixed breed are somewhat special. At that moment, the witches that entered the depths of the cave earlier just so happened to return to the surface as well. Besides the original 7 members, there was also an additional blue-haired girl on Ash's shoulder as well. Is she the person that was crying for help in the ruins? Andrea said, while going forward to welcome them. That's right. Tilly nodded her head. I will explain the situation in detail once we get back to the Hawkeye. The longer I stay in this forest, the more uneasy I feel. That reminds me, did any of you encounter any dangerous situation on the surface? Only a few strange and mixed-breed demonic beasts came. However, they're all dead. Nightingale lightly shrugged her shoulders. The hot air balloon quickly inflated and rose up into the air. The basket rose to the very top of a tree and began to make its way towards the small town. At this moment, Sylvie cried out in alarm, "My God, what are those things below? Are they demonic beasts?" Demonic beasts? Andrea extended her head and looked towards the directions of the ruins. However, she was unable to see anything. That's not right. There was indeed something moving on the surface. The corpse of the monster, which originally laid on the ground, had lost half of its body all of a sudden. The bloodstains that was on the ground had been trampled upon and fell apart. Strange worm-wriggling movements could be seen between the border of the mud and snow. The scene was almost as if one was looking through a glass cup. If they didn't examine carefully, it would be very difficult for them to spot the changes. It is those strange mixed-breed species again. Nightingale spoke in a careless manner. There are probably about 100 of them or so. They were trying to outdo each other in running towards the whole ... Could it be that they were attracted by the large worm and wanted to make a hearty meal out of it? She yawned. Although that has nothing to do with us anymore. Chapter 338. Police. Vader got out of his bed with a flip and attempted to do a series of exercises with his body. He didn't feel the least bit of pain from his back. Apparently, what the knight was saying was right. As long as the wound was left as it was, it would quickly recover. How does it feel? Qasim asked. It'll be better if you're able to rest up a little more. I won't be a burden. Didn't I do a pretty good job yesterday? Vader put on his shabby jacket and set his feet into his knee-high boots. Besides, only by working for them earlier did I get a share of the wheat porridge. After all, I can't eat your portion every time. One bowl is simply insufficient to split between the two of us. Truth be told, I think that it's pretty good. Compared to the porridge they offered for the needy, the wheat porridge here is much more substantial. I can still taste a bit of meat in them. The old man shook his head. Kid, you're a member of the patrol team. It's possible you're not clear about life in the slum district. In that place, the gruel is just like a clear soup, except that the soup has a few more wheat grains. In order to make it appear a bit more nourishing, they normally cook it together with grass and tree leaves. While it's possible the wheat porridge the Lord gave out will not fill our stomachs up completely, it will not starve us too badly either. I only want the two of us to eat our fill. Vader said with a smile as he finished tying his shoelaces. All right, Qasim sighed. In that case, make sure to take good care of your body and not overexert yourself. It was a strange feeling. He was originally just a scapegoat chosen by a street rat, but now his behavior was resembling that of his own elder, Vader thought to himself. What was even more strange was that it hadn't actually felt that bad. I will. He shook his head, as if he had found something amusing, and put on his hood. You too. Right as he pushed the door open, he saw two men who were currently standing outside the door. The shallow blue color that had been embroidered on their shoulders and armbands, along with the white uniform they wore, revealed the visitor's identity. Clerks under the employment of the city hall. Vader's brows couldn't help but crease slightly. May I know who you are looking for? One of the men took out a slip of paper and gave it a quick glance. Are you Vader? Yes. Did something happen? Qasim had also noticed the situation that was unfolding outside the house. Congratulations. The other man revealed a smile. You passed the paper test to become a public security agent. What follows will be a week of comprehensive training. He passed a small card over to Vader. This is your temporary identity card. Head with it to the camp of the Second Army. Someone will be there to receive you." His eyes were wide open. "I have passed the Lord's assessment?" "No, not yet," the clerk replied. "The paper test was just the first round of selection. You will still have to complete the training and receive the approval of the chief knight. Only then can you consider yourself through the assessment and an official public security agent." The two left promptly after saying their piece. They did not demand any money from him, nor did they try to win him over emotionally. The purpose of their visit was seemingly just to bring the news to him. "You've made it." The old man patted Vader's shoulder emotionally and said, "Back then, you were still saying something along the line of how it was impossible for you to be chosen." Vader was shocked for a good amount of time before he muttered a reply, because those questions were really most odd. The old man was slightly startled. "What questions are you talking about?" He involuntarily thought back to the incident a week ago. Once he came to know that His Royal Highness was recruiting public security agents, the new name for patrol guards. He went to the city hall, as the recruitment posting had suggested, and expressed his interest. The response had also been relatively quick. Just 5 days had passed before he received a letter about a test. Vader had been full of confidence. Not only did he fully satisfy the requirements for the post, he also possessed more than 5 years' worth of practical experience. Besides, this town was indeed lacking someone to keep an eye on the populace. Because of that, he felt that his chances of being chosen were great. If he could become a member of the patrol team, he would be able to provide aid to Qkasim any time, even if his place of residence was in the inner city. But he didn't expect. Indeed, the test surpassed what everyone on the scene expected. More than 100 applicants were sitting in a large hall, while the knight handed out papers to them one by one. He requested that they answer all of the questions listed on top of the papers, and write them down in a neat and orderly fashion. He had even said that the person who would ultimately be looking through their papers would be none other than His Royal Highness himself. This format immediately led to a loud outcry among the crowd. Even though the requirement that one needed to be literate had been clearly stated, no one had expected that it would actually be incorporated into the test. At that moment, over half the people were dumbfounded. Even though Vader was able to understand the questions on the paper, he sat frozen at his place after carefully scanning through it one more time. What sort of weird questions are these? This was one of the questions, for instance. You're a coachman for a 4-wheel carriage and are traveling along a narrow strip of mountainous road. Inside your carriage are 2 citizens. At this moment, a group of refugees suddenly appears on the road ahead. You cannot avoid them, and can only choose to collide with them head-on, or let the carriage fall from the precipice. The former choice will cause the deaths of a large number of refugees, while the latter choice will cause the death of the 2 citizens. No matter the choice you make, you will always be able to rely on your athletic skills to survive. In this case, what would your choice be? Please explain your reasons in a minimum of 300 words. This question would putting anyone at a loss, even though it mentioned which side was the commoner and which was the refugee. The specific number of refugees was completely unclear. Because of that, even if he wanted to weigh his choices, he was clueless as to where to begin. Moreover, he had always believed that running over a bunch of refugees wasn't anything too serious. However, perhaps that wasn't the answer His Royal Highness was after. In that case, should he choose to have the citizens die? Could it be that that was also an accurate answer? At that point, he had even convinced himself that His Highness was deliberately making things hard. He believed that in reality, the true public security agents had long been decided already. It's nothing. Perhaps it's just been my imagination. Vader inhaled a mouthful of air. Well then, I will be heading to the camp now. Qkasim heartily laughed and said, I believe you will definitely become an official public security agent. The camp of the Second Army was located on the north side of the small town, outside the stone walls that made up the inner city. When Vader rushed to that place, he discovered that the chief knight was already waiting for him in the camp. From today onwards, all of you are police cadets. After waiting for everyone to arrive, Carter opened his mouth and said, "In the coming week, all of you will be required to stay in this camp and receive special training. The people who pass will stay, while the people who fail will scram back to where they come from. I will teach you all discipline and what it means to work under His Royal Highness." In Vader's memories, this was exactly how a test should look, except there were only 15 people remaining out of the 100 applicants. He cast a few quick glances around. From their dress and complexion, with the exception of himself, the rest of the people should be natives here. As expected, the literacy requirement hadn't been a joke. Permission to speak. Someone raised their hand and said. Carter's lips parted into a grin and said, "Oh, seems like you're pretty familiar with customs in the army. Speak, haha, my big brother is in the First Army." He stroked the back of his head and said, "Sir, may I ask what exactly is a police? Aren't we supposed to be public security?" The police is part of the public security service. Think of them as the crew that is responsible for enforcing law and order within His Highness's territory. They're required to arrest criminals, crack down on illegal acts, maintain order in the territory, carry out policies issued by His Royal Highness and the City Hall, and help the commoners in need. Help the commoners, but you just said that we will be serving under His Royal Highness. There is no distinction between the two. Serving the people under His Royal Highness means serving His Royal Highness as well. What, do you want to enter the castle and attend to him personally? Carter shrugged his shoulders and said, "We can talk about that once you have become an outstanding knight." But knights are nobility, Vader thought. Compared to commoners like them, the difference in social status was like heaven and earth, not something one can bridge just by thinking about it. Remember, you're both executors of the law and guardians of the people. For now, go to your tents and change into your uniforms. The chief knight clapped his hands. After that, I just happen to have a mission that I would like to entrust to you all to complete. Chapter 339. Assassins. When Vader took off his patch-covered coat and put on his brand new uniform, he began to feel his entire body warming up nicely. The top layer of the clothes was a thick leather material, and the inside also had a cotton lining. They possessed both the heat retention of leather and the softness of the cloth. Just these materials alone were worth several silver royals. Although in shape it was similar to the uniforms of the City Hall, the color was, on the contrary, worlds apart. The predominant color of the outfit was pure black, while the shoulders, collar, and cuff had a white stripe border, making it very eye-catching. After the 15 of them had put on their new uniforms and once again stood in a row, they were unable to restrain their emotions and stuck out their chests a little. "Not bad," Carter revealed a satisfied smile. "Now, all of you follow me." At this point, the snow was still drifting in the sky. For Vader, it was still the first time he had witnessed snow falling unceasingly in autumn. Snow would occasionally fall in Valencia, but it would stop after 1 or 2 days at most. When that happened, children would frequently line up snowmen along the street. They would roll the snow up into snowballs and throw them back and forth between each other. As a result, children thought of snowy days as holidays. These were days of extreme inconvenience to the grown-ups, however. The excess snow made their shoes wet and moldy, which made it extremely difficult for them to traverse the streets. Shops ended up virtually devoid of people. The weight of snow would even cause the roofs of houses to occasionally collapse. At such a time, the patrol team would be dead set on staying indoors. Even if they had to go out, they would only find a tavern for everyone to sit around the fireplace. Drinking warm ale, they would flirt with the barmaids. However, none of that was evident in Border Town. Every day, there would be someone clearing the excess snow from the street and sweeping it to either side of the road. This was a job that the city hall had long been recruiting for. It was possible for one to work on a daily or monthly basis, and people considered it a job with a low but fast return. There were a large number of residents heading to and fro on the streets. Some were wearing straw hats, while others had cloaks draped over them. All of them were busy minding their own business. If one could get rid of all of the fallen snow in the town, it wouldn't be too far out of the question to call it summer. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Vader would absolutely not believe that a small town at the edge of the kingdom would appear much livelier than Valencia. If it hadn't been for the absence of a tall chapel and bell tower in the town, he would have seriously believed himself to be in some large city. The party arrived at the wharf very quickly. 10 or more sailboats had been docked on the Redwater River, and several hundred people had already gathered near the shore. Seems like I've encountered such a scene before. That's right. An image came to Vader's mind. When he and other refugees from the eastern region had arrived at this small dock, this was also the scene that had greeted them. Permission to speak. Were those people? They were refugees from the south and the north. In order to allow them to get through the winter safely, His Royal Highness specially sent people to bring them to Border Town. Your role is to assist the City Hall in maintaining order and to get those people in a line into the inspection checkpoint. Once that is done, you will quarantine them and write each of them into the record, Carter instructed them. As the police officers are still few in number, the First Army will be assisting you. However, this job will be assigned to all of you to accomplish on your own in the future. Yes, sir. From the sound of it, it wasn't a hard task at all, and was little more than directing refugees into a queue to collect their porridge. Vader walked towards the front of the checkpoint and began to yell in a loud voice so that everyone could hear his instructions clearly and approach him in an orderly manner. What's your name? Where are you from? Do you have anything you're good at? Can you read? Every refugee that passed through the checkpoint would be subjected to a round of inquiries by the clerks in the city hall, following which their responses would be roughly recorded. Vader knew that this was just a rough estimate. Once everyone had settled in, a further investigation would verify everyone's responses. The people who possessed special abilities or knowledge would be prioritized in their transfer into the inner city. This process was something he had personally experienced once. Suddenly, a burst of commotion rang out behind him. Vader turned his head only to see a man clad in a furry gown arrive at the wharf under the protection of a group of guards. The long, gray hair blowing in the end made his status clear. He was the feudal lord of the land, HRH Roland Wimbledon. A number of people dressed up in fine clothing, who ought to be the people in charge of City Hall, stood beside him. Never in his mind had he imagined that His Royal Highness would brave the flurry of snow to personally observe this batch of refugees. In a severe winter, it was rare to find a higher noble who was willing to leave a warm bed at the crack of dawn, especially when there were servants present to take care of everything. My name is Jacquemau, and I am from the northern lands. My specialty lies in farming. I can't read. Farming? The City Hall official checked the relevant box on his form. Okay, pass on. It was at this exact moment that Vader noticed the individual casting a glance in the direction of His Royal Highness. There was not the least veneration present in his eyes. In its stead was an emotion completely different from that of the other commoners. Hold it, he said unconsciously. What's the matter? You're a farmer, right? Can you tell me which month one should sow their winter wheat? The City Hall official looked at him, as well with a somewhat annoyed look on his face. I am only going through the preliminary registration for now, and I don't have the time to distinguish whether every single one of them is telling the truth. Didn't Sir Carter explain clearly how the process should work? All I need you to do is maintain order around these parts. After hearing what the official said, the man immediately shut his mouth. Seriously, what an idiot. Vader pursed his brow and continued speaking, ignoring the official. The way you speak doesn't resemble a northerner. Instead, it is similar to the accent commonly used near the middle of the kingdom. Which town in the north did you come from? I'm very familiar with the places there. Jacquemau hesitated for a moment, but remained silent. Your attire is also strange. Even if you were lucky enough not to freeze to death in the north in this outfit, your fingers ought to have developed frostbite by now. The temperature there is below freezing all year round, you know. Vader grabbed his right hand. What about your gloves? Don't tell me you threw them away because you realized when you arrived that it was slightly warmer. Even the personnel manning the checkpoint had now noticed the fishy part of his tail. It might be understandable if one lied about being skilled at something, probably trying to obtain better treatment. However, if someone chose to conceal their own origin, that action was much more suspicious. Where exactly did you come from? Jacquemau clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he took out a red pellet from his breast. He slapped it into his mouth and yelled, "Out of my way!" Vader suddenly felt his wrist became scaldingly hot. Although his conditioned reflexes kicked in and made him want to pin the man down to the floor, he found that even with all of his strength, he was not moving at all. Jacquemau raised his shoulder, and Vader felt his entire body fly into the air. He fell to the ground heavily, and a scorching pain ignited in his back. Damn it, my wound opened. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, he shook off some of the dizziness in his brain and turned over, getting himself up. Alas, Jacquemau was no longer in his original position. 4 or 5 refugees scuttled out of the crowd, and their actions were as nimble as the demonic beasts outside the town walls. With a few steps, they vaulted over the temporary railing set up by the city hall and ran toward the prince. The goal of the group of people was painstakingly obvious. They were here for the high-ranking officials of Border Town, as well as their feudal lord. Recalling the monstrous strength that had erupted from Jacquemau, Vader's mind could imagine the prince's royal guard being torn to shreds on the spot. Even the prince himself would be hard-pressed to escape that fate. However, that did not come to pass. He quickly heard a string of bangs, the same as when the soldiers stood off against demonic beasts. In front of the prince, clouds of white smoke floated upwards into the sky. Within the sea of smoke, Jacquemau's head had blossomed into a sea of blood. Chapter 340, The Reason for the Assessment. When all of the freaks rushing out of the crowd had been shot dead, the unexpected change sank in, and the refugees suffered a burst of panic. As tens of soldiers that carrying peculiar weapons began to gather around the refugees, fearful cries began to ring out, and the situation was becoming harder to control by the second. At this moment, the loud voice of His Highness suddenly echoed above the crowd. "Settle down, my citizens. I am your feudal lord, Roland Wimbledon. Please listen to what I am about to say." Although the voice was loud, it was not a hysterical shout. Rather, he spoke as equals, with a clear and calm manner. It was almost as if he was speaking close to his ears, Vader felt. His words carried unquestionable might and calmed the clamor and panic on the scene. The crowd suddenly got quiet. Just as you heard when you arrived, Border Town will provide you with 3 things. Somewhere to stay which resists the cold wind and blocks the snow, ample food that will allow you to fill your belly, and even numerous, reasonably paid jobs. I am here to tell you all that these are real. The house is made of thick clay without the slightest crack for the wind to enter. A charcoal stove lies underneath the bed. When you sleep on it, it is as comfortable as lying on a meadow warmed by the summer sun. As long as the door and windows are closed, you won't feel even the slightest bit of chill, even if you are wearing the thinnest clothes. The food is wheat porridge, accompanied by meat jerky. When you scoop it up, you will be able to see the grains wheat falling downwards drop by drop. When you put them into your mouth, the rich viscosity will slow their descent into your stomach. Just one bowl alone will fill you to the brim. At this point, Vader suddenly began to feel his belly getting hungry. The things that His Royal Highness was speaking about were extremely novel. He was different from the majority of nobles, who repeatedly stressed their power and duty as leaders of the masses, and proclaimed that everyone under their jurisdiction should comply with their wishes. Instead, he took the people's point of view and described his promise through basic necessities. It was obvious, looking at the rapt expression on the refugees, that his words had moved their heart. My wish is for all the citizens under my rule to live out happy lives where they do not have to worry about basic necessities. However, the enemies hidden in the shadows are not willing to see such a sight. Those beasts rushing out earlier were undoubtedly sent out by them. Their motive is very simple. They do not wish to see me alive, nor do they wish to let my citizens lead comfortable lives. If I disappear, would another feudal lord provide you with warm housing and delicious food? I am sure everyone understands this point clearly. The answer is also clear from what you have experienced thus far. There is no one except myself who's willing to do this. Vader realized that everyone's panic had dissipated when the refugees began to treat the supernatural monsters as a common enemy. Their unease gradually turned to anger. The villains trying to harm His Royal Highness are also scumbags trying to harm our beautiful lives. People like them must never be forgiven. In order to prevent such a surprise attack from happening again, we will have to conduct the inspection again. This time, my personal guard shall personally take charge of conducting the body check. We shall definitely not give the enemy any chance to destroy what we have here. Everyone complied with the order. The people who had already passed the checkpoints were once again taken to the wharf by the personal guards. No one expressed any dissatisfaction, and the queue was even more orderly than earlier. As expected of His Royal Highness, Vader couldn't help but be deeply moved. Just a few sentences were able to eliminate the imminent chaos. From what I heard, you were the first person to discover the problem. Am I right? Carter Lannies approached him and said, "Follow me, His Highness wishes to see you." He followed behind the chief knight and went before the young prince. Kneeling down on one knee, he said, "I pay my respects to the prince." "Tell me, how did you notice something fishy about him back then?" the prince asked. Vader went over his observations once more. An acute sense of perception. "Are you sure you were just an ordinary citizen before?" "No, Your Highness. I used to be part of the patrol team in Valencia," he replied candidly. "I worked for roughly 6 years, until a large group of pirates raided Valencia. However, in your CV, it wasn't clearly stated that you have any personal strength," the prince said. "I checked with Carter. He said that you're still staying in the temporary settlements. In other words, you concealed your experience when City Hall was initially trying to keep track of people entering border town, when there wasn't any need for you to do so." Why? Even though he didn't know what a CV was, it didn't affect his ability to answer this question. He hesitated for a moment and explained about Qcasm to the prince. "I would not have made it to border town alive if it hadn't been for the convict. For that reason, it's impossible for me to leave him alone in the Western District. And thus, you were willing to become a member of the patrol team. Are you thinking of giving him some extra benefits when you're out on patrol in the future?" Vader's heart suddenly tightened. From the previous sentencing that he had suffered, he knew that His Highness was very particular about how nobody was above the system of laws he had set up. But his words earlier clearly carried a hint of crossing that boundary. "Don't worry, you haven't done it yet. Just thinking about it won't get you in trouble." It seemed his mind had been read. The prince smiled and spoke. However, his words also left Vader with a hint of disappointment. It was beyond doubt that His Highness did not endorse his thoughts. Even if he successfully became a police officer, he would be required to settle disputes fairly and follow lead of the city clerks. "Do you have a family?" the prince suddenly asked. "They lost their lives in the raid in Valencia." "How about Qcasm? He probably doesn't have any." Even though he was unsure why His Royal Highness was asking that, Vader still truthfully replied, if he had any, the street rats wouldn't have chosen him as a scapegoat. As long as one possess a special ability, they will all get priority for the right to a small residence. Furthermore, they will receive an identification certificate from the City Hall and enjoy all of the rights of citizens. This offer naturally extends to their family members as well. The prince smiled and said, I believe you should be able to tell where I am going. Vader was startled and was uncontrollably surprised. He said, do you agree to let me have Q-Cassim? Bring the old man along to the city hall for registration. They will arrange everything for you. He endured the emotions stirring within him, got on his knees once again and said, thank you for your benevolence, Your Highness. You still mustn't let your guard down, though. You have to maintain vigilance, as you have today. The prince nodded his head and said, even if the two of you officially became relatives, you will still have to stay in the temporary settlements for the time being if you're unable to pass the coming tests. Understood? The matter that had weighed down his heart had finally been answered, and Vader began to feel a great tension leaving his entire body. Just when he was ready to leave, he suddenly recalled the written test he had taken. Hesitating for a moment, he couldn't suppress his urge and asked, Your Highness, during the first test, there were a lot of questions I did not know answers for, and my answers were all confused. Why did you still pick me? Because there were no correct answers to begin with. The corners of the prince's mouth curled upwards. The answers themselves are different for every individual. What's more, the key point of this test wasn't in the answers. Instead, they were used to assess the candidate's reading and writing abilities. As long as they understand the topic and articulate their ideas, they will pass the test. Chapter 341, Transport Route. Upon Vader's departure, Carter leaned towards the king and asked, Your Highness, do you have any idea who sent those people here? If we exclude the church, the person who possessed the pills would be Timothy. Garcia already keeps her distance from Grey Castle, and it is highly unlikely she would still care about me. Roland heaved a sigh. Comparing them, it is much more likely to be Timothy. While he is more cautious about sending a large army away from the capital, that does not mean that he would not retaliate against me. It was lucky that the attackers hidden among the crowd had carried pills instead of covering their bodies with gunpowder. Had they blown up in the crowd, 2 months' effort would have been wasted. Roland was not worried that any so-called suicide squad his brother dispatched would have harmed him. On days the Nightingale was out, he had an escort of at least 10 bodyguards with him at all times, and for additional protection wore a god's punishment stone. When faced with the suppression of 10 revolving firearms, even a witch extraordinaire would have difficulty approaching him, let alone a group of people with berserker pills. In the short time since he had assumed the role of a feudal lord, less than a year, he found that his mentality had undergone tremendous changes. When he had begun this role, an incident such as this would have left him very afraid, to the point where his legs would have given way and he would have been at a complete loss. However, now, although he felt somewhat anxious earlier, he was still able to assume a calm expression and a composed demeanor. The reason for this change was because he had faith that his guards would put themselves in harm's way for him and trusted them to protect him from enemies, regardless of the peril they faced. Furthermore, it was forbidden for him to lose any self-control, as he was the focus of the masses. Contemplating this, it shocked him that he would think so far. Round up the people from the missionary mission and ask them the specifics of the recruitment process. Roland turned towards Barov and said, I need to know where those people boarded the sailboats. Yes, Your Highness, said the city hall's prime minister, with a somewhat gloomy expression on his face. He probably hadn't expected his subordinates, whom he was so proud of, to commit such a large blunder. He felt that his dignity had been completely besmirched by this. You shouldn't criticize them too harshly either. You can decide what to do with them after you straighten everything out. After all the refugees made it through the checkpoint, Roland returned to his office in the castle. This time, the news brought back by the missionary group was a particularly nice surprise. On the southern border were a large number of the destitute and homeless. The flames of war ravaged Eagle City and Clearwater Port, while the fields around the city had been abandoned. On top of that, the fluctuating weather this year had caused the temperatures in various areas of Greycastle to plummet. Because of this, the price of grains surged, increasing day by day, and the price of slaves had reduced by half. As long as he could establish a reliable passageway for transport, he would be able to draw an unending number of people through the western border. In actuality, when the refugees heard how developed Border Town was, and that it was actively trying to recruit them, a sizable number decided to set off towards the town on their own. That was the report given to him by the missionary group. However, the greatest difficulty would be establishing a passageway for it during the month of the demon. All land traffic was halted by the sheer volume of snow, leaving the Redwater River as the only method of transport. The only boat that could travel the river was Little Town, which wouldn't budge without the help of a witch. Just this boat would be vastly incapable of transporting everyone. If he wanted ships sailing the waterway at all times, he would have to invest in the construction of at least 20 sailboats capable of sailing inland. An apt example of the situation he faced would be the difficulties the missionary group had encountered. With all of the gold royals they had brought with them, only a small portion went towards roping in the refugees. The rest was used to hire boats and pay for housing arrangements for personnel. At the moment, less than 400 people had arrived in Border Town, while the other 3,000 or more remained waiting in Willow Town, Silver City, and Fallen Dragon Ridge for ships to transport them inland. Because they were aware of the conditions in the western region, various captains had raised their prices to insanely high levels. The fees for the 3,000-plus people would be already as high as that of the large-scale rescue operation they had previously held in the capital. Roland, after giving the situation a moment's contemplation, decided that it would be wise to send a letter requesting assistance to Margaret's Chamber of Commerce. He hoped that the latter would not go so far as to give him a quote several times higher on account of lightning. However, if he was truly dedicated to cutting down his expenses, he knew that he would have to build his own ship. As of now, the quality of reinforced steel and cement had greatly improved. It was wholly viable to build larger, sturdier inland ships with those materials. With a steam engine for propulsion, the ship would serve as the groundwork of the transportation industry within the Redwater River. After he finished dinner in his office, Barov knocked on the door, opened it, and said, "Your Highness, I have more or less ascertained the situation." "Speak." "There's an apprentice of mine called Salem who is in charge of enticing the refugees in the northern lands. As he was faced with a lack of boats in the midst of returning, he contacted some friends he had met in the capital in hopes that they could help him make some inquiries or employ a couple of merchant ships that were willing to head towards the western border." Barov sighed and continued. The news must have leaked from there. He had arranged some places for the refugees in Silver City, a little less than half a day away from the capital. I imagine it wouldn't be difficult at all if Timothy wished to tamper with it. As of this moment, how many people are still being retained in Silver City? Roughly 800 of them. Barov began to speak in a low voice. It takes about half-month for the merchant ships to do a round trip. We will still be unaware on how the situation unfolds when the next batch of refugees arrive. How about we immediately recall the small group of First Army soldiers in that area and abandon the refugees? No. We will just have to get rid of the people Theodore planted within the group, no matter how many of them there are. So long as the audit checkpoints were properly managed by that time, we can simply get them to pass through it individually. Roland shook his head and continued. What would we do if the refugees, who we abandoned and left to their own devices, went back to the northern lands and proclaimed their fate to others. If that happened, we would not be able to recruit refugees from the northern islands anymore. Under the interrogation of Sylvie's X-ray vision, as well as Nightingale's lie detection, any spy or assassin would have no way to conceal themselves. Thus, he wasn't that worried about it. As long as they didn't hurt the other refugees, he was fine with it. "Yes, Your Highness." Barov coughed twice before he opened his mouth and asked, "In that case, for Salem's punishment, what do you have in mind?" He hesitated for a moment and said, "As the birth of this incident was a result of his excessive carelessness, I suggest stripping him of his post in the city hall and a fine amounting 2 months his salary. As his mistake wasn't intended and didn't cause too much damage either, I believe it'd be excessive if we sent him into the northern mines." Roland couldn't hold back his loud laughter. Barov's heartache was written all over his face. "Calm down, I have already made my decision. Seeing the reason he committed this mistake was, subjectively, not a dereliction of duty, I can give him a lighter punishment. After all, it can be considered as his first time undertaking such a post. As I recall, he is only in his 20s, right? Since that's the case, it is certain he will mature rapidly after this lesson. Giving him a 2 months fine will do." "Understood." Barov immediately bowed and said, "Everything shall be handled as you said." While shaking his head, the prince smiled. Although Barov had started in an unbelievable harsh manner, when it came time to truly punish Salem, he displayed an obvious reluctance. After all, Salem had always been by his side when he was in the capital, and was also from the first batch of disciples who had come to border town. "You may leave." Roland stretched his back after dealing with this matter. Taking a few sheets of white paper from his drawers, he planned to sketch out the plans of the steam engine-powered cement boat when Leaves suddenly ran into his room. "Your Highness," she excitedly said, "the Hawkeye is back." "Really?" Roland slowly got up to his feet. Following behind her, they quickly reached the back garden, only to see a massive hot air balloon slowly descending to the ground. The shadow cast by its air sac caused the sunlight in the courtyard to darken somewhat. The moment the basket touched the ground, Anna jumped out. With both hands outstretched, Roland began to walk towards her, while the former mirrored him while wearing a light smile. "I have returned." Chapter 342, Countermeasures. "Don't forget about me." Lighting rushed over. "I want one too," Nana exclaimed. "Goo," Maggie called out soon after. Roland simply stood in place, letting each member of the witch union hug him in turn. When Tilly saw, she couldn't help laugh. "You really have a harmonious relationship with them." "You want to hug your big brother too?" "No thanks," she said, smiling as she shook her head. "I can still clearly remember that time you lifted me up and then dropped me on the ground." Roland only shrugged his shoulders to express his innocence, then shifted his gaze over to the woman Ashes was holding. She had a head of ocean blue hair, looked fairly young, with a figure similar to Anna's. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her slender eyebrows were slightly upturned. She had fair skin, and the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye appeared particularly eye-catching. Based on external appearances, she didn't look like someone who had been imprisoned in the basement of a stone tower at all. Instead, she gave off a bit of a sleeping beauty vibe. However, her physical appearance led to Roland paying more attention to her outfit in this age. Clothing with such a diverse and intricate design was scarcely seen. Because there was such a small assortment of dyes, the violet color of the robe itself was extremely rare. With the addition of those interlacing white stripes and talisman prints, it resembled one of those gorgeous gowns that could only be seen in movies. This was definitely a piece of Orangen equipment. "Is she still alive?" "Yeah," Nightingale replied, "but the magic in her body has been depleted. It seems similar to Anna's condition back when she reached adulthood. But unlike Anna, the recovery speed of her magic is unusually slow." At this rate, she might need 3 to 4 days before she returns to normal. In that case, we'll let her sleep properly, Roland nodded. I will tidy up a room on the 3rd floor of the castle for her to rest. The others should return to the hall first. He paused. I want to hear the tales of your travels. After listening to Tilly and Nightingale's accounts, Roland couldn't help but feel nervous for them. Although Sylvie provided a full picture, going deep underground in pursuit of a huge demonic beast they had never seen before was a very dangerous affair. If it were him, he may have still been hesitant. He never expected that Tilly would be so decisive. She picked out suitable members for the task in a short amount of time and even led the team herself. Her appointment as the leader of so many witches wasn't just due to her identity as a princess. At the time, did you think that this earth-drilling worm had something to do with the devils? I don't know, but it's not impossible, Tilly replied leisurely. A witch from the Cooperation Association once encountered devils who were riding some kind of hybrid demonic beast in the wild. The beast's fleshy wings were cut off, and they heeded the devil's orders, sort of like tamed livestock. And behind the snowy mountains, you can also see creatures that are capable of flight. Those look completely different to devils. Perhaps they're another kind of demonic beast. So isn't it possible to surmise that devils and demonic beasts have a subordinate relationship, just like that of humans and hounds? They may have some method of making these monsters obey their orders and compel them to complete a few fairly problematic tasks. I feel like it really does seem like it. Roland nodded, but his mind was clouded in incomprehensible uncertainty throughout her explanation. Demonic beasts would only take the initiative to attack human dwellings during the months of demons. But that did not mean they only lived during the months of demons. The moss and weeds growing on the carapaces of the sieging beasts were proof that these creatures had survived for tens of years. Assuming that the reason those devils were unable to rapidly occupy the entire wilderness and completely expel humans from the continent was due to being confined within the red mist. Then they are free to constantly send demonic beasts to harass the 4 great kingdoms instead of waiting until winter to take action again. Furthermore, it was hard to forget the intelligence of that wolf-lion demonic beast hybrid that once fought Iron Axe during the months of demons in the first year. It differed from the clever animals that followed their instincts. It was able to learn, analyze, and choose the best target and course of action. This already at a level that the vast majority of living creatures could never hope to reach. If long-lived demonic beast hybrids could possess such intellect, it would be impossible for them to be tamed by another race. But compared to the subterranean demonic beasts, I think that the enemy Miss Nightingale encountered outside the stone tower is more concerning. Tilly sighed. It was able to conceal itself in broad daylight and moved so silently. It's practically impossible to defend against. It's a pity we know too little about demonic beasts. I have no idea how to handle such a terrifying enemy. If Nightingale had not witnessed it with her own eyes, I would not believe that such demonic beasts really exist. Roland shrugged as he spoke, but it seems they have never appeared at the western border. Otherwise, if just a few of them came every winter, Longsong's stronghold would have long turned to ruins. But as the months of demons grow longer, the demonic beasts grow stronger. This is the conclusion reached by the history books. This time, the first snowfall began in autumn, so the enemy we face may be very formidable. Tilly's use of the word "we" made Roland's heart grow warm. Whether she treated him as a brother or not, she already considered him, and this small town as one of her own allies. At least this was probably done for the sake of the witches. Then we can only leave the surveillance of the perimeters to Nightingale. No, let Sylvie stand guard this winter, Tilly said. The city walls are divided into 2 sections, east and west. To do a single circuit of the place would take almost a quarter of an hour. Miss Nightingale's workload would be too great. Sylvie only needs to stay inside the castle, and she would be able to observe the entire region of the city walls. She would also be able to inform the other witches immediately upon discovering a demonic beast. That's fine too, Roland nodded. That witch. Scroll hesitated for a moment. I still have the same opinion as before. As long as her identity has yet to be confirmed, she could very well be an enemy. I know, which is why I will have her wear a god stone of retaliation for the time being. He exhaled a breath of air. Hopefully this won't cause her to misunderstand us. Roland entered the bedroom of the unconscious witch. Anna was the only one left inside the room, looking after her alone. How is she? Anna shook her head. Still no response. Is that so? Roland walked over to the bedside, the woman lying still under the blankets. Although her eyes remained tightly shut, the wrinkles between her brows seemed to have reduced. Nana and Lily had already used their abilities on her, so the only thing they could do now was to wait quietly. She was frozen for so long, yet not a single trace of that remains. It's really incredible. He lamented. It's similar to how I don't fear any flames, Anna chuckled. Her ability definitely plays a part. I heard that you were the one who opened the ice coffin. Roland pat her on the head. You're amazing, Anna. I can't take all the credit, Anna said earnestly. This witch made use of her ability in a very ingenious way. She first used cold ice at an extremely low temperature to completely stop all circulation in her body, then used ice crystals that were close to room temperature to fully seal the cold ice inside to prevent it from thawing. She has surely reached a very high level of control over her abilities. Ice that approached room temperature. This phrase sounded very contradicting, but Roland understood that the abilities of summon-type witches were unique manifestations of magic, similar to the black flames that were capable of casually taking up different forms and temperatures. Anna paused for a moment before continuing. I had only just cut through the outer layer of ice crystals when the whole ice coffin immediately fell apart. Like it was an opening she deliberately left behind. So I think she had been anticipating this day for a while now. By that you mean, she is certain to wake up. 1. Orange represents one of the highest tier of items in many MMOs and RPGs. Chapter 343, Reestablishing Order. Master, the city walls have been breached. I'm afraid the Allied armies won't be able to endure for much longer. Let's leave quickly. She could already hear the sounds of combat coming from outside. When she left the tower, she saw the gloomy clouds in the sky emitting a dim red light, resembling a clump of viscous blood. But my younger sister still hasn't returned yet. She's a soldier of the garrison. She can't leave her post on the perimeter without permission. Kraft's voice grew more anxious. If you die here, you'll be throwing away her good intentions. After hesitating for a while, she finally nodded in acquiescence. I understand. The streets were filled with people fleeing, while the guards maintained order within this impending doom. Amidst the stream of people, she was forced to follow everyone towards the south gate. Kraft closely followed beside her the whole time, and even used his sturdy body to protect her from being crushed by the frantic crowd. It was a crushing defeat. Is this where we fall? She cast her gaze towards the Tower of Babel behind them. It was the highest point in the city, as well as the core of the Federation. Flying devils had carried mad demons over to attack the top of the tower. Lightning would occasionally flash, striking the devils down. Nevertheless, everything was to no avail. There were simply too many enemies. After several hundred years of construction and development, this city had become the most flourishing of fertile lands, the Holy City. But today, it seemed like it would soon fall to ruin, and the efforts of several generations of people would inevitably be lost like children spending a whole afternoon building a sandcastle, only for it to be instantly reduced to sand once again in the wake of chaos and disorder. When they passed through the south gate, the devils had already rushed over to intercept them. Those who were still able to fight readily stepped up to fight them alongside the guards. But not only did the other side have mad demons, there were also Dreadheart demons and infernal lords. The disparity between the strengths of both sides was too extreme. Dozens of people lay in a pool of blood after the first wave of spears were thrown. Some had iron spears piercing through their abdomen, their warm intestines spilling out onto the ice-cold, snowy ground. Some had their limbs cut off and were crying out in anguish while clutching their wounds. "Master, what are you trying to do?" Kraft grabbed onto her. "I can fight too." She took a deep breath of air. "Let me go." "No, your importance far outstrips them. You can't. Let go." Her magic bubbled forth, filling the surroundings with cold air as she shook off the other's grip. She then strode forward without looking back. She felt her heart gradually tighten when she saw the enemies a mere 100 paces away, wearing ferocious-looking battle masks and holding weapons that were dripping with blood. But even so, she wasn't willing to continue hiding behind everyone as a witch of the holy city. Even if she were to die, she should die on the battlefield. "Everyone, step aside." At this moment, a clear command resounded from one side of the battlefield as a person fell from the sky, just like a god descending. With her back to everyone, she raised the longsword in her hand up high. Her long auburn hair resembled a flame, igniting hope in everyone in a flash. A holy warrior of the Federation. She is a witch extraordinaire. Amidst the voices of astonishment, the edge of her sword started glowing with a brilliant radiance, quickly transforming the sword into a dazzling gold like the dawning sun. Each ray of brilliance shining over the earth. Even the dark red clouds that dominated the skies did not dare obstruct the light, reflecting countless golden tassels below the layer of clouds. As the rays of light ascended towards the summit, she leaped forward and brandished her longsword against the devils that came to attack. The silence was deafening. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped as a bright incandescence engulfed the world, and the figures of the enemy mirrored the final hints of darkness at daybreak. Whether it were the mad demons or the infernal lords, they all crumbled before this ray of light. When she opened her eyes once again, the snowy ground before her eyes had already turned into scorched earth, and the approaching enemies seemed to never have existed. The other devils, witnessing this scene, all retreated in conjunction as more holy warriors arrived, joining the battlefield to pursue those fleeing enemies and breaking the encirclement. "You guys go quickly." The sword-wielding witch seemed to have exhausted all of her strength as she kneeled down on the ground with one knee and gasped for breath. "Take advantage of the moment and quickly leave this place." "But, milady, where can we go?" someone in the crowd asked. "Right, where can we go?" she thought bitterly. Even their final stronghold, the holy city, had fallen to the assault of the devils, with tens of thousands of lives lost and no more tricks up their sleeve. They could no longer recover from this losing battle. "Do not give up, we still have hope," the red-haired witch said resolutely. "We'll head over the mountain and across the river to the desolate lands. But there are only a few backward village peasants there. We can always re-establish the order. Let's go. As long as we can survive, there will surely come a day where we triumph." "Master, why didn't you go with them?" She had separated from the crowd with a group of people and rushed towards the west. Apart from Kraft and her family bodyguards, the majority of the others did not possess any fighting strength. They were all her retainers and servants from the tower. "I left some important documents and magic stones inside the experimental lab in the concealing forest. Since we need to re-establish order, these things are essential to the witches. I want to bring them over to the other side of the mountains. The devils have caught up to us. Hammer, Stone, you go obstruct them," Kraft commanded. "Yes," she gritted her teeth, proceeding forward with her head lowered. These mortals would only be able to slow down the devils. They were simply unable to defeat these adversaries. Once they went, they would have no further chance to live. However, she had no choice but to abandon them as she needed to reach her destination as soon as possible. For some reason, overlapping black and white spots appeared in the sky. and then her vision blurred. Kraft panted as he followed behind her. Even someone as robust as him would feel very weary after trudging through snowy ground for 3 days. She glanced behind her. The procession of 30 or so people had now dwindled to a mere 6 people. Some people had fled en route, and some seriously injured people had taken the initiative to break away from the group. If the devils were to chase up to them again, "Rest assured, master, you still have me." Kraft appeared to have seen through her thoughts as he comforted her. "I will stall them as best I can." "Why?" He was a little stunned. "Why are you so persistent until the end? If you escaped now, maybe you would be able to survive." She asked in bewilderment. "We are witches and have always been aloof and distant, while you are just an ordinary person. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't be thinking of accompanying me to death. But you have never mistreated us. Although I don't have any magic, I still have principles. Protecting you is my duty." As an uproar sounded behind them, everyone understood that their final moments had arrived. "Master, go quickly. You mustn't look back." The black and white spots were increasing. She staggered into the basement and organized the data and magic stones that were on the table. Kraft's words gave rise to some confusion for her. Since a long time ago, one belief was spread throughout the holy city. Witches were people chosen by the gods, and the people unable to condense magic were both uneducated and powerless, only cultivating their soil. But from this captain of the imperial bodyguards, she could see valor and tenacity, nothing like the powerlessness people spoke of throughout the population. In fact, they had qualities that witches were unable to achieve. Cooperation between both sides was much better than unilateral command. At least, this was the case within her stone tower. That being the case, how did the people from over 400 years ago suffer such a crushing defeat? Suddenly, the bellows of the devils resounded from outside the door. Damn it, they arrived faster than expected. Her vision was blurry, and countless spots fluttered before her eyes, practically filling her entire field of view. But she couldn't die here. She had to bring her research results out, past the mountain and across the river, over to the desolate lands to rebuild their social order. She groped around for a magic stone of reverberation and imbued her magic into it, causing it to produce constant cries for help. There was a loud noise, and the wooden door split apart. The devils had already broken in. Hoping that someone might hear her cries for help, she circulated all of the magic power in her body and converted it into cold frost, which was then discharged. A mad demon raised its spear, its arms rapidly swelling up. In the next moment, the spearhead flew at her with a cold ray of light. She couldn't help but close her eyes as the black and white spots covered everything and her vision turned pitch black. All the sounds faded as well. Her body no longer felt cold, as though she was wrapped in soft velvet. It seemed like she wasn't in a gloomy basement, but instead lying in a warm meadow. Even the feeling of impalement did not come for a long, long time. Did I die? After some time, a fine slit appeared within the darkness, which subsequently grew brighter and brighter. She attempted to open her eyes slowly, and a hazy gray ceiling projected itself in her eyes little by little. She heard someone say, "Your Highness, she has awoken." Chapter 344, Past Events, Part 1. Your Highness? What a queer form of address. It's something you'd only hear in the tales of old. Attempting to move her eyes was a struggle. She tried casting her gaze to the side, only to see a gray-haired man enter her field of view, several women standing by his side. "How do you feel?" he asked softly. She didn't reply, asking a question instead. "Where am I?" "Border town, Kingdom of Grey Castle's Western Territory." Great, she thought. Things currently looked to be developing in the direction she least wanted them to. An unknown location, an unknown time period, and unknown people. She wanted to get up out of bed, but she discovered that she couldn't muster a single iota of strength. "I am Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Greycastle, as well as the feudal lord of Border Town. He continued after a short pause. These girls are members of the Witch Union. Do you not remember anything? Witch Union? She frowned, so they're witches. I don't know what kind of newfangled organization this is, but at least we're alike. Still, why do they look like this man's subordinates? Wait, a prince. She thought back for a moment and couldn't help feeling stunned. Wasn't this one of the titles used in the secular regime during the First War of Gods over 400 years ago? Could it be? Did I return to a time before the start of the Great War? Could the gods have possibly given me another chance to start over, to make preparations, to rescue the holy city and its people? No, calm down, she told herself. This kind of completely illogical affair would only occur in a fictional tavern story. That's right, she thought while trying to recall the scene at the end. There was a horde of mad demons that had charged into the experimental lab's basement. And she had discharged all the magic in her body to construct the sturdiest possible ice barrier. A magic stone of reverberation had been set to release distress signals nonstop, awaiting the day they restored their fertile fields and could locate her again. Were you the ones who saved me? There was no mistake. She had already escaped from the ice barrier, so the only possibility was that the witches' army had returned. Have the devils withdrawn already? Have we won? The holy city. What happened to the holy city of Takilla? Having blurted out this series of questions, she saw the faces of the other party change. They looked at one another with expressions of joy and excitement. We really did find you in the basement of a stone tower, said a witch with a mature-looking face and auburn hair. She clearly couldn't stop herself from asking, "Are you truly someone from 450 years ago?" That person reminded her of the miraculous holy warrior who had fought against impossible odds. That woman's hair had also been like this, like a flame igniting everyone's spirit. She was more willing to answer the witch's question than the one the gray-haired man asked. She did not usually care much for social hierarchies, but she nevertheless found being interrogated by someone beneath her somewhat offensive. Had it been her petty master in her place, this man would most likely be severely punished. My name is Agatha, a witch of the Takilla Exploration Society. She paused. What do you mean by 450 years ago? Don't tell me. Have you been fighting with the devils for over 400 years? That's impossible. You've slept for a very long time. Things might be a little different from what you imagine, said the man who called himself Roland. If you think it won't be a burden to your body, we can fill you in slowly. Go ahead. Agatha closed her eyes and took a deep breath. This prince behaved very rudely, but she did not have the energy to argue about such matters. As the other party began to detail the history relating to Greycastle and the development of the 4 great kingdoms of the continent, she felt shivers creep down her spine. She soon discovered a few familiar features in his tale, the concealing forest and the impassable mountain range, for example. But when she compared these points with her memories, the conclusion was absolutely shocking. If those places corresponded to the ones in her memories, then those so-called 4 great kingdoms were part of the desolate lands of the past. A long, narrow area situated between the mountains and the sea that was, in her contemporaries' opinion, a barren place with no development value whatsoever. And the forbidden wastelands he spoke of laid where she remembered the fertile plains to be. Finally, when it came to the holy city of Takilla, it had long become a region no one knew of, buried in the depths of the fertile plains after many, many years. How ridiculous was this? However, there was something to top even that. The status of witches in society had been lost along with Takilla. According to the prince, witches had unexpectedly become the target of opprobrium in the wider society, and the regular people had a firm grip on power in the 4 great kingdoms. All those obsolete playthings from before the First War of Gods will now call themselves kings and lords. Yet it was precisely these antediluvian beings who had become the rulers that dominated the witches. How could this be? Preposterous. She couldn't stop herself objecting. To have witches actually be killed by regular people. Who would be courageous enough to dare do such a thing? Full of indignation, Agatha extended her arm, intending to teach this driveling man a lesson. But to her surprise, the magic failed to transform into frost and was not discharged. It was only at this moment that she noticed a metal cuff fastened around her ankle. When she lifted up the quilt, she saw there was a stone embedded in the shackle, a god's stone of retaliation. Are you guys insane? She looked at the group of witches in disbelief. You would go so far as to help a regular person suppress a high-ranked witch, violating the Federation's prohibition on unauthorized use of a god's stone of retaliation. Only the Federation's law enforcement team was allowed to use the god stones. Anybody apart from them who dared to carry, sell, modify, or destroy the god stones would receive the most severe of punishments, up to the death penalty. The prince sighed. This was what I was worried about. Don't worry, I'll go and talk to her. The auburn-haired witch sat at the bedside, covering Agatha's body with the quilt once again. My name is Wendy. You see, things aren't really as you believe them to be. Not only is all he said true. Takila no longer exists, and I have never heard about the Federation you spoke of either. I don't know what the holy city you lived in 450 years ago was like, but nowadays, we witches are always spending our days in hiding. As we have been until we met Prince Roland. He gave us a safe place to stay, encouraged us to use our powers, and at the same time researched ways on how to make use of our abilities to transform the world. Here, we can live completely free, just like a normal person, without the need to hide. Neither do we have to worry about suffering persecution from the church or the masses. You must know that nowadays God's stones of retaliation are everywhere. A witch that loses her powers is no stronger than a normal person. After listening to Wendy's story, Agatha was completely silent. The Federation was a large organization established jointly by several witch kingdoms. It possessed many high-ranked witches and witch extraordinaires. They concentrated their forces in order to win the war of God's will, and the Federation formed a colossal army while incorporating every holy city into the fold at the same time. It was responsible for training and dispatching witches, resolving disputes, and maintaining the stability and public order of the city. Only it had the power to capture and try a witch, yet somehow an organization that powerful had declined so much that no one knew of its reputation nowadays. Those refugees who wanted to re-establish order, she mused, where are they now? Chapter 345, Bygones, Part 2. Translator, Meh/Transen Editor. Elsa was perplexed by the immense changes. She told herself not to believe them, but their stories sounded so real that she thought no witch could have made it up out of blue. Putting herself in their shoes, she could never imagine she was slaved, hunted, or even slaughtered. Even ordinary people with the lowest status in the holy city were treated by witches as human beings instead of animals. She started to feel extremely exhausted. Wendy sensed it and brought her a cup of hot milk and tried to console her. Oh, dear, drink this milk, and you'll feel better. Though the lady with reddish-brown hair didn't have the godlike power and strength, she affected Elsa with her good temperament and manner. Elsa drank the milk in one gulp. A warm and sweet current flew into her gut, which helped her recover a little. Elsa rested for a long period before she continued their conversation. Although she couldn't understand why these witches were wary of her, she knew that she must win their trust first, or they wouldn't help take the fetters off. As for the credibility of what the prince and Wendy said, she had to find out by her own eyes. She wouldn't believe the words that the Holy Union had vanished before she saw the cramped and underdeveloped barbarian land with her own eyes. As I said, my name is Elsa, and I was a member of Taquilla Quest Society. In the 30th year of the Battle of Divine Will, Taquilla, the last holy city, fell down in the war. Most people went into exile, while I went to the misty forest to fetch things we left there. Wait, were you fighting against the demons? Asked the prince. Who else could be fighting against them other than us? Elsa frowned. Should we rely on vulnerable humans like you? Were you a witch raised by the church? I never heard of anything about the church. What's it? She said impatiently. Taquilla. No, all the holy cities which hosted tens of thousands of people were created by witches. Apart from witches, most of the citizens were ordinary people. Like you. They were responsible for reproducing and raising children until their magic power was awakened. And then, these young witches would be handed over to another special department to receive education and training. Of course, the witches who were good at fighting would join the union and participate in battles with demons. The prince pondered for a moment and then took out a book and asked, "Can you read it?" Elsa skimmed several lines and was attracted by the content at once. This is a diary from a witch. Did you also write in this way? A witch with light gray hair asked. This writing system was created by the union and exclusive to witches. In this way, the ordinary human beings would be prevented from participating in important affairs at upper level. But in my opinion, I didn't think this sort of exclusion was a good idea. How could you prevent ordinary people? She asked with a great curiosity. Even if witches created another language system, ordinary people could also grasp it through learning, right? It takes magic power to read it, explained Elsa. It isn't very difficult. I can teach you since you're a witch. Language is a tool for communication, the prince commented. The more popular it is, the better. So what the union did was very stupid. The exclusion of ordinary people would only limit the resources available to you. In fact, after training and education, ordinary people are capable of many jobs. Except that they cannot use magic power, they are as good as witches. Although Elsa agreed with him, yet she could hardly accept that an ordinary person criticized the union. She would collaborate with them when necessary, but she couldn't tolerate their finger pointing. She began to miss Calf, her chief guard. Even though he was only a subordinate to her family, she thought he was more gentle than the so-called prince. My name is Scroll, Miss Elsa. Another witch who looked pretty mature suddenly asked, Have you ever heard of the name of Alice? How come you know this name? Else suffered a jolt. Wasn't it said that all the records about 450 years ago had been lost? I found an ancient book in the ruins located in the forest on east border of King City in Greycastle, said Scroll. It's the one on your hand. Her name is on the last page written in ordinary people's language. Elsa quickly turned to the last page. After reading the illegible diary, she deeply sighed and fell into silence. A female statue started emerging in Elsa's mind. The lady raised her long sword, with light radiating from her body, shining and dazzling all the people's eyes. But finally, her figure was fading away, step by step, little by little. In the end, it totally dissolved in the darkness. After a long while, she said slowly, Right, Alice was the queen of the Meteor City, as well as one of the 3 chiefs in the Union. She was an extraordinary, or a transcendent. Even among amounts of blessed ones in the Union, she was also the strongest. A transcendent, the crowd murmured. Since these records have been lost, it's natural for you all knowing nothing about it, Elsa said in a serious voice. The abilities of withs will be enhanced continuously since they awoke, and become stable since the day of adulthood. But it isn't the ceiling of their ability growth. Some lucky dogs can step forward and get unbelievable achievements. We often call it the high awakening. In fact, there's no limit for their awakenings or growth rate, but obvious changes could be observed on the performance of their magic power. Is this ability evolution? The prince touched the back of his head and muttered. In total, 4 witches have evolved in the Witch Union. 4? Elsa was almost choked by that. She asked surprisingly, How many witches are there in your Witch Union exactly? The prince counted with the help of fingers and said, More than 10. Stop talking nonsense. Elsa obviously seemed to be enraged by his rash words. Do you mean 4 out of 10 have undergone the high awakening? You have no idea what evolution means for witches. It's totally different from the consolidation or derivative skills on the day of adulthood. Only the luckiest ones can be promoted, which takes both perspiration and inspiration. The prince looked rather innocent and gestured to Anna. What a pretty and elegant girl, Elsa said to herself as she watched the girl walk towards her bed. She was extraordinarily good-looking, even among all the witches. Her beautiful blue eyes seemed like a lucid lake, where Elsa could see her own reflections. But she was too young and maybe just had her adulthood. It was impossible for her to accumulate enough experience in training, meditation, and enlightening. Elsa evolved at 26 years old. At that time, she was treated as the most promising genius in the Union for her achievement. She knew how difficult the evolution was since she went through that. They probably take derivative skills a young witch developed on her day of adulthood as a high awakening, Elsa said to herself. A ball of orange fire appeared in Anna's palm. It's the ability to control the flame, a common type of the summoning capabilities, which can be ranked by the maximum temperature and the heating rate. She gave her comments quickly. The one who can eject the flame are regarded as a combat witch. Just after Elsa's words, the blaze dimmed away, and then turned into a tongue of fluorescent green flame. It began to change its color, from dark green to light green. It seemed that the green flame tried to absorb all the lights around so that it could become stronger and stronger. This is the consolidated skill she mastered on the day of adulthood, and you'll see her most important skill soon, the prince explained. Is it? No, it can't be a consolidated skill. If it were, the flame should be hotter, and the heart of the flame should be bigger and brighter. Elsa was astonished with her mouth wide open. Besides, what's her most important skill? Soon something incredible happened. The green flame suddenly disappeared, and a black solid cube emerged in Anna's palm, which looked like a piece of rigid metal with smooth facets and angular sides. Chapter 346, Bygones Part 3. Well, does this count as high awakening? Asked the prince. Elsa didn't know what to say for a moment. What was left in her brain was, how could this be? The holy city had been forgotten, and the Union had been destroyed. There was nowhere for the witches to receive training and guidance, so it was only logical that the witches' abilities declined. But what did she just see? A newly matured witch had received 2 promotions. This couldn't be explained by luck. After all, even in the Union, the home of geniuses, a witch like this was still very rare. Furthermore, if she heard correctly, serve her right is only for memory, not for eyes or ears. There were 3 more of them who were equally talented as Anna. Elsa stared at the man with gray hair motionlessly. It was some time before she could recover. This should count as high awakening, but I don't have the stone of measuring, so I can't measure her change in skill. She paused, her throat feeling dry. I want to ask, if I may, what did Anna experience during her awakening? She seemed to have come of age not long ago. Could these 2 awakenings have happened in only the past 1 or 2 years? It was not until she finished talking that she realized she had used honorifics. The status of a witch couldn't be inherited. Even if a great number of common people were put together, there was no guarantee a capable witch would come out of them. Thus, a witch's level was usually decided based on capability instead of origin. According to Anna's ability, she was already qualified to be a high-level member of the Union. Compared to herself, Elsa felt that Anna was at least her equal, if not her superior. Any awakened senior was worthy of respect. My first awakening happened after I exhausted my magic power while fighting against demonic beasts. As to the second awakening, I think it was caused by my learning of knowledge. Knowledge? She was startled. What kind of knowledge? This can be discussed later. The prince cleared his throat. Now let's get back to the topic we were discussing earlier. What do Alice, an experiment of God's punishment, army exactly mean? Indeed, if he wasn't lying to me, this knowledge must contain something extraordinary in itself. That was why Anna could awaken a new ability through epiphany. So it's understandable that he didn't want to elaborate on it before he could trust me. Elsa could not help but feel excited. Enhancing the chance of evolution had extraordinary significance toward witches. If she could figure out its mechanism, reviving the Union wouldn't be impossible. Then again, where did he acquire this knowledge from? This place is but a barbarian land. How could a bunch of peasants like him understand the secrets of magic power? She was full of confusion. What had the world become in these 400 years? Elsa put those intractable problems aside for the time being. Alice was very powerful. With the help of God's stone of retaliation, she wouldn't be defeated even faced with several lords of hell. However, there were too few transcendents. Put differently, the lack of diversity in our ability led to our defeat. Diversity? That's right. A witch wouldn't know what kind of ability she would have before awakening. But according to the Union's calculation, only 10% of all the witches were fit for combat. The same ratio could be applied to extraordinary witches. As to what the ratio was of combat witches that were actually promoted, no one knew. There was a period of time when not a single witch was promoted within 50 years. Thus, actually the fighting ability of the Union was very unstable. So mortals may necessarily awaken, the awakened may not be good at combat, and combat experience doesn't necessarily lead to capability. Is this what you mean? The prince said with one hand fumbling his chin. That's about right, Elsa sighed. We formed a guard platoon composed of mortals to compensate for the witches' number shortage, but mortals could not defeat demons. Even equipped with God's stones of retaliation, they were still far from being able to fight against the mighty mad demon. Under this unfavorable situation, Alice ordered the Quest Society to research warriors that could break through the limits of the human body. Judging from this scrawled note, it seemed that she had succeeded. Seemed, the prince said in curiosity. Didn't you say that you were a member of the Quest Society? Indeed, but ever since the order was issued, I left the Taquilla Quest Society and began to build my own lab in the misty forest. She bit her lips and hesitated for a moment before proceeding. They quickly found the solution, which was to unite witches and mortals by force with the help of God's stone of retaliation. But this process required them to consume the witches' lives. I couldn't accept this approach. I believed that the Quest Society should focus on exploring the use of God's stone of retaliation, rather than using witches as consumable resources. What's written on the note is right. This behavior would only bring destruction to witches. The prince looked a bit shocked. Using witches as consumable resources? Alice did this out of helplessness. At that time, Taquilla was on the verge of destruction. Elsa felt the prince somehow looked a bit pleasing to the eye when she saw that he showed an expression of sympathy. But now the Union has vanished into thin air. It proves that this approach wasn't able to proceed and probably won't ever appear again. After she finished talking, she bowed her head and fumbled the book with her hands. Climb over the mountains, wade through the waters. How familiar the slogans were. Yet where are you now? How could I possibly revive the order all by myself? But God's punishment army is still there. Upon hearing this, Elsa's fumbling fingers suddenly froze. She looked at the prince with disbelief. What did you just say? I am not sure whether this is a mere coincidence, the other said very slowly, as if he was looking for the appropriate wording. The church, the organization you've never heard of, established 2 cities at the grand opening in the middle of the impassable mountain range. Those cities were named Holy Cities. The hunting of witches was also initiated by them. What's more, they also searched for orphans and street urchins and brought them back to the monastery of the Holy City. Wendy was one of them who had escaped. The church had its own army and territory. Its most powerful warriors were from the gods' punishment army. Those monsters who had lost their sanity had infinite strength and were almost as mighty as extraordinary witches, and their numbers were absolutely not few. Apart from that, they might even have owned a number of powerful witches, which is why I temporarily sealed your ability with the god's locket of retribution. The prince laid out his hands. Prior to what you told us, we had always thought that it was the church who established the holy city of Taquilla, fought against the demons, and left the ruins. Elsa opened her mouth, but was unable to utter a word. How could it be that an organization composed of mortals took away the most important secrets of the Union, hunted witches in return, and built God's punishment army to consolidate its rule? She suddenly had a splitting headache. So God's punishment army didn't vanish, but fell into the hands of an organization that hates witches. What on earth did the members of the Union do? Wendy must have sensed her exhaustion and discomfort, because she gently pushed Elsa down onto the bed and said in a low voice, "Let's call it a day. Have a good night's sleep. Rest assured that we will find out the reason." Then she felt something loosened from her ankle. The god's locket of retribution was taken off by Anna. The crowd left the room one by one, and the gray-haired prince was the last. As the door being closed behind him, Elsa heard some calm, steady words. Chapter 347, Confusions. "How is she?" Roland asked. Roland put down the pen, looking up at Nightingale, who had just quietly appeared in his office. "She's fallen asleep. Before that, she had a bowl of oatmeal. It seems that she had a good appetite." Nightingale went to the table and sat back in her old place. Now it's Silvio's turn to guard her. "Well, that's not bad. Do you believe what she said?" Nightingale asked. "With the god's stone of retaliation being removed, you can easily judge if she is lying when you question her tomorrow, but—" Roland paused for a moment. "I think most of what she said is true." "Why do you think so?" she asked curiously. "Have you noticed that as a person from 400 years ago, she's using the same diction and language as us?" The prince said with his hands propping up his chin. "Theoretically, such a situation would be almost impossible for two territories separated by the impassable mountain range, unless these two territories were of the same origin and had frequent contact. But she called the Four Kingdoms the barbarian land. That's the point. I don't know what the scene was like 400 years ago. Perhaps all this used to be was just a few scattered villages and some criminals exiled by the world of witches. The kingdom's history book also records that the age of the major cities was generally between 200 and 300 years, and astrologers also came into existence during that era," he said with great interest. "It had always bewildered me that the astrologers, who generally had no achievements nor research findings, were also called sages, the same as alchemists. Now I think I've got my answer. The Union fled to this borderland and brought with them the survivors, their language and civilization. These people mingled with the locals and helped the latter build the regime, fortress, and city. You speak as if you'd seen it happening." Nightingale shook her head, smiling. "This is the only way we can explain why we're using the same language as her," Roland said earnestly. "Because we're of the same origin. And during these 400 years, civilization was constantly in the process of rebuilding, without the slightest opportunity of advancing past where it used to be." "All right," she said with her hands laid out. "Anyway, you'll know the answer by tomorrow, and if your guess is wrong, then you'll have to give me a luxury lunch." The so-called luxury lunch was composed of corn soup, roast chicken drumstick, and ice cream bread, and was usually only served once a week. "What if you're wrong?" "Whatever you want," said Nightingale, tilting her head and squinting. The perfect curve formed by her cheek and smooth neck was exceptionally beautiful. Regardless of what kind of movement an attractive person makes, it will always look seductive. Roland finally believed this saying. "I will bear that in mind," he said with two coughs, turning his attention back to his notebook. Since Elsa had only recently awakened after 4 decades of sleep, Roland didn't want to press her to give accurate and detailed answers to all his questions. For the most part, his questions followed her train of thought, and the information he gained was quite disordered as a result. What he was doing at the moment was to rearrange the information he gleaned from Elsa and to find out the key points he had to know next. Undoubtedly, the most pressing problem was about the demons. What was the cause of the war with the demons, and why did the demons cease fighting? This information was essential to Border Town. No war could have been started without a reason, but the demons' behavior didn't seem like an attack motivated by resources or expansion. They didn't occupy the barbarian land, nor did they pillage mankind. What they did seemed like an act purely for the joy of slaughter. Roland also noticed that Elsa mentioned the term battle of divine will. Could it be that the two sides waged the dreadful war under the will of God? But at that time, the church hadn't come into being, so there wasn't the one and only God that the church declared. Without this explained, his mind remained unsettled. Meanwhile, he needed to figure out the basic necessities of life in the Holy City's civilization as soon as possible, or in other words, assess its degree of economic and civil development. He needed this information to measure the level of this civilization and deduce the demons' capabilities. As for the Union, Roland wasn't too concerned about it. Its witches were scarce, and their abilities were unstable. This organization's capability for organized combat wouldn't be very high. Historical experience had repeatedly stressed that before the formation of a generation gap, a comprehensive war was all about attrition. A few sophisticated weapons wouldn't reverse the overall disadvantage. The second question was about the magic stone. Considering what Tilly said, the magical nature of such stones could greatly compensate for the witches' unstable ability, enabling the witches to exert powers that didn't belong to them. In this way, even auxiliary witches could be sent to war. However, in Roland's point of view, that was like putting the cart before the horse. He'd rather turn all the combat witches into auxiliary witches and put them all to work in production roles. Oddly enough, the Union, which had large numbers of witches, didn't make use of magic stones to fight against the demons. Instead, it chose to produce God's punishment army, which in Roland's view was beyond comprehension. Maybe the magic stone had some unknown shortcomings, or its production was extremely difficult. Fortunately, Elsa was a member of the Quest Society, an organization similar to the current alchemy workshop, which gathered a group of highly talented witches specializing in the research of magic stones and magic power. Roland faintly felt that there must be a wealth of potential information to be exploited. The last question was about the church. He drew a circle on this column. Obviously, he couldn't count on getting details from Elsa about the organization's foundation and development. What he could infer from the scattered information at hand was that the church was founded after the witches' defeat. After obtaining the Union's secret, the church concealed everything about the witches and declared them as incarnations of demons. If the people of the Four Kingdoms were seen as descendants of Aborigines, the church would be a veritable outsider. Since the Aborigines didn't have their own civilization, they could be easily fooled by fabricated history and prophecies. Was it only because the witches used to suppress ordinary people that the refugees took the witches as their enemy and went on to hunt the witches on this continent? Roland frowned. All these deductions did sound reasonable, yet he felt that there was something wrong. The Union had a great number of bliss warriors, extraordinary witches, and even transcendents. Even if the church managed to get a hold of God's stones of retaliation, was it possible for them to defeat an opponent like the Union? To wipe out a much stronger force, you couldn't purely rely on hatred. Clearly, there was some key information missing. "That witch seems to dislike you," Nightingale suddenly said. After all, she used to live in a world where the witches were considered superior to the human being. Roland laughed. I'm afraid I'm just no different from the roadside weeds in her eyes. Don't you hate her? Why would I? She is nothing but a poor woman abandoned by her own time. He shook his head. She'd been sleeping in the frozen coffin for 400 years and woke up to find the world had completely changed. The strangeness brought by the new world would bring her fear, so it was no surprise that she would build a defensive wall in her heart. After she accepts all this, she will probably gradually change her point of view. What a typical response of yours, said Nightingale with a smile. But rest assured, I won't allow her to offend you in any way. Chapter 348, Mortals and Extraordinaries. When Elsa woke up again, she was alone in the room. The thick curtains were tightly closed, making the room extremely quiet. Probably considering the fact that she wasn't familiar with the environment, someone put a candle beside the front of the bed, which was quietly burning with orange flames. Elsa turned her head and watched it for a long time, only to find that there wasn't a single drop of wax overflowing. The candle seemed to be burning forever without any change in the length. It may be caused by magic, she thought. The quilt was so soft that it was probably made of high-quality cotton and filled with light and warm fluff. The treatment was as good as that in the holy city of Taquilla, which made it hard for Elsa to believe that there could be such comfortable beds and bedrooms in barbarian land. She moved her fingers and found that she had recovered most of her physical strength. Elsa rolled out of bed. She drove her power, and chill overflowed from her fingers immediately. It seems that the prince didn't play any tricks. He had God's stone of retaliation removed to give me a certain degree of freedom. She went to the window and opened a bit of the curtains. It was totally dark outside. Stars couldn't been seen, so did the moon. The whole earth seemed to be swallowed by darkness, with only a few hazy flare shaking so far away. She could hear the wind roaring outside, next to the window, and could occasionally see some snow falling on the glass. It seemed to be winter now, which was a good season for the awakening of witches. In Taquilla, this kind of evening didn't even exist, since the whole city would celebrate every day of winter bonfires burned throughout the night on the street. When she overlooked the city on the tower, it seemed to be lit by flares shining like stars, which symbolized hope and a promising future. People prayed around the campfires, eager to gather magic power and surmount the mortal world. Whenever a witch awakened, the fate of her family changed as well. They don't need to worry about food or clothing anymore. Elsa pulled up the bolt and opened the window. The cold wind suddenly swept into the room and blew the curtains away. The candles in the house were snuffed out as well. The room suddenly was plunged into darkness. When her eyes became adapted to the changes of light, she could see the faint white light reflected by the accumulated snow on the roof of the town. Judging from the silhouette of the buildings, this place isn't very big indeed, and is identical with the border town mentioned by the prince. Ordinary people would be frozen after a few hours if they stayed outside in such cold weather. But Elsa wasn't afraid of the cold, since her body would automatically expel the slightest chill that made her uncomfortable. The last time she felt cold was before her awakening, but now she had almost forgotten the feeling. The earlier conversation was lingering in Elsa's mind as long as she closed her eyes. The union died, and the witch became the devil's minions. Hence mortals were recklessly hunting witches with the help of God's stones of retaliation. According to the diary, Alice and Natalia successfully fled from the fertile plains. But if they failed to stop everything, the union was doomed. What on earth happened at that time? Why were the two transcendents defeated by mortals? She was reluctant to think about that anymore. "Aren't you cold?" someone behind her suddenly asked. Elsa was shocked. She turned back and saw a girl sitting by the bed in the dark. Her face was completely hidden in the night. She was like a ghost that appeared quietly. The door was closed at that time, but Elsa didn't hear any footsteps before she came in. "If you can close the window, I don't mind relighting the candle," she said again. There was no doubt that the girl was a witch. "But it's late in the midnight. What's she up to?" Elsa nodded without any word. She closed the window and secretly let the thin yet hard ice cover her skin. The girl didn't do anything dangerous. Instead, she opened the first drawer of the night table from which she took out a flint to light the candle. In the candlelight, Elsa saw her. She had beautiful golden curls and slender eyebrows, which made her eyes look very sharp. Elsa hadn't seen her before. "Nice to meet you. Oops, it's the second time that we meet," she raised her lips and said. "My name is Nightingale." Did she mean that? She also hid in the crowd before. "Is this your ability?" Elsa frowned and asked. "Are you also the High Awakened?" Even if she was one of the honorable High Awakened, it was still impolite of her to break in without knocking at the door. "Ah, you are talking about evolution." Nightingale shook her head. "I'm not that smart like Anna." She finished the book called The Theory of Natural Balabala in a short time. "My head is going to explode once I see those formulas and theorems. Maybe I don't have the luck to evolve in this life." Elsa was absent-minded for a short period because she couldn't understand half of what the girl said. Honestly, she didn't expect that an original witch could say something like that. Besides, according to her facial expressions, the girl didn't seem to deliberately tease herself. "Is that what the prince called knowledge? As for the book you mentioned, can I read it?" "Of course, you may read it as long as you join the Witch Union and be loyal to His Highness." She shrugged her shoulders. "To serve a mortal?" Elsa stared at her and said in a low voice after a while, "I thought I was weird enough, but you are crazier than me." "Weird? Crazy?" Nightingale tilted her head and asked, "Why would you say that?" "In the holy city of Taquilla, most of the awakened witches only treat ordinary people who couldn't gather magic as humble servants, inferior people, or fertility tools," she said slowly. "But I didn't think so. Even though they were stupid, they weren't hopeless. Those people were no different from witches in many aspects as long as they were taught to learn and think. Because of that, many people thought that I was so weird that I had allocated part of the business in the tower to mortals. However, I didn't expect that you are crazier than me since you are loyal to a mortal and take orders from him." "His Highness Roland didn't consider us as servants." Nightingale twitched her mouth and said, "I don't know what kind of strange idea you have on the word of loyalty, but the fact is that he took in the witches oppressed by the church, gave us new power, and let us live together with his subjects in Western region. We are united to fight against the church and demonic beasts, as well as against the demons in the future, but this model was proved to be a failure." Elsa couldn't help raising her voice. 400 years ago. For you, it might be 800 or 900 years ago. The world was ruled by both mortals and witches. At that time, human beings lived almost throughout the entire Dawn region. However, when demons attacked, we suffered such a big defeat that we only managed to keep the fertile plains. "Oh," she raised her eyebrows. "Was that true? You said the history had been buried for 400 or 500 years. Elsa continued. "According to the Union's records, the Third Battle of Divine Will is about to break out very soon, yet you have no idea of demons. The east of Barbarian Land is swirling sea. So where else can you retreat? Only by rebuilding the Union, uniting witches, and improving the probability of high awakening with knowledge, can we seize the final chance to stop demons' attack." "Why do you have to say that? What do you mean? 400 years have passed, right? A lot of things could be changed in such a long time. But why are you still restrained by those old ideas?" Nightingale sighed. "His Highness said that mortals could defeat demons when he left. You heard that as well. He is also uniting all the people, including witches. He wants to unite every ordinary person on the continent, because he told me that people across the land are the most powerful group." "Wasteland?" Elsa was about to refute this nonsense when she suddenly paused. The girl is so certain that she seems to know the result in advance. Could 400 years really change everything? Does that prince with gray hair really have such incredible ability to let mortals have the same power as witches? You seem to have realized that. Nightingale smiled and said, "We still have a lot of time, so why not open your heart and to see with your own eyes?" This time, Elsa was silent for a long time. "I can see that you don't like me." Nightingale didn't retort. "The witches of the Quest Association used to see me like that as well, after they knew that I had appointed a group of mortals as experimental assistants in the tower," she said. "Obviously, you don't like me, but why do you tell me these? I don't hate you as long as you stop being so arrogant and treat His Highness normally. As for your question," she paused and continued, "because the prince said he didn't want to see you abandoned by the times." Chapter 349, Passing on Part I. Standing on the top floor of the Tower of Babel, Maine peered through the window towards the snow-covered city of Hermes. Since the last attack by a large group of demonic beasts on New Holy City, peace temporarily returned to the icy plains, and the fall of snow weakened. The citizens of Hermes were able to enjoy an unlikely but timely respite. Even though this was supposed to be a time of happiness and celebration, Maine continued to feel nothing but emptiness in his heart. During the attack, in order to kill the terrifyingly large, hybrid, demonic beasts, a platoon of warriors from God's punishment army dashed out from the side entrance of the city wall and fought them head-on. In total, 19 warriors were wounded and 2 were killed. As for the 2 beasts, they laid on the ground, growling for a long time after the warriors hacked off their limbs. Eventually, the city wall's guards killed them with spears. Rather than the loss of the warriors, it was the timing of the demonic beasts' attack that terrified Maine. After remaining silent for some time, he let out a long sigh and returned to his seat beside the table. He wanted to flip open the canon and read through it carefully one more time. Even if you flip the book until it breaks, the result isn't going to change. Tayfun said, as he walked into the circular room holding 2 hot drinks and placed one in front of Maine. "His Holiness O'Brien hasn't agreed to meet you. I've sent my request to the pivotal secret area 3 times already, but there's still no reply." Maine said anxiously, "And I have no idea what His Holiness is up to at such an important time." "Don't worry," Tayfun interjected. "As you've said yourself, the canon was written by the first pope, and hence there are bound to be mistakes. After more than 400 years, who can guarantee that everything in the book is accurate? But this time, it's different." The archbishop shook his head. "If the time is miscalculated, it'll be a serious catastrophe for us. We're investing a lot of strength and energy in unifying the kingdom to gather all the power of the mainland against the demons. But if the time is shortened by half, we have no way to build up God's punishment army sufficiently after the war." "Quiet, Lord Maine." The old bishop laughed and slowly sipped on his hot drink. "What's done cannot be undone. We can't change the fact that Fang of Hell appeared before us, but there might be 2 reasons for this." "What reasons?" "Drink first and I'll speak," Tayfun said, stroking his beard. Maine picked up his cup. It looked like goat milk at first, but when he brought it closer, a spicy smell rushed into his nose. "What did you put in it?" "Coltsfoot." Tayfun tilted his mouth. "Although you aren't able to directly drink Dreamland water, drinking a bit of this will be beneficial for you. It'll help you to release your tensions, soothe your nerves, and sleep easier." With one gulp, Maine emptied the cup and soon felt a fierce burning sensation in his throat. Although the savory taste of the goat milk was supposed to dilute the coltsfoot juice, it was still extremely uncomfortable for someone who did not consume such drinks often. He coughed twice, wiped his mouth, and said, "Even a cup of Dreamland water wouldn't make me fall asleep. Can you speak now?" "One possibility is that the Pope made a mistake in writing. Old men get dizzy spells and moments of amnesia very often, as I know very well." Tayfun shrugged. "That's unlikely." Maine frowned. This concerns the layout and arrangement of the church, and more importantly, determines the destiny of man. I'm sure he took great care in writing this down. What's the second reason? The second possibility is that there are circumstances we don't know about that have changed everything. The archbishop waited for a moment, and upon realizing that the old bishop had no intention to continue speaking, he questioned, "That's it?" "Well, that's it," Tayfun repeated. "Is this a joke? Everything changed. For this simple reason, all of our efforts will go down the drain. How can you be so cursory?" "Lord Maine," Tayfun raised his voice a few notches. "What exactly do you insist on getting? Is it a surefire way to defeat the demons? Or do you think that you're the only person who wants to defend Hermes and prevent the demons from entering the icy plains?" Maine froze. In any battle, everyone wants to win. But so far, we can't even assure victory in every battle against the four kingdoms, not to mention the demons from hell. Speaking in a louder voice, he said, "Have you forgotten the Supreme Pontiff's teachings? The consequences of overinsistence and fear aren't too different. What you should do is accept reality and take things step by step till the end. The eventual result isn't for us to control." Fear of the result. Maine's heart palpitated. He's right, I'm indeed afraid. Afraid that after becoming the Pope, I'll be unable to fend off the demons and watch the death of mankind under my charge. "I used to be like you." Tayfun suddenly lowered his voice. "But Heather's death made me understand that the result is often unpredictable. The months of demons came earlier than usual without warning. Yet we were still able to capture Wolfheart City before the big snowfall, as planned. But Heather died, and the nature of the war changed. Even so, we still have to carry on." He stood up and let out a long sigh, then patted Maine on the shoulder and walked out of the room. "So, whether for 5 or 10 years, you must be unrelenting in your mission, not for the path of certain victory, but to fulfill your duty even if the result turns out to be not what you desired." After hearing the door closing, Maine gazed at the empty cup in front of him and remained silent. He had to admit that Tayfun's words were reasonable, but now that he was about to shoulder this heavy responsibility, how could he not feel afraid? Suddenly, a presiding judge walked into the room. "Lord Maine, the Supreme Pontiff wishes to see you." Finally, he stood up immediately and said eagerly, "Take me quickly to the pivotal secret area." Hidden deep beneath a plateau, the pivotal secret area was a cold and quiet place. Walking into the hall of the pivotal secret temple, Maine seemed slightly dazed. Although there was no incarnation ceremony arranged for the day, all of the candles in the hall were lit up, and the resultant candlelight sketched out an orange-yellow silhouette for the hall. The overhead chandelier seemed like a gathering of stars in the kingdom of God. His Holiness O'Brien was sat on the throne, silently gazing at Maine. Maine felt something was not right, but suppressed his suspicions and walked up to the throne. He knelt prostrate with his forehead touching the floor. "Rise, child." The Pope's voice was very delicate, and without paying attention, it would be difficult to hear what he was saying. Maine straightened his body and saw that the Pope's face was ridden with age and fatigue, as if he had not had a rest for a long time. "Your Holiness, please take care of your body." "No need." He laughed, and deep wrinkle lines covered his face at once. "I'm going to die soon." "Your Holiness, you aren't." "No, listen to me, child." O'Brien labored to interrupt the bishop. "I understand the condition of my own body, and without question, my time is soon up." He paused for a moment and took a deep breath. "The purpose of calling you here today is to pass on the Pope's position to you." Chapter 350, Passing on Part II. Maine froze and stared at the old man in front of him, hoping to see something in his eyes, but he saw nothing other than lifelessness. The Pope's eyes were no longer as penetrating and authoritative as they used to be. Perhaps he still possessed the wisdom passed down from previous popes, as well as the knowledge obtained from the canon, but nothing escaped time. His Holiness wasn't kidding, Maine realized. His journey was reaching its end. Maine's eyes started to blur. He knelt once again, with his forehead touching the floor. This time, His Holiness did not ask him to stand up, but instead waited until he completed the entire action before saying, "Follow me." The attending guards helped the Pope onto a cart and wheeled him towards the gate of the pivotal secret area. Maine followed closely behind, and the party left the pivotal secret temple, turning into a long and narrow tunnel. On the smooth stone walls of the tunnel was embedded a luminous crystal at every 10 steps distance. Looking down the tunnel, one couldn't see the end. After walking for a long time, Maine finally left the tunnel and entered a well-lit room. Beneath his feet, the floor had turned into flat slabs, and he was able to see the edges and corners of the walls, as well as the chandelier that hung from the ceiling. Apparently, the tunnel had led into an underground chamber. "We're underneath the cathedral of the old holy city." Perceiving Maine's bewilderment, the Pope clarified. "The design of this place is identical to the cathedral, except that it is built upside down. I call it the Reflection Church." "Underneath the cathedral?" Maine exclaimed. "I never expected there to be a basement." "It's not a basement indeed, because the two aren't mutually accessible." O'Brien smiled. "This place is only accessible through the underground tunnel of the pivotal secret area. The roof is made of an extremely thick mixture of slab and clay, which is impossible to break through using conventional methods." "Why? Is such a design necessary?" "To guard a secret without completely burying it," he replied. "Before a pope ascends the throne, he must come to the Reflection Church to witness the establishment, development, and expansion of the church, and at the same time learn by heart the goals of the church." "To defeat the demons," Maine said solemnly. O'Brien did not nod in agreement, but instead said softly, "No, child, to win the smile of God." The Archbishop was briefly at a loss. "What?" This time, the Pope did not respond, but instead commanded the guards to continue moving forward. According to the direction of the stairway and the ramp, they were moving upwards. Soon, the party arrived in front of a grand hall. By recognizing the designs in the surroundings that he was familiar with, Maine identified the place as the prayer room of the Reflection Church. The thick wooden door of the room was pushed open with a creaking sound. Although it seemed that the Pope had not visited this hall for a long time, there wasn't a smell of dust. Evidently, someone had been keeping this place clean at all times. "They're only allowed to send me thus far. From here on, you'll have to push me into the room," O'Brien said. "Yes, Your Holiness." Maine took the cart handles and pushed the Pope into the prayer room. Closing the wooden door behind him, the room no longer received light from the torches outside. Now, the only light remaining in the room was the soft radiance of the yellow crystals. Similar to the arrangement in the tunnel, the crystals were embedded evenly on the walls of two sides of the room. However, a notable difference was that above each crystal hung a large portrait. Maine vaguely remembered that the positions of the portrait frames were where the windows of the prayer room above ground went. The portrait's contents were much the same. They were half-body portraits of people wearing magnificent gowns, looking full of energy, with their eyes seemingly fixed upon anyone who entered the prayer room. Maine was astonished when he found His Holiness O'Brien's portrait among them. The drawing looked exactly like the real person and stared at Maine with a smile on his face. A strange feeling caused Maine to shudder uncontrollably, and goose-bumps covered his back. "Ah, you found me." The Pope seemed to sense the bishop's change of emotion. "This portrait was completed half a year ago. At that time, I didn't look quite as old as I do now, and hence it's relatively good-looking. By right, the portrait should only be hung up after my death." He observed the portrait carefully. "Blame it on my impatience, for I wanted to see how I looked on the portrait earlier than I should." "Your Holiness, these are—" Maine felt his throat turn dry. "Yes, they're the noble pioneers, the supreme pontiffs of old," O'Brien said softly. "Let's continue moving forward." and I'll introduce them to you." The Archbishop listened to His Highness' descriptions, while at the same time studied the portraits. Even though he understood that they were the former leaders of the church, but an inexplicable strange feeling continued to linger in his mind. The persons in the portraits were simply too lifelike, and Maine was unable to imagine what techniques and dyes were used by the artist to produce these half-body portraits. Under the dim yellow light, the top half of the portraits gradually faded into the darkness as Maine walked further, leaving visible only the lower section of the faces, which continued to grin at him. Halfway through the grand hall, Maine unexpectedly noticed the portraits of women. Their looks were dissimilar, and they were dressed differently, but each of them could be said to be movingly beautiful. It was rare for mortals to have such remarkable appearances, as the bishop well knew, and it was for this reason that he felt extremely puzzled and astounded. However, His Highness seemed unconcerned and continued to calmly introduce their names, terms of service, and contributions. Each of these people was a former pope of the church. The two men soon reached the end of the prayer room. Facing the central aisle of the grand hall was a full-body portrait, which occupied an entire wall on its own. It was hung behind the sanctuary, and its four sides were decorated with shiny crystals, which made the picture look even more vivid. Maine swallowed hard and walked up to the portrait. At the very instant he managed to get a full view of the painting, he felt his heart leap up. "Oh, holy, a woman of peerless beauty." Aside from these words, there was no other way for him to describe what he saw. From her looks, she possessed both feminine beauty and masculine fortitude, which blended naturally and did not conflict with each other. Her red hair seemed like streaks of burning flame, while she wielded a large sword which looked wanton and capable of extinguishing all fires and evil desires. She stood erect, holding the sword, with her eyebrows slightly raised, both eyes glancing forward, her slender lips firmly closed, and looked naturally powerful and imposing. Under the gaze of her sharp and penetrating pupils, Maine felt an immense and overwhelming pressure, which almost coerced him to kneel in front of this magnificent lady. "Your Holiness, this is—" He struggled to turn his head, only to find that O'Brien had already knelt down. "She's Alice, the first pope and a transcendent. She also has a nickname, the Queen of Witches." Maine felt his heart jump violently. His earlier speculations had turned out to be absolutely correct. The first popes of the church were witches. Why was the founder of the church a witch? "Kneel and pay respect, child. I'll let you see everything that you wish to know later."